come. I guarantee you. Woo! You know he's not a sports fan.
Of course, criminals would be in favor of that other criminal, Lionel Messi. Wow, that took me 35 seconds to drop all of my morals and principles. All right, we'll start off with some fun stuff. Argentina to take on Spain. In your latest tweet, you have a small typo for, well, did I miss another word? I always do this. My ADHD makes this so goddamn difficult. Oh, wait. Disavow. Okay, I fixed it. Yes, we're going to talk about Stephen Miller. All the biggest villains got together to do this shit. It sucks. I miss your Liberty Mutual suit. Which one is that? Is that the green one? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Argentina will take on Spain in the World Cup final after late comeback against England. It's unfortunately not coming home for the British in the chat. Football is not coming home. 60 years of hurt has turned into 64 years of hurt at the very least. Let's take a look.
Showdown is set, and Argentina will face Spain after a stunning late comeback against England, led by captain Lionel Messi. Argentina scored twice in just 7 minutes to pull off the win 2-1. Nicole Valdez was there for it all and joins us from Atlanta. Nicole, good morning.
Good morning. Argentina and England, one of international soccer's fiercest rivalries, closed out the semifinals with a match fueled by decades of clashes on and off the pitch. But in the end, defending champion Argentina will be moving on to the final.
From the opening whistle, the tension between Argentina and England boiled over, and for more than 100 minutes, it didn't let up. Leading by 1 and showing incredible defense late into the match, it looked like England had secured its spot in the final until...
I'll keep it at $150. There is one play from Lionel Messi that is actually kind of insane, where he just jukes out like 4 people trying to get after him until he gets fouled. And it is one of the most insane things I've ever seen in slow motion, where it just like doesn't make sense if you watch it. If you watch it in real time, you're like, how is he seeing this? Like, how does he see this lane? How does he open his own lanes? It doesn't make any sense. How is he dribbling like this? It is pretty crazy. But then also, then you remember it's Lionel Messi, and then, you know, you're like, it's fine. It's still, who cares?
Argentina came roaring back, scoring twice in the closing minutes.
And when you're so close, when you're 10 plus minutes away and
yeah, Donald Trump's favorite golf partner. What is this? Messi was using his dog to practice his cheating move.
Able to slow Messi up.
This
Messi
is what I'm
around 3
talking
England
about.
players still on the ball.
Bro, you can't appreciate this in real time until you watch it in slow motion and you're like, this is the most insane thing, dude.
Lionel Messi fouled his...
Like, you have to watch it in slow motion. You have to watch it. Also, I'm scared. I'm scared that it's gonna... Does FIFA stand for fixed it for Argentina? Yes. I told you already. I told you already. Okay? It's Vargentina. It's literally, it's Vargentina. It's also, not only is it Vargentina, but it's also, you know, England was not only playing against Lionel Messi, playing against the Argentinian team, they were playing against Infantino. Look at this, look at this. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Anyway, Lamine Yamal waved the Palestinian flag, so there's that. No, of course. No, the people's team on this in the finals is going to be Spain, for sure. Yes, for sure. You know, 18 years ago or however many years ago, Messi washed this Lamine Yamal as a baby, and now he's going to wash Messi. Yeah, this is one of the craziest stories of all time, honestly. I mean, this actually is, the Messi baby Yamal photo is the craziest in human history. It's the prophecy.
All Messi photo is the craziest photo in human history. I don't know how it will ever be beaten. I don't care how many times you see it over the next however many days before the World Cup final.
There's still a typo in your tweet. It's an anti-Semite instead of and anti-Semite. Your tweets are always full of typos. You need to proofread your tweets. Okay, you take a 24-hour off. Thank you for the warning, but I will not be having you being annoying. Okay, thank you for warning me, but you're getting a day off for the second part, dumbass.
Obviously, Yamal and Messi are playing each other now in the World Cup final. Guys, this photo happened because there was a charity campaign with UNICEF. The neighborhood near Barcelona, where Barcelona plays, I'm in Barcelona in Spain. They asked all the families there, it's like, if you have a baby, you can enter into, and then if you win, you can bring your baby.
I didn't know Yubi was like that. I didn't know Yubi was into soccer like that. The clear favoritism for Argentina this whole World Cup is to stain on Messi's legacy. He put Jude Bellingham in a headlock. An Argentinian player grabbed an English player by the back of the head, and Messi was just wasting time at the end by falling onto the ball and holding onto it like it was a rugby match. And those are just some of their dirty plays.
And there'll be a photo with a Barcelona player. The Barcelona player in 2007 ended up to be Messi in the photo. And who won the raffle? Yamal. This wasn't like, oh, Yamal's the son of this other soccer. No, this was random. Random. And in 2007, Messi was pretty good, but he was not like, oh my God, the GOAT. This is it. I don't care how many times you see it, how many times it gets brought up. This should be talked about for the rest of humanity. I can't believe it's real. It is the fakest real photo of all time. I could talk about this. The chances, some mathematician has to run the chances on this. Some mathematician. It has to be close to like -0.
It is one of the most insane random strokes of luck. Said it's some Harry Potter shit where only Yamal can take down Messi. I mean, let's be real. If it actually does end up happening, you know, Keir Starmer hits back at Argentina after their players held the Falklands or Argentine banner. The World Cup might have not been ours, but the Falkland Islands are? No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, I'm telling you, this is why I told you the British they're not doing all right. I feel kind of, I can't believe I'm saying this. I feel kind of bad for the British. This goes against FIFA rules, by the way. Yeah, of course. This is a real burger place in Argentina. Yes, I know exactly what this is. Yeah. The plot twist. Okay, you want to know the plot twist? I think the plot twist is it's owned by a black Argentinian dude, but I don't know if that's the case or not. But it is still the most insane thing I've ever seen. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Also, AI art, classic. Anyway, every country has that. Yeah, it's insane in every country, man. You mean one of the 0.5%? Yes, I think so. Literally. All right. Look, this is not, I'm not in the business of defending Argentina. Okay. You will never catch me doing such a thing. Let's finish this and move on.
It slips out your hands like that. Yeah, obviously the lads are devastated.
The winning goal in stoppage time set up with an assist by superstar Lionel Messi.
As always with the most dangerous players in the world, when they have the ball in the final third, they can create something, and he done that again today. Argentina
is now one win away from becoming the first men's team in more than 6 decades to win consecutive World Cups.
By the way, you can't say it's the Trump curse because, like, sure, Trump golfed with him, but Trump also literally hosted Lionel Messi in the White House. So it's one of those situations where both teams, both players, both like top players of both teams have been around Donald Trump. I guess it doesn't hurt with Argentina. Argentina already has like bad vibes, so it didn't actually, the Trump curse didn't even impact them that much.
Fans inside and outside Atlanta Stadium exploded in celebration.
What did it feel like to be inside and watch Argentina win this match?
This is an incredible match and very emotional.
Sunday will mark the first ever World Cup final between Argentina and Spain, and it's a battle of the generations, with 39-year-old Lionel Messi going head-to-head with Spain.
Hasan, do you actually think FIFA is aiding Argentina? Did you watch the matches? I just like to slander. I just like to make jokes. Yeah, I saw this. Is so funny. We'll cover this in a second. The comparison, top performing player in East Staff for every World Semi-Cup finalist. That's insane. That's insane. But it also kind of makes sense. I mean, objectively, like I guess these are more stacked, right? LeBron in 2018. Okay. All right, let's move on.
Spain's 19-year-old star Lamine Yamal.
Oh, the restaurant owners are not black? So I got fake news. This is the owner. He's not black, and it says it bothers him that they prohibit him from using. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Well, that makes a lot more sense. I thought it was one of like the 8 black people. Someone duped me. I mean, it'd still be fucking insane regardless. But 2017 iDubbbz ass opinions. I mean, it's dude. Argentina moment. Argentina moment. Argentina moment. I'm not. Look, let's just move on from the story, please.
Could be Messi's final World Cup match, giving the player many consider the greatest of all time one more chance to add another World Cup trophy to his legendary career.
And in a summer of dramatic finishes, historic moments, and record-breaking Sunday showdown is expected to be no exception, with a crowd anticipated of more than 80,000 people in New Jersey to watch Argentina take on Spain.
Wow. Wow.
It is going down. Oh, thank you.
Defending champion Argentina defeated England 2-1 at the World Cup semi-final on Wednesday. It was the latest chapter in a long-running feud.
Whole country watching the game because none of them have jobs. Okay, that's ruthless. Okay, now we're just being mean to every Argentinian person for things that are completely outside of their power. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's not their fault. You know what I mean?
Feud that has transcended the pitch to encompass British control over the disputed Falkland Islands, which Argentina calls the Malvinas, claiming them as its sovereign territory. That feud spilled onto the pitch on Wednesday, when during celebrations fans held a banner with the words "Las Malvinas son Argentinas," or "The Falkland Islands are Argentine." The same banner was held by Argentina's Giovanni Lo Celso during celebrations. The British government has urged governing body FIFA to investigate Argentina's soccer team over the banner. The team could face disciplinary action from FIFA for violating rules banning political messaging on the field. The feud between Argentina and England goes back to 1982, when Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, triggering a 2-month war. The conflict, which was won by Britain, saw the death of 255 British servicemen, 3 islanders, and 649 Argentines, many of them young conscripts under-resourced and outgunned by the British Army. It has also loomed large in Argentine soccer since one of history's greatest players, Diego Maradona, led Argentina to victory over England in an epic 1986 World Cup quarter-final, with his notorious Hand of God goal, the memory of which still leaves many British fans wincing.
Oh, this is pretty crazy. Mamdani watched the World Cup semifinals with Rikers Island prisoners, and people got really mad about it because they're just fucking awful human beings in general. This is a very cool thing that Mamdani's doing, you know, humanizing people that are oftentimes the most overlooked individuals in society.
66, you have 1 star rule, you can shoot it there.
It's a phenomenal thing to do. This is one of his. Oh man, this is unironically one of his best qualities. Straight up. Please come to Florida for Oliver Larkin rally. Thanks. Okay, guys, I don't know when that's happening, but that's, you know.
I hope that this shares with people who are incarcerated here on Rikers that they too are a part of New York City. The World Cup has been a magical moment for the entire city. These are New Yorkers, and they will be New Yorkers when they get out of Rikers. They're New Yorkers today, and I wanted to make sure that we can celebrate this moment together.
Messi, World Cup, I guarantee you. Woo! You know he's not a sports fan.
Of course, criminals would be in favor of that other criminal, Lionel Messi. Wow, that took me 35 seconds to drop all of my morals and principles.
Get our drinks on and stuff like that. That's okay though. We gotta eat on, so that was good though. You know what I'm saying? So we can stop eating food that we don't really get has. And you know what I'm saying? Like with me, I've been locked up 21 months, so it's been a long time since I had real food like that.
That's so sad.
These two teams are rivals for decades, and can it get any better than this?
Give him life. Okay, chill.
President Trump is set to give a prime.
We're going to be covering that in a little bit. But before we get to that, before we get to situation monitoring, as always, obviously we got to talk about Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump is going to deliver another speech tonight. And boy, oh boy, are we excited. Is it going to be about is it going to be an announcement that he's ending this unnecessary war that has destroyed global energy markets? No, of course not. Is it going to be a speech talking about how he's going to handle the inflation crisis? Of course, it's not going to be about that. Is it going to be about blaming transgender people, for example? Shockingly, it's not going to be about that either. And you might be thinking, okay, is it an announcement that we're going to war with Cuba? No, it's not. And if any of you actually turned around and guessed, it will be about addressing how the 2020 election was stolen 6 years after the fact and somehow tie it to a foreign country, you would have guessed it right. We are living in the dumbest country on the planet. We are living through the stupidest timeline. We are in the hell world timeline. Everything gets dumber and dumber every single day. Give it up, brother, please. You won again. You already won. Why? Why is this still happening? Why? Oh my God. Everyone's got diarrhea and everyone is living under a fascist rulership. It is so awful.
Time address tonight on what he calls election integrity. He continues to make unproven claims about the 2020 election, and Democrats fear he could be seeking to undermine the midterms. Weijia Jiang is at the White House for us this morning. Weijia, what is this all about?
Good morning, Vlad. Good morning to everybody. Well, President Trump's primetime speech comes at...
No, it's not about the ballroom. I wish it was about the ballroom. Somehow this is even dumber than the ballroom and also more worrisome than the ballroom because the ballroom is just costly. It's expensive. It's a silly vanity project for Donald Trump. This is an argument that the Trump administration is going to use to literally target political dissidents, claim that they are tied to foreign adversaries like China, like Venezuela, and he is going to use this to try and justify some kind of electioneering that will take place illegally in the midterm elections where he knows he's going to lose by insane margins because everybody hates him because he sucks. This is another gear turning in the direction of fascism. Due process was a pivotal part of this, okay? The First Amendment is another pivotal part of this, and the election integrity is like the three pillars that remain. Obviously, he's trying to tackle the court system, which is holding on by a thread. They've already engineered this process in the court system where they have they've appointed so many Republican judges and justices that the courts are already broken, right? But there are still some Republican conservative judges who are just like, honestly, this is a bridge too far every now and then. And there's still certain tenets in the Constitution that we abide by, all of which is hanging on by a thread. Like I said, due process is one of them. The First Amendment is another one. Birthright almost went away. It's all systems go. He is dismantling what remains of the American system. He is dismantling what remains of the American system. Okay. July 25th and August 8th are DSA canvas kickoffs for Oliver Larkin. We at the campaign would love to have Hasan come knock on doors with us. Recent Moscow's mailer makes him look worried as he's boldest statement that only eccentrics like him can win. Okay, we'll figure it out, chatters. Okay, I love you guys. Keep fighting the good fight, but now is not the time, okay? Anyway, let's get back to what Donald Trump is saying and doing.
As he pushes Congress to pass the Save America Act, which aims to toughen election laws. CBS News has learned that part of tonight's address will include new claims of Chinese meddling in U.S. elections.
President Trump is promising major revelations in tonight's address.
It doesn't get bigger because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country.
Sources familiar with the matter tell CBS News that Trump will raise allegations that China compromised U.S. voter data and evidence that the CIA withheld details from Trump during his first term.
We will never give up.
By the way, just complete nut house over here, okay? It's just made up. You're making this stuff up. I don't know how else to explain it to you, okay? Are foreign countries trying to interfere in our elections? I'm certain that they are, whether it be Russia or Israel that gets to do it basically legally and above board for some weird reason, or China, or, I mean, definitely not. But like foreign countries try to meddle in our elections, it makes sense, okay? We are the most powerful country on the planet. We are the hegemonic superpower. Of course, foreign adversaries are going to try to interfere in our election. The problem is, at least for Donald Trump, there is no evidence that that meddling has been successful. It has not been able to undermine the American election integrity. What are you talking about? We do it to them. They try to do it to us. But what you have to look at is the outcome. You have to look at what the actual impact is. You can't just be like, oh, well, they tried to do it, so I guess, the elections were stolen. First of all, every American election is technically stolen because we can sell our American elections. All of our politicians are bought and sold. Shouts out to Citizens United. There's one happening right now in Michigan that we're paying close attention to. Israel and numerous other corporate entities are trying to buy that seat for Haley Stevens, literally in broad daylight. It is a theft that's taking place. It is undermining the democratic process. It's subverting democracy in real time. So the reality of the matter is, if we want to get truly theoretical about this, okay, if we want to get truly theoretical, if we want to look at the actual situation, all of the elections are stolen because you can buy them. Okay, you can buy them. You can buy elections. But if we're looking at the normal process, if we're looking at like voters, who they voted for, what kind of rigging took place, American elections have fairly high levels of integrity year after year. Millions of dollars are poured into studying these results to try to identify what kind of voter fraud is taking place, what kind of engineering is taking place behind closed doors. Donald Trump has spent a good deal of time and effort trying to prove that American elections were stolen from him in 2020. And all of those initiatives have failed because for all of our faults and all of our failures, the American election system is like fairly good. Okay? Doesn't matter if it's a Republican winning, doesn't matter if it's a Democrat winning. It's fairly, it has high levels of integrity. Okay? It's probably one of the last remaining resilient aspects of the theoretical American democracy that has never been truly achieved. Okay? Fairly good is debatable. No, it is. It is. It is. And it's very stupid to dispute that. I hate this argument. We can have a conversation about like, how free can your elections be, or how fair can your elections be if moneyed interests always win? Okay, but that's a totally separate story. As far as like you put your name on a ballot and you vote for a candidate, and then that candidate wins because they tabulate the results, and it turns out the candidate you voted for got more votes than the other candidate. On that part, the American election system is absolutely designed in a way that has higher levels of integrity than most other countries. I will stand by that. It's complex. It's complicated. There's numerous issues leading up to like who you get to vote for. There's a lot of people who try to dupe you. Okay. And states have their own processes, which is also a little bit frustrating, but probably better than to give the keys of the castle to Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, the American elections, with some notable exceptions like 2000, liable. Okay? If you're talking about the structural issues like the Electoral College, then I'm with you. But if you're talking about you cast your ballot and then it's tabulated and then the guy who got more votes wins, with the exception of the 2000 election, it's a fairly reliable process. One of the best in the world, let's be real. 2000 was stolen, though. George W. Bush absolutely stole that election. But it's neither here nor there. That's not what we're talking about, okay? Yes, the procedural integrity of the American electoral system is very reliable and very strong. One of the best. But of course, Donald Trump is still, because he's such a petty little petulant child, man-child, narcissistic tyrant, a despot, he has to constantly act as though the elections or the 2020 election was stolen from him.
We will never concede.
Trump has long claimed without proof that the 2020 presidential election was rigged. But in 2021, the U.S. intelligence community assessed with high confidence that China did not try to interfere with or influence the outcome of the election. On Wednesday,
who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do this with you.
Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer?
Also, to say that China wanted Trump over Biden or Biden over Trump is really stupid, because both candidates at the time were unbelievably, there was functionally no difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And now I would go so far as say Trump has unironically become a better president, a better American president by Chinese needs. If we're just looking at a president for China and Chinese interests, then Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time for China. That's why Chinese netizens call him Donald Trump, the great nation builder for China. And look, I want America to do well, and I want America to do right by Americans, and I want America to do right by the rest of the world. Okay? But let's be real. If you were not an American citizen at all, and maybe even hated America for all of the pain that it's dealt all around the world, you're probably looking at Donald Trump and going, look, he's a fucking asshole, but he is really diminishing America's force projection capabilities. He's really diminishing America's status as the hegemonic superpower around the world. It's probably pretty great if you are excited about the downfall of America, right? Look, more people around the world now favor China over the U.S., Pew study suggests. Why would they hate this? Why would they hate this? Donald Trump has destroyed the goodwill that America built around the world with its soft power initiatives, with its Marshall Plan, while it was simultaneously destroying the planet, ironically enough, while we were, on the one hand, destroying the planet and destroying the integrity of other countries and their sovereignty, constantly waging war. We were also giving a lot of money to a lot of people while installing fascist puppet dictatorships all around the world. But we were doing all that when we had Hollywood. And that obviously played a role in the way that people saw America as a force for good. Donald Trump has destroyed that, especially with the U.S. aid cuts and numerous other initiatives, specifically going after America's pivotal allies, the vassalized European states. And now China, by the very nature of not being America, is actually gaining favor all around the world. U.S. has fallen behind China in public opinion across 20 countries, percentage each year with a favorable opinion. And it's not like China's doing a tremendous amount of work to get to this status. A big part of the reason is because they see China as a rising power and not doing the things that America did to rise to power and what America did to continue carrying on its power all around, continuing to carry on its domination all around the world. That is literally why people are looking at China more favorably, because they're like, okay, they just make the toys and the components that we need, and they don't really do much else. It's awesome. They're stable, as opposed to America that yields instability. After a decade of creating chaos and instability around the world, of course, people are going to inevitably point the finger of blame at you. They're going to start to change their mindset on what your position as the hegemonic superpower actually means for the rest of the world.
Answer this question: to have to indulge the president's delusions.
Democrats grilled the president's nominee for Director of National Intelligence, Jay Clayton, about the race during his confirmation hearing. Clayton stopped short of acknowledging Biden won.
Senator, I'm not an election denier. Joe Biden was certified as the president of the United States.
Vice President J.D. Vance said the administration will accept the results of the upcoming mid.
Yeah, that's such a funny and such a strange cop-out answer too. Oh, he was certified as the president. Okay, did he win the election, or was the election stolen and then the certification process took place? Like, just say he won the election. Why? How is this a difficult answer, man? I don't understand it. It's not that difficult. You're a fucking adult. Everyone's a goddamn adult. This is what's so annoying to me. Okay? What's so annoying to me about this entire process is they know the truth. These people know better. Okay? They know better. They know better. They know exactly what's going on. It's another thing that annoys me about like the Israel situation, right? Like, people know what the fuck is happening and how untenable this is. And yet they're just fearful. They're fearful of moneyed interest coming in and, like, I don't know, ruining their reelection chances potentially. But like, they have to lie. They have to lie. And in this case, he has to sit there. He has to sit there and act as though there's any credibility to the notion that Donald Trump actually won the 2020 election, but it was stolen from him. Why does he have to do that? Because these guys are not getting appointed to these seats of power for competency. They're getting appointed for loyalty. Loyalty to Donald Trump, no matter how silly those demands may be.
Term elections.
But we also think we have to do everything that we can to discourage cheating.
But Democrats say they are worried Trump is setting the stage to undermine the results.
They know they can't win the election fair and square. So we don't put it past them to try whatever they can.
In response to our reporting that President Trump will bring up new claims of Chinese election interference, the White House says anonymous sources are speculating. But the truth is, no one knows what he will say, which is why, quote, everyone.
All right, Weijia, thank you very much.
Garrett.
Caroline, welcome back.
Good to see you.
Likewise. So to the degree that this speech tonight is about elections past, not elections upcoming, the 2020 election has had dozens of recounts, laws.
White House previews President Trump's national address on election integrity. Oh, my fucking Lord. This shit. Bro, what are we going to do, man? What are we going to do? Oh, my God. By the way, this is yet another clear-cut example that if, like, voting was irrelevant and if elections were irrelevant, if voting was irrelevant, and if there was, like, no way that you could implement any change whatsoever through the electoral process, these guys wouldn't be taking it away, okay? This is a fundamental principle that Black Americans understand, okay? They had to fucking fight super hard to get that right, okay? People died for that shit. Obviously, the system is designed in this unbelievably distorted way where moneyed interest always wins out. But if, here we go, living out again. Dude, come on. Why? Okay, answer my fucking question. Answer my question. If your vote didn't matter at all, why would they, one, choose to rig the system to begin with? And two, why would they be actively working to undermine the process? I'm not saying we are going to have a revolution, a socialist revolution by voting, okay? Oh, vote extra hard. Vote at the ballot box. But to just cast it all aside, to act as though there is no change that can come through this process as it still exists is insane, okay? Had two Brits LARPing as Americans crying to me about how elections are pointless, that the system is too broken to fix and we just need to tear it all down. Yeah. It's only one aspect of a multifaceted approach. I'm not saying stop doing direct action, stop organizing outside of the electoral system. It's just one part of it, okay? It's one part of it. It's one part of a much larger battle, a much larger and much longer struggle. People get so caught up in this. I agree. If you're reading this, base bill with your neighbor touch grass. Okay, thank you, chatter. Motherfuckers here go vote and instantly do this meme. Yes, I know. It's so goddamn annoying. It's so goddamn annoying that people think like, this is what I'm saying, okay? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm implying. That like, just vote, shut the fuck up, and don't do anything else, okay? Do not do anything else. Look, man, the reality of the matter is our enemies, our class enemies, our enemies in positions of power are enemies that own and have consolidated tremendous amounts of wealth and power understand the system better than you do, better than we do. Okay? That's why they are dumping boatloads of money in the Abdul al-Sayed race, for example. They recognize how important it is to make sure that that seat, a Senate seat, the upper chamber, is not lost to the democratic process. Okay? They recognize that. You might not, but they recognize it. And that's why they always win. Okay? That's why they always win. They're not wasting $50 million on that fucking seat. You think rich people throw their money away like that? That's not how they got rich. They know. I know that people think like, oh, who gives a shit? This is electoralism, it's bourgeois democracy, but like, you just don't understand. You unfortunately do not recognize the severity. Voting is how the system sustains its legitimacy. Yes, but also at the same time, there are small changes that can lead to massively consequential differences in the lives of tens of millions of people or hundreds of millions of people all around the world. Tens of millions of people in America, hundreds of millions of people in America, or even a billion people. Okay? It still matters. That's why I always say it's the least consequential, most impactful thing you can do. Okay? Logs, please. What is this? Logs, please. Platform Black Voices, Lemao. They only call it libbing out when you're talking about black electoralism and our historic struggles. Voting is the only way we will ever get Medicare for all. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. But it's not the only part. It's not the only part, because simply voting for it is not going to let it happen either. It's not. No one is ever going to give up. No one is ever going to give up their seat of power. No one is ever going to give up their profits. Okay? It just doesn't work that way. But this is one consequential aspect of it, and that's precisely the reason why Donald Trump is trying to destroy it and dismantle it.
Lawsuits, audits, 2024 election widely believed to be safe and secure. There's not really any question about that. A lot of people
because
look at
it was
this.
too big to rig.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this
There's a
and
massive amount of votes for this president. That's why he's in the Oval Office right now.
No one disputes that, and there were a significant amount of votes for Joe Biden. The question is, why is the president unable to let this go?
Well, first of all, Garrett, I think part of the problem is that the media has refused to acknowledge that tens of millions of Americans across the country share the concerns of this president about the sanctity.
Oh, dude, shit, my bad. Okay, tens of millions of people across the country also think Jesus Christ is going to come back to life, and then they're all going to get harponzoed into the heavens. So I guess we got to take that shit seriously, too. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, a lot of Americans are fucking cattle, especially Trump voters and Trump supporters. Who gives a fuck what they think? What do you mean? You can't legitimize an insane claim just because the people who follow your fucking cultish president believe in that claim. Hello? What the hell is going on? Also, you guys don't give a fuck about a million different things that 100 million Americans care about, whether it be protecting abortion rights, whether it be the punishing people who are affiliates of Jeffrey Epstein, whether it be holding Israel accountable, punishing ICE agents. You don't give a shit about any of that. Oh, well, sorry. We got a lot of fans of the president who think the election was stolen, and they're very concerned. So we got to take this shit seriously 6 years after the fact. God damn, dude. Fuck.
Of our elections. And your premise of your question, you're jumping ahead to a conclusion in this speech before even hearing it yourself. I think that everyone should tune in tonight, including the people in this room, and you should report on the president's speech and the findings that he is going to reveal in this speech with a little bit of honesty and a little bit of integrity, because it will shock you if you have an honest eye listening to the president tonight, and everything he is saying will be backed by facts and by evidence that will be provided this evening. And again, Garrett, I think all Americans, Democrat, Republican, should agree that we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We should have the safest and most secure elections in the history of the world. And what the president will be speaking about tonight will show you that perhaps that is not the case, and we need to make some adjustments moving forward, including the Save America Act, as Rachel pointed out, is a key legislative priority for this president on Capitol Hill, and he wants to see all senators and members of Congress voting in favor of the Save America Act, because it's crucially important as we move forward. Aisha.
McCarthy 2.0 dropping tonight. It already started dropping. here's a couple things that I think are very dangerous, and then here's a couple things that I think will be helpful for us, at least on the left. My suspicion is the American government has started moving on a lot of people that they're claiming are wealthy benefactors of the American communist movement, or what exists of the American communist movement. They already arrested, the Spanish government already arrested Fergie Chambers, I believe his name is. Fergie Chambers, who is he's like a famous, super wealthy guy from the Cox family. I believe he has like $250 million or something. He's an interesting dude, right? I don't know him. I know of him, but he has been a major move, pro-Palestinian causes all around the world, right? He took his family money. He denounced the family. He said, fuck you guys. I'm a communist, all this stuff. And here's the thing. The American government arrested him, got him to be arrested in Spain when he was on a family trip. And now they're demanding his extradition to the United States of America. So this is one aspect of this. And they're basically claiming that he is James Fergie Chambers, transferred from Ibiza to Madrid, step closer to extradition. James Fergie Chambers has been transferred to a maximum security facility in Madrid, one step closer to extradition to the U.S. Chambers faces dubious charges by the Trump Department of Justice, federal charges of international money laundering with the intent to provide material support to and resources to foreign terrorist organizations, could result in up to 30 years of imprisonment. Family and friends of Fergie call on his supporters to phone and email their country's Spanish embassy, demand no extradition and his release. Okay, it's insane. This dude has been funding a lot of pro-Palestinian charities all around the world, and that's the reason, as an American citizen, he's doing this. That's the reason why they're coming after him. Okay, they're saying that he's a terrorist. He's like offering material support to terrorist groups. And it's total fraudulent charges, but it's a huge, in my opinion, it's a huge deal because it's they're starting to move on a lot of these people. Okay, so there's also the NSPM7 ordeal with the American Counterterrorism Initiative, and we're obviously going to get to that as well.
It's called a national
security. But before we talk about that, I want to briefly touch on this because it ties back to what Trump is trying to do with China and election interference. My suspicion is, well, number one, the fact that Spain is collaborating with the American government on this is crazy. Okay, it's totally ridiculous. We just got PSO'd again. Okay, so Pedro, what the fuck are you doing? That's ridiculous. I thought you guys were really invested in the pro-Palestine movement. The Fergie Chambers guy's a real tweaker. He was the guy who was claiming for weeks that the Bondi Beach shooting in Australia was a false flag. I know. Does it fucking matter? Yes, he's a little bit of a weirdo. Who gives a shit, dude? I don't give a fuck. What are we talking about? Oh, well, I guess it's, lock his ass up then. I don't know him. I've only heard of him. And this is the type of guy who will say that I am a sheepdog for the fucking, neoliberal Zionist Democratic Party. I'm an imperialist. It doesn't fucking matter to me because I can understand that even people that I disagree with getting fucking arrested like this are totally, it's a significant move in the direction of fascism. Okay. An administration that comes after this dude like this, especially a wealthy guy, is easily going to come after all of you as well. Okay? Like, this has nothing to do with my own personal opinions about Fergie Chambers. Okay? This has nothing to do with my own personal opinion. It doesn't matter. It's not even secondary. It's utterly irrelevant. It's utterly immaterial to the grand scheme of things. Okay? Yeah, the Fergie Chambers extradition case is what I and lots of other people have been yelling about for the last few years. Administrative or legal systems in the U.S. is created to use abroad are coming for you. Sanctions are coming for you. Terrorism designations are coming. Denaturalization is coming. Retroactive decisions about every part of your legal identity are coming. The big legal effort now by the government is to make the foreign and domestic more and more permeable so the frontier downrange, the sandbox, Indian country is everywhere. Yeah, Nikhil Paul Singh absolutely nailed it. Trump's real innovation has been to marry the archaic geopolitics of a settler empire to the modern legal frameworks devised by his liberal predecessors. This is all you need to know. And because America is all around the world all the time, there's not really anywhere you can go. You can't go to Spain. Spain is supposed to be a woke country, right? You can't be a fucking son of a billionaire with like $250 million in your bank account and fucking fly to Spain without the American government deciding you're going to prison now. If they can do that to that guy, you're fucked. I'm fucked. We're all fucked. This is terrifying, especially considering that a lot of the surveillance systems and a lot of the internet that we all use internationally is run by American corporations that have backdoors to American state surveillance agencies. So it doesn't take much for them to track whatever the fuck they want to track and decide that there's sufficient fake evidence that they can materialize out of nowhere to decide that you're actually a criminal. Meanwhile, there's still fucking LARPers in the chat fearless with their taxes then. Oh my fucking God, dude. Oh, based, brother. Based. You're so based. Thank you for being based. We're talking about the fucking modern Fourth Reich with nuclear arms that is capable of surveilling you all around the world and managing other governments and interfering in the affairs of other governments and trying to get other governments to do the bidding of the American state. And you're over here being like, yeah, you should just stop paying taxes, dude. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I should just go to prison ahead of time. I should just go to prison ahead of time. There's no, I'll do them a favor. Yeah, let me go ahead and give the IRS an excuse, the federal government an excuse to arrest me for good reason instead of an invented one that they will inevitably find, okay? Things in the Western liberal capitalist world are changing at an alarming pace, and no one is aware of it, okay? I've been yelling about this for years at this point. Liberalism is over. Fascism is coming, and to a certain degree, depending on what class of citizen you are, fascism is already here, okay? What's happening today to undocumented migrants is going to happen to you tomorrow. Your documentation, your citizenship status will not matter. We're here. It's happening. Wake the fuck up and alert your friends and your family and your neighbors and start organizing. Okay? I suspect that, yes, PSL and groups like that will get designated as terrorist groups, DSA 2 probably. It's like this conference, I was watching clips of this conference. It's fucking terrifying, dude. It is so worrisome for the First Amendment, for political organizing in this country, and people don't realize it. Anyway, Ida Chavez says the Trump administration is trying to extradite Fergie Chambers to the U.S. and imprison him for up to 30 years for the crime of using his wealth to help Palestine and those suffering genocide in Gaza. Have any progressive members of Congress commented on this overt act of political repression? Schumer and Jeffries doing nothing? Yeah, I don't expect Schumer and Jeffries to do anything, but I expect at least like some of the more progressive members of Congress to wake up to the reality that they are in the crosshairs too. If they're not going to do this out of a principled stance against fascism, they should do this for self-interest. There is a self-interested argument here as well. Now, this moves me into the second part of this equation. The Trump administration doesn't really give a fuck about communism. They don't really care about the DSA. Okay? Matter of fact, they might even like some of the members of DSA, like Zoran Mamdani. They want to do this to every dissident. Okay? They want to do this to every dissident. They're not a anti-communist stance here. They think every liberal is a communist. Communism doesn't mean what you think it means. Communism doesn't mean the end state of a different economic organization of society by way of socialism, where we arrive at a classless, moneyless, borderless society. That's not what they're thinking. What they're thinking is anyone that actually is even remotely to our left is an enemy of the state. They're not us. They need to go to perma-jail. That's what it is. It's a catch-all terminology for Nancy Pelosi and myself. Okay? This is important to understand. And given the severity of the crisis and how much more how much more pain Americans withstand. One day, even if you like the government right now, which, none of you in here do, but you might have family members who like the government right now and everything that Trump is doing right now. One day they won't. And then they will be in the crosshairs. Okay? This is important to understand. So to the Democrats, I say, if you think that this is just going to take care of your problems in the short term, the problems that you're foreseeing from the growth of the socialist movement and the DSA candidates that are making your jobs a lot harder because now you actually have to legislate. Now you actually have to put the needs of the masses first. If that's like if you're like secretly excited, Neera Tanden, you're going to prison too. Okay? Like, this is what I mean. Third Way, Center for American Progress. These groups think that the Trump administration is doing a wonderful job going after these disgusting commies, okay? What they don't realize is the Trump administration finds them to be enemies of the state as well. As a matter of fact, probably more people in the Trump administration hate those guys and the liberals that have controlled the Democratic Party than they do people like myself. So this is the other side of the story. They are going to say that China tried to steal the election. I suspect they'll try to tie this back to Roy Singham, the guy we talked about before, the wealthy guy that lives in China. And this is going to be their sufficient reasoning for trying to prosecute PSL and all these other groups, these front organizations. And then they'll try to extend it to Democratic Socialists of America as well. And they won't stop there. They'll say that all of the votes in Georgia, for example, for the John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock special election were also fake and phony. They'll try to, overturn those results, which I'm just spitballing here. But basically, they're going to say that there's this grand conspiracy that ties, the Communist Party of China to American socialist movements and organizations, and that extends all the way into the Democratic Party as well. And if the Democrats think that this takes care of the insurgency problem that they're experiencing right now, where voters in the Democratic primaries are excitedly voting for Democratic Socialists or, DSA aligned candidates, if they think that this is going to help their goals of maintaining the duopoly, their goals of maintaining the bipartisan nature of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and their singular focus on defending Israel, for example, they're fucking stupid. McCarthyism is coming back. My hope is that liberals will wake up to the reality and be on the right side this time. Okay? Because if it's socialism or barbarism, I don't think liberals want to live in a world where fascism is the norm. I know that some will. I know that some will be collaborators, but I still believe that the overwhelming majority of self-identifying liberals, hopefully, will not want to exist in this space. They hate these people. Trump is not popular enough to do this, but it doesn't matter, chatter. What you don't understand is Trump is not popular enough to do this. But guess what? This is not the actions of a strong state anyway. Only weak governments and weak states and weak movements engage in this kind of action, engage in this kind of repression. I've seen it. I've seen it with Erdogan in Turkey. That's what's going on. Viktor Orban in Hungary, Vladimir Putin in Russia, Erdogan in Turkey. These are the actions of a state that is engaging in repression because they no longer have the mandate. They might have at some point, but they no longer do. And they recognize that. So it's an act of desperation to maintain some kind of law and order by using the most militant aspects of the state to repress any kind of political dissent that ranges from, again, Nancy Pelosi to people like myself. Yes, animals are the most dangerous when they're cornered. Here's one dangerous animal who says, the NSPM-7 will lead to debanking, defunding, and disruption of left-wing political terrorists that are operating in our country.
President Trump issued a directive in our parlance. It's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM-7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country.
Dude, it's fucking genuinely terrifying. I mean, this is all systems go. I've been ringing the alarm bells alongside Ken Klippenstein on this stuff already, but they are going to try to tie, I think, the international left movement back to, because there's no domestic terrorism statute. That doesn't mean that they can't prosecute people under a terrorism definition regardless, which they have done so, like in the case of the Prairieland 5, right? Or 8, sorry. These guys were setting up fireworks outside of a detention facility where non-citizens were being housed or being detained. Cops show up. One of the guys has a gun, shoots back at the cop. Cop survives. They arrested every single person that not only was there and prosecuted every single person as a part of an Antifa terror cell, but they prosecuted every single person, including a guy who wasn't even there, and they threw the book at him. He's going to prison for 30 years for simply carrying magazines. Not magazines for a gun, by the way, like actual literary magazines. 30 fucking years. Like, it's understandable. Yeah, zines, lefty zines. It's understandable that, like, there is going to be some prosecution for a guy who shoots a fucking cop, okay? I'm sorry. That's just how the law works. That's understandable, okay? It's going to happen. But the very fact that every single person is considered an accessory to that crime, regardless of their level of involvement, including people who weren't there, is insane, okay? It's fucking insane. So it turns out, regardless of the lack of domestic terrorism statutes that exist in the United States of America, because it directly contradicts the First Amendment, our criminal justice system is currently operating as though there is a statute, okay? It's not reasonable that Song got 100 years. He literally saved someone's life. Guys, I'm not talking about how long his sentence is, okay? I'm not discussing how long his sentence is. I'm saying, of course, there's going to be people that are prosecuted if a fucking cop gets shot, even if it's an act of self-defense by the person who shot the cop, okay? I'm saying it's understandable that there was a prosecution that took place in that instance, okay? What's not appropriate in any way, shape, or form is not only the long sentences that they got, but also the fact that there are people who were not even there. One of the girls who got 50 years literally picked up the trash from their fireworks. She's 30 years old. Her whole life is gone. People are completely oblivious to what's going on. The feds are reviving a Nixon-era counterterrorism framework that hasn't been used in decades. Trump summons poltergeist to go after opponents. This was 2 days ago. Out Iran diplomacy in diplomatic summit, rooting out left-wing political terrorism. Okay? This is from 2 days ago. I'm sure Ken will write extensively on today's counterterrorism summit that's taking place. The resurgence of political terrorism is the summit.
Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon. Last November,
yeah, they are going to. There's no domestic terror statute. Because there's no domestic terrorism statute, because it directly contradicts the First Amendment, what they're trying to do is claim that any leftist with an internationalist framework, any leftist that's any left group that is, against America's actions in Cuba, against Americans' actions in Gaza, against Americans' actions in Iran, and liberals too, are technically a part of this broad, all-encompassing foreign terror cell. Okay? That's what they're trying to do. They are trying to whip up any kind of restraint that Americans are demanding for its unbelievably militaristic foreign policy apparatus as a significant threat to the interests of the state as terrorists. Okay?
Boundary.
Here is, in Political Terrorism Summit, Treasury Secretary alleges a new operation alliance between international Marxism and radical Islamist movements.
Are now giving way to new operational alliances. The unified front between international Marxism and radical Islamic movements need not share the same ultimate vision to share the same immediate enemy of free and self-governing societies. That convergence should concern every government represented in this room.
Yeah, there's 65 governments that have signed on board for this, by the way, just so you understand.
These terrorists understand and
yeah, this also obviously, considering that many people organize on the internet and they can still maintain a sense of anonymity on the internet, what do you have to do? You have to make sure that everyone is de-anonymized, that there is no more anonymity on the internet. Where do you think the ID laws are coming from? All around the world. This is a part of it. They want to make sure that they surveil you every step of the way, no matter where you go. Okay? They start off with these digital IDs. They can identify you on the internet, and they can designate you as a terrorist. And because the terrorism statute in this country is specifically designed to be all-encompassing, it's specifically designed to take away your due process rights, anyone that is declared a terrorist can be prosecuted like that. Evidence is not necessary. Real evidence is not necessary. A real crime does not need to take place. They can just determine that you are a criminal because you are a terrorist. America did this in the global war on terror to random Muslims all around the world. They would just black bag people, put them in CIA black sites and torture them, and then ship them to Gitmo and continue torturing them.
enduring truth. Societies are rarely subverted from afar until they have first been weakened from within. Meanwhile,
isn't this way worse than McCarthyism by like 1,000? Yes, because technological advancements have made it so that people can organize anonymously on the internet, or people can let their opinions be known on the internet anonymously under the guise of anonymity. But that also has made it so that there are new mechanisms of surveillance as well. Okay? This is a real emergency. And my fear is most people are utterly oblivious to it. Part of the reason why is because Democrats that are also a part of the intelligence apparatus think that the intelligence community is infallible, and they like this shit, and they think that the intelligence community is not moving in this fascist direction. Straight up. Because there are Democrats in the intelligence community as well. There's literally CIA Democrats, for example. But they also think that these kinds of actions are appropriate and good. They are not thinking about how this is going to inevitably be used against them. This might literally be our last shot, our last chance before complete fascist takeover, using all of the available tools that technology has given them, where your thoughts can be analyzed and determined to be dangerous, where you can be arrested literally, like in the way that conservatives, you know, how they used to exaggerate and be like, thought crimes, like it's coming. Like that's real. Considering that advertisers already know exactly how to map out a psychographic profile to figure out exactly when you're more likely to pay more for an American burger from McDonald's, they can use similar AI-based technologies to map out if you are having bad thoughts against the government, and determine that you're a threat to the state, determine that you're a terrorist, and decide to prosecute you and throw you in jail. That is the new design, and people are completely oblivious to it. Terrifying prospect. And it doesn't just, by the way, this is, if you want to understand how this is going to be impactful across the board, if you think that this is just going to be like, you know, lefty losers, communists or whatever, make no mistake. I've seen the terrorism designation. I've covered it extensively on this broadcast. Okay? I covered the terrorism designation on this broadcast. It's all encompassing. They say anti-American behavior, anti-family behavior is considered a telltale marker for terrorism. Okay? So it's not just going to be people like us. It's going to be the fucking people that tune into the pod John. It's going to be people, grandmothers, grandfathers that go out and protest at a No Kings rally. But if you think that's wrong, they're already adding additional statutes. The Marco Rubio-led summit tomorrow will unveil a new terror designation for militant anti-tech and anti-Semitic networks. That's right. U.S. is targeting anti-tech, pro-Iranian, and anti-Semitic networks with new 3-letter designation. So first it was just like anti-Christian behavior, right? Anti-family behavior, anti-American behavior. But now, if you have an opinion on a data center being built in your backyard, which as we know is not a partisan issue at all, it is the most nonpartisan issue. Israel and data centers are some of the most across the board nonpartisan issues that Americans are facing right now. As a matter of fact, given that it's oftentimes being built in rural neighborhoods and rural communities, there are a lot of Republicans who fucking hate this shit. Now they will be considered far left terrorists. America's waging war with Iran. Overwhelming majority of Americans are against it. But if you organize, if you demonstrate against the war in Iran that the overwhelming majority of Americans are against, you're a terrorist. Well, what do? You look at the polling. What? You are 1,000% bailing out the AI corporations? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the government. If you're anti-war, you're a terrorist. If you're anti-data centers being built in your backyard, you're a terrorist. If you're anti-Israel, you're a terrorist. That's the future we're looking at. Eventually, I mean, if you're anti-capitalist, you're a terrorist, obviously. If you're against flock cameras, you're a terrorist. If you're against mass surveillance, you're a terrorist. If you're against companies placing the interests of profits over the interests of the people, you're an anti-capitalist, and therefore, you guessed it, you're a terrorist. If you're trans, you're a terrorist, obviously, the biggest. States' talking points drop any pretense that this is a politically neutral endeavor. Officials are instructed to rely on the following talking points per the leaked documents. We go where the threat is. Political terrorism is resurgent, and the far-left terrorism specifically poses a unique and distinctive threat today. Addressing and defeating that is the focus of the ministerial. The United States has observed a concerning convergence between violent far-left and anarchist networks and other violent extremist actors, including violent pro-Iranian and anti-Semitic networks, as well as militant anti-tech and eco-terrorist movements. This is a trend we are monitoring closely and engaging partners to address. The ministerial will focus world attention on the resurgence of political terrorism and bring together the United States and foreign partners to address the terrorist actors, particularly far-left terrorist networks operating across Europe, Asia, the Western Hemisphere, and beyond, and focus on improving coordination, information sharing, and practical law enforcement cooperation to counter political terrorism, including violent far-left attacks on law enforcement, critical infrastructure, political figures, and state institutions. Political terrorism is resurgent, particularly among far-left terrorist networks that have grown more sophisticated. They leverage decentralized cell structures, encrypted communications, and transnational coordination to carry out attacks on rail, energy, and telecommunications infrastructure, as well as targeted violence against political figures and their families. When has this happened? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The only time where there have been coordinated attacks, or at least like lone wolf attacks that are triggered, they come from Telegram, and they're far-right white nationalist neo-Nazis. ESO, you're looking at Order of Nine Angles, that's far-right. And they're shooting up mosques. They're trying to kill black and brown people. If you're looking at attacks on the infrastructure, attacks on critical infrastructure, again, that's Atomwaffen, another far-right neo-Nazi movement. None of these are communist movements. None of these are communist movements. And of course, obviously, the administration famously the DOJ deleted its own study from the website showing far more domestic terrorism is committed by far-right extremists. This was back in September 2025. In 2024 alone, there were 21 far-left and anarchist terrorist attacks in the EU, nearly matching the number of jihadist attacks that year. These are not isolated incidents, but a part of a sustained transnational campaign of political terrorism that is growing in sophistication and lethality, aimed at dismantling the foundations of self-governing societies. The Department of State is committed to confronting organized political violence, including from far-left terrorists and other aligned groups that engage in or support terrorist or criminal activities, economic sabotage, or support far-left terrorist-led violent actions. In support of this effort, the Department of the State is announcing a new visa restriction policy that targets members of far-left terrorists and other aligned groups who have supported or incited acts of terrorism, supported violent criminal activity, participated in economic sabotage, including against public and private property, financed, recruited, or provided logistical support for violent or criminal actions committed by far-left terrorists and other aligned groups, and or facilitated the convergence of far-left terrorists and other aligned networks for the purposes of economic sabotage. This policy will protect U.S. citizens and safeguard the American homeland by restricting entry of foreign nationals who finance, recruit, incite, or otherwise enable terrorist, violent, and criminal far-left terrorist networks, closing the visa pathways that far-left terrorists, blah, blah, blah. Look, this is a State Department enforcement, and that's precisely the reason why they're trying to say, like, oh, these are immigrants that are doing this. It starts with It starts with non-citizens on U.S. soil, both documented and undocumented. Okay? This is why they went after Mahmoud Khalil. Mahmoud Khalil has a wife that's an American citizen and a child that is an American citizen. Okay? Mahmoud Khalil himself is a legal permanent resident, a green card holder, one step removed from becoming a naturalized American citizen. But they went after him and they tried to remove his First Amendment protections, even though technically, if we're taking an honest look at the First Amendment, everyone on U.S. soil is covered by the First Amendment. Everyone, citizens and non-citizens alike, undocumented citizens and documented citizens alike. That is the law. That's the faithful interpretation and application of the law, right? But the administration has tremendous powers over non-citizens because the State Department can just like revoke visas and shit like that, which they tried to do for Mahmoud, okay? That was a huge test, and people did not comprehend how big of a test that was for the First Amendment. Because if we take away a piece of the protection that exists for the First Amendment, if we just decide that non-citizens, or rather green card holders, legal permanent residents, and documented non-citizens are no longer eligible to be protected under the First Amendment, then eventually it's going to move to documented and natural-born U.S. citizens and naturalized U.S. citizens as well. First, it'll be the undocumented migrants, which has already happened. Okay? Then it'll be the documented migrants, which almost happened with Mahmoud Khalil, and they're still trying to do that. Okay? Then it will be naturalized U.S. citizens that are on the verge of denaturalization. And then, lastly, it will be natural-born U.S. citizens. The administration is trying to jump ahead of the line all the time. The Trump administration tried to, by executive order, decide that birthright was not real. That's a stretch. You wake up, buddy. Wake up. It's happening. What are you talking about? The fucking Trump administration openly said birthright should not exist. There was a Supreme Court case that came close to destroying precedent designed in like 1868. What are you talking about? Precedent that has been defended legally over and over again for hundreds of years. What are you talking about? Do you not read the news? What do you think that is? If they were to take out birthright citizenship, they could then go back and retroactively start denaturalizing people that they decide are quote unquote birth tourists. You know, people like myself, they say I'm a birth tourist. That's the goal. You're a frog in a boiling pot and they keep increasing the temperature and you are unaware that you're boiling. Yeah, here is a little bit of a gift for Luigi Mangioni's defense, if we're being real, but the, Secretary of State is just calling him a fucking left-wing terrorist, blah, blah, blah. But we'll see what happens.
Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades. In Germany, far-left violence has jumped by more than 40% in just the last year alone. In Greece, more than 80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors. These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your God now?" A healthcare...
Literally an Order of Nine Angles hitter. Literally someone whose brain was broke. Again, transgender, so obviously that must be leftist. Dog. That was a far-right neo-Nazi network. The same network that shot up a fucking mosque in San Diego not that long ago.
Executed in cold blood in the streets. Multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president. And the murder of the greatest conservative activist of a generation. A man who happened to also be a husband and the father of 2 young children, shot and killed while speaking to a crowd.
Yeah, the gun also had fucking Nazi insignia on it.
Of students. This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself.
This is so fucked up, man. Yeah. And if you're anti-data center, you will be labeled a terrorist as well, just so you understand.
For the first
Yeah. The NSPM-7 embodies the infrastructure, the partnership, and the strategy to defeat the scourge of far-left terror.
Under President Trump, for the first time, the United States is building the infrastructure, the partnership, and the strategy to defeat the scourge of far-left terror. The President signed National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies. Under President Trump,
issued a directive.
Anyway, we're back to situation monitoring. Iran threatens to bring Houthis into war if Trump escalates.
Round-the-clock reality of this not-quite war, far from ceasefire.
I gotta pee.
U.S. forces once more striking Iran overnight. U.S. Central Command saying it was focusing on targets near the Strait of Hormuz, command centers, air defense, surveillance, and missiles and drones. Also, more hits on the port city of Chabahar, away from the strait on the Arabian Sea. President Trump overnight welcoming Iran's release of a U.S. dual citizen as a gesture of goodwill, but maintaining his renewed threat to attack civilian infrastructure, including power plants, as soon as next week.
I don't like giving deadlines, but they pretty much know. They know the story. They better behave.
Iran's military saying if those threats are carried out,
then everything that has so far remained intact due to Iran's restraint, namely all infrastructure across the region, will be smashed by the iron blows of the powerful armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, leaving no trace behind, as though it had never existed.
And the Reuters news agency today reporting that Iran's Houthi allies in Yemen have been instructed to resume their attacks on Red Sea shipping if Iranian infrastructure is hit. Iran threatening the global economy, the US threatening Iran's. A high-stakes game of chicken briefly averted by the two sides' agreement in June, now resumed. The United States back to blockading Iranian ports, striking an Iran-bound tanker on Iranian carriers once again seized up in the strait, forcing oil prices up more than 7% this week, with mounting fears of the economic effects of another long closure.
That is the first that I have ever heard of this particular story.
The U.S. Vice President telling the podcaster Joe Rogan that Iranian hardliners, fearful of losing leverage, were behind the resumed hostilities and blaming Israeli elements for hindering peace.
Logs vouch. What is this? McKinsey versus Harris overturned by it. Also shows viable precedent for Congress being able to designate certain acts, cough, cough, communist associations as counting as a reunification of citizenship for all types of citizens, therefore making a loophole in the requirement that citizenship is revoked only when voluntarily renounced. This combined with the first Red Scare precedent that still exists, establishing communist connections as proof of intent to overthrow government, plus the Smith Act. I will always show the SCOTUS case, Harisidius versus Shaughnessy, in people's faces. It is important precedent that is ignored far too much. Shaughnessy. Meanwhile, these are those who are running the show.
Talks.
I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there have been people within the Israeli government who are trying to, actually shift us away from that policy because they want to continue the military campaign.
So far, Israel excluded from this resumption of hostilities, the Prime Minister this week warning Iran of a more forceful response than before if it attacked Israel. In southern Lebanon, from where Iran had demanded a full Israeli withdrawal, Lebanese troops reportedly preparing to take control of limited pilot zones from Israeli soldiers, where Hezbollah fighters have been disarmed. Pressure on Hezbollah coming from Syria too, where authorities displayed a cache of weapons discovered inside an empty oil truck, which it said was bound for the Lebanese group, dispatched by Tehran. Right now, it's the delivery of these Iranian munitions at commercial shipping at US military bases, igniting fresh concern in the region. Two worrying scenarios: that this so far limited conflict escalates, or that it simply goes on for so long at this level as to cause ever greater economic damage.
Joining me now is Javier Blas, energy and commodities columnist at Bloomberg. Thank you for joining me. I mean, the rhetoric feels very worrying. Some of what we're seeing feels very worrying, but the oil price hasn't actually moved that much. Do you think the markets just don't?
People in Wisconsin seem to be turning against Franny because of some PAC. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Oh, it's a Republican attack ad against Francesca Hong, which the New York Times is covering as the Republicans promoting Francesca Hong. Because the Republicans, just like they did with Abdul, are trying to do a Pied Piper strategy because they think Francesca Hong is easier to beat. They're wrong. But of course, liberals, either because they sincerely believe that a left candidate is weaker than an establishment Democrat or a centrist Democrat, or because they insincerely believe that because it would disprove their theory if Francesca Hong were to win, are leaning into that as a show of support, as a way to prove their theory, claiming that their theory is validated. Republicans believe it too. I don't think it's as big as you think it is. Like, I don't think it's as big of a story as you think it is. I think you've probably seen that on the internet. I'm sure that there are a lot of people that read that New York Times article. We're going to get to that later. But yeah, all systems go right now. You need to understand they are, let me tell you something, okay? New York Times, CNN, all instruments of capital are attacking left flank candidates as aggressively as they can. And it's going to only get worse as the election nears. Okay? So get ready for it. If you thought that it was going to be easy, you forgot how difficult it was for Daria Lisa, for example. Right? That was not easy at all. We were there. We played an active role. Jim Clyburn has endorsed Haley Stevens as well. Establishment Democrats are fighting against their left flank with more gusto than they ever fought against the growth of fascism in this country. Okay? But what they do not have is the numbers. What they do not have is a people-powered movement. What they do not have is the capacity to excite people with their policies. That is unbelievably powerful. So we can push back and we will continue to fight and we will win. I believe it. But it's up to all of us in this community to continue putting on a strong opposition, going out, talking to as many friends and family, neighbors, phone banking, door knocking for candidates like Abdul El-Sayed, for candidates like Francesca Hong. Okay? In Missouri for Cori Bush and Hartzell Gray. In Florida for Oliver Larkin. And numerous others.
Donald Trump, for example, saying he's going to Iran back to the Stone Age?
I think that the market is in part a bit relaxed because they saw that at the end of the day, last time that we got this position, both sides decided that they wanted to negotiate. And still, I believe that the market feels that we are heading to an outcome that it will be solved through negotiation rather than a massive campaign as we saw in March and April.
But if Iran does what it seems to be suggesting and hits infrastructure across the Gulf, individual strikes like that can have a huge impact, can't they, on the market?
Those threats certainly are having an impact, and that's why we are trading close to $80 a barrel for Brent crude from the North Sea, rather than $70 that we were about 10 days ago. But still, they are relatively low prices for all what is happening in.
If all those countries are about to make opposition to capitalism in any way, in any way consider terrorism, why are they even trying to win elections? You're right. I think we should give up ahead of time. I think we should just go to prison right now. We should never put up a fight. You're right. Like, what are you talking about? Do you know the amount of power that a senator has? Do you know the amount of power that a congressional representative has? That's precisely the reason why these moneyed interests are attacking these people every single day. That's the reason why they're dumping tens of millions, sometimes $50 million into these races. Okay? They understand that this is a multifaceted, all-front war. The problem is people on our side don't. That's the problem. Okay? A governor can offer a lot of protection. A governor can also offer a lot of changes to her constituents. That is so incredibly disingenuous. Their opposition is to electoral struggle, not a people-powered struggle. The power of a Democratic senator is inherently limited by the Democratic Party, the party of open genocide, and you know this. I think I'll probably kill myself instead of having to spend any time in prison with a dickhead like this. If push comes to shove, okay? Or chill, then that's fine, right? If we're going to jail as like political dissidents, at least if the other people are, like-minded, kind-hearted individuals, that's fine. But those LARPers the nihilist LARPers are also going to be in that prison, and I don't know if I would rather spend any moment in prison with these fucking dumbass LARPers. Dog, I don't know how to explain this to you. Okay? We don't have any other options. Okay? We don't have any other option. You don't have another option. You don't have anything else. I'm not saying don't organize outside of the electoral system. Okay? My position is not antagonistic to yours, but yours is antagonistic to mine for some reason. The first chatter was not antagonistic to you. He was just saying that why do they even care about elections if they're just going to declare everyone terrorists? It's multifaceted because they understand that elections still matter. They understand that a senator holds a lot of power. They understand that a congressional representative holds a lot of power. Elections are, in some ways, a popularity contest for ideas as well, even though obviously corporate interests and moneyed interests try to render that democratic process useless. But if someone with that level of power, with a popular mandate, comes into the halls of power, they can be a reliable defender of the democratic process. Slowly but surely, they can put up a big fight, make a big fuss, and gum up the works, if you will. This is why I keep repeatedly explaining that winning Congress, even with assholes, like right-wing Democratic assholes, is still, unfortunately, something that we have to do in the interim. Obviously, I'm more focused on making sure that every single elected representative is a real fighter, is a socialist, or at least like adjacent to our and aligned with our values, right? But we also, at the end of the day, need to maintain a Senate and House of Representative majority. We need to maintain a majority in Congress so that Democrats can get together and start gumming up the works. It's one aspect of it. It's a facade. Oh my God. Dude, you have no other options, man. You have nothing. Okay. You don't know anything. You don't have anything. It makes me lose my fucking mind when we have this conversation. Okay. Oh, you guys are fucking unbearable. Okay. You can walk and chew gum. I don't know why people in here are just like, nope, just walking only, please. Actually, I'm not even going to walk. I'm just going to yell at people chewing gum. I'm going to sit at home and yell at people chewing gum. That is my advocacy. That's my resistance. All right, congratulations. How are you any different than the fucking SJWs that you hate that yelled about whatever TV show was not issuing a fucking trigger warning or something? You're literally just as unproductive as those guys are. Okay? That's it. It's just LARP.
In the Middle East. So I think that the market is not yet convinced that we are heading back to the kind of campaign of high intensity that we were 100 days ago.
And what could, in this situation, trigger another shock?
Well, I think that there are three major things that they are keeping the market under control. One is that we are releasing oil from the strategic petroleum reserves. That is finite, and at some point we run out of those reserves. But we still have several weeks, perhaps a couple of more months of strategic petroleum reserves. The other thing that is happening is that through the Strait of Hormuz, although Iran has declared it closed, there are oil tankers that they are still crossing. We call it dark crossing because those tankers are shutting down their transponders, their beacons that indicate their position, and they are mostly crossing at night. But there is still a flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, we have pipelines that they bypass the Strait of Hormuz through Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And the other big reason that we are where we are today is because China has taken a huge step back from the market. China typically buys around 11 million barrels a day in the oil market. At the moment, is buying less than 6 million barrels a day. That's like removing the whole of Germany, France, and the UK from the oil market. And as long as China stays away from the market, that helps.
What's going on there? How are they managing that?
We don't know. We believe that they are releasing some oil from the stockpiles. Then China has been investing a lot on electric vehicles, and there is a shift clearly from the population of running on electric vehicles. Their chemical industry that typically uses oil as a feedstock is using coal through a process of coal to chemical. But the exact mechanics of that is a mystery to the oil market. No one is for sure certain of how China is doing it, and therefore we don't know how long China can continue doing so.
Let me ask you this. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State in the US, has described the Strait of Hormuz as Iran's economic nuclear weapon. Is that what we are seeing, or does their power over the Strait weaken over time?
I think that it weakens over time because everyone in the Middle East is going to be building pipelines. So yes, for sure, for the next few weeks, months, the next couple of years, Iran has a nuclear weapon over the global economy thanks to the Strait of Hormuz. But if we think where we are going to be in 2030, everyone is going to be building pipelines to bypass. The United Arab Emirates already has a pipeline that is 50% built.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia is thinking about expanding pipelines. Kuwait also.
All right.
It will weaken.
Javier Blas, thank you very much.
Hey, meanwhile, more than 100 House Democrats voting against providing U.S. aid to Israel. Stunning. It's a shift from 2 years ago when 37 voted this way.
How dare they? How dare they? Yeah, this is impactful. It is a real sea change. Before we get to that, though, New York Times, will oil prices soar as the U.S.-Iran truce phrase? The answer lies with China. Mark Ames summarized, says, our China experts can't tell us how or why China slashed oil imports by 1/3 during the war, nor did they predict it. And yet these China experts do claim to know what goes on in Xi's head. And he's planning to invade Taiwan in 2027/name your date. Yeah, there were some articles that actually identified this. China's next move may decide whether oil prices soar. For decades, OPEC influenced the market by how much oil it produced, but China, the largest importer, is demonstrating its remarkable power over prices. Guess what? China is fucking bailing out America again. Okay? Just as they did in 2008. This gives them tremendous leverage over America, by the way, because they can just turn up the faucet one more time and crater the Asian energy markets and crater the global energy markets. Financial Times reported on this a while back, and a lot of people were frustrated by this reporting. Financial Times, I believe, reported on it by saying China actually immediately slashed its imports and dug deep into their strategic reserves in an effort to allow, to make sure that other countries in the Asian markets could get the oil in their stead, and therefore the price of a barrel would not skyrocket to an alarming degree and basically collapse the Asian markets, the Asian economy. Now, part of that is self-interested. Part of that is because, obviously, China does trade with all these other countries, right? So if they were to collapse the Japanese economy, that would not be good for China. If they were to collapse the other economies in the region, that would just not, right? China wants to maintain stability. So even though America, on the one hand, is fomenting instability, China is allowing stability to continue because they understand that this is how you trade, Max. However, this also gives China tremendous leverage. They could turn around and increase their imports once again. And if that were to happen, then the price of Brent crude would go up quite a bit, a lot more than it already has. But if you're wondering why the oil shock has not taken place, China plays a big role in that. Part of the reason why they can do this is obviously because of their energy grid and how much they've moved towards renewables. Part of that is because they, ahead of time, after the first 12-day war, immediately increased their strategic petroleum reserves, knowing full well that this was probably going to happen again. Once again, Chinese foresight. But let's take a look at how the New York Times is reporting on it. The passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz has been slowed significantly by the persistent cycle of hostility between the United States and Iran. But whether prices at the gas pump rise or fall will depend not only on how much oil flows out of the Persian Gulf, but also on decisions made by China. Typically, the world's largest oil importer, China, slashed purchases this spring, reducing demand so much that it prevented oil prices from soaring even higher earlier in the war. You want to know the cope, by the way? The cope was, of course they fucking slashed their imports because the Strait of Hormuz was blocked, so they couldn't continue keeping up with their pre-existing demand. That's what they said. Like as though China does not have the purchasing power of, numerous fucking nations and entire markets if they chose to continue getting oil that was readily available. They made it seem like China slashed this out of necessity because they just simply couldn't get oil. Why would China do this? I already explained it. Stability, trade maxing, and partially because they can. Now, one of the biggest questions facing the market is when will China start buying more oil again? The longer the country holds back, the lower oil prices are likely to go. The reverse is also true. A pickup in demand from China would raise prices, all else being equal. Where Chinese demand goes is really the most important piece of the puzzle, said Karen Young, a senior research scholar at the Columbia University Center on Global Energy Policy. Another significant factor is the Russia-Ukraine war. Wholesale diesel prices soared last week after Russia, one of the world's biggest exporters, banned overseas diesel sales to preserve supplies at home. Ukrainian drone attacks have severely damaged Russian oil refineries, limiting the country's ability to turn oil into transportation fuel. Wholesale fuel prices generally foreshadow changes in consumer prices at gas stations, where diesel averaged $4.88 a gallon on Monday, up 2.5% from a week earlier, according to the AAA Motor Club. There have been signs that China's oil imports might soon pick up. The International Energy Agency recently cited procurement efforts and one-off tanker deliveries as hints of renewed Chinese buying interest. It remains a mystery to most of the market how China has managed to slash imports by almost a third compared with a year earlier, according to Make Customs data released by Beijing. China is widely thought to have the world's largest stockpile of oil, but it does not appear to have pulled much from the above-ground stores that analysts can monitor via satellite. And while its refineries have been processing less oil than usual during the war, and the country banned oil product exports early on, that doesn't fully explain the huge drop in imports either. The country has other levers to pull, including vast coal resources that it can use instead of oil products to make chemicals. At the same time, China gets a large share of its electricity from renewable energy. Oh my God. Not having reliance on fossil fuels can be a real lifesaver, it seems. That's it. That's the answer, by the way. That is it. Their grid has increasingly relied on renewable energies. They have the infrastructure for it. They built it in the last decade. It's this explosive growth in green energy is what is allowing the Chinese government to basically move away from oil, at least for the interim. Of course, the dullards over in the United States of America don't like that and refuse to reckon with that. Or rather, the vassals over in the European side are not moving in that direction out of fears that America might get mad at them. Or they're not moving fast enough. Because this would mean, moving into the realm of renewables would mean a reliance on Chinese-made components and less of a reliance on the petrodollar. So the vassal states are going to continue being vassals until morale improves. Anyway, its extensive high-speed dampens demand for oil. This year is likely to be the first time China's oil consumption will drop significantly since the oil crises of the 1970s and early 1980s, the IEA said. Regardless of how quickly demand recovers in China, a country's vast stockpile of oil gives it a significant cushion. Many believe China can continue to hold off increasing imports for some time. They're not under any immediate pressure at all, said Ben Cahill, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, a Washington-based think tank. China's ability to manage the market by ramping oil purchases up or down has been one of the biggest surprises of the war, analysts said. That power over the global markets is particularly notable since the country imports most of its oil. For decades, producers traditionally held the cards on oil prices. Time and time again, members of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, the oil cartel, have leveraged their significant market share to send prices soaring, as happened in the 1970s, or to allow them to plunge, as they did in 2014. But OPEC's influence has been eroded in recent years, first by the rapid growth of U.S. oil production, and this spring by the departure of one of the cartel's biggest members, United Arab Emirates. China effectively operates more market power than any nation on earth, including Saudi Arabia and the United States, said Gregory Brew, an analyst at the Eurasia Group, a research firm. Of course, the intensity of the conflict in the Persian Gulf and the extent to which it scares off ship owners remains critically important for energy markets. On Monday, President Trump said he was reimposing a naval blockade on Iran's ports, a move designed to stop much of the country's oil from flowing into the global market. He also made clear that the United States does not plan to cede control over the strait to Iran. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. We already know. He said he was going to do 20%. He then went back on it and said, never mind, we're not doing 20%. The ability to charge ship owners for safe passage through the strait has been a major issue of contention throughout the war, and it was not clear what authority the United States would have to assess such charges. It's just a we said it, so it's going to happen type situation. Let's be real. Since early May, the U.S. military has helped ships sail through the strait on routes close to Oman. Hundreds of millions of barrels of crude have been moved under that effort as of late June, according to U.S. Central Command. That has been effective until now. It may remain effective, said Richard Goldberg, a former senior counsel to Mr. Trump's National Energy Dominance Council. We're at a moment of truth in how this will play out. It's not effective, and it has been rendered ineffective through drone strikes on commercial ships. So it's not effective at all because, and you can tell that it's not effective because no ships are fucking transiting through the Strait of Hormuz to the Omani coastline right now because the Iranians keep fucking peppering them with goddamn drones. So clearly, it's not fucking effective. For now, between the energy still flowing from the Persian Gulf, rising production in other countries, and lower demand from countries like China, the world generally has the oil it needs. That is reflected in prices, which are hovering about 7% above pre-war levels. But cars and trucks run on gasoline and diesel, not crude oil. And between damaged infrastructure in the Gulf and in Russia, refiners are processing much less oil than usual. That partly explains why filling up remains more expensive than it was before the war. Like I said, though, this is also... Dude, what about the dark passages? Come on, bro. Yeah, it's just fucking copium. I mean, it exists. It exists, right? It's always existed, and it will continue to exist. But there's a difference between like a couple ships that throw off their a couple ships that are able to evade Iranian rocket fire by turning off their transponders and like transiting versus like 20% of the entire world's energy needs is you're not going to be able to make up for it. If China was still importing oil at the regular levels, the entire world's energy markets would have collapsed at this point. Okay, it would have been great for American oil and energy, oil and gas giants, of course, but it would not be so great for the regular consumer. China is maintaining price stability. I love that the New York Times reported on this. A lot of people were mad when the Financial Times reported on this like a couple months ago. But it's really funny that the New York Times reported on it and then said, China is stabilizing the global energy markets, and that's the reason why the price of the pump is not as high as it's supposed to be. But at what cost? Like, they literally did that. They did. China, as a foreign adversary, has decided to once again bail out America as it's fomenting instability around the world in global energy markets. But at what cost? Incredible, incredible work from the New York Times. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm always thinking, oh man, at what cost are they maintaining stability? Anyway, speaking of fucking instability, I forgot to mention this, but John Ossoff obviously had some more words on the Trump speech that's going to come out tonight, where Donald Trump is going to talk about how the Georgia elections, special elections, were bullshit, how 2020 was stolen, and how China did this. Here's what John Ossoff had to say after his grilling in the appointment meeting.
Here's what's going to happen tonight. The world's most famous sore loser will deliver a primetime presidential sour grapes address to pursue his 6-year-old grievances about the 2020 election, while his war in the Middle East spirals out of control and the cost of living continues to rise for Americans across the country. I expect the president to reheat debunked conspiracy theories about the repeatedly litigated and audited and confirmed 2020 presidential election in Georgia, an election that Donald Trump lost. And let me be very clear about this. If the president declares Georgia's elections illegitimate, or if the president declares Georgia's sitting United States senators illegitimate, he is declaring Georgia voters illegitimate. It's Donald Trump who tried to defraud Georgia voters in that election. Donald Trump who tried to commit election fraud when he called Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and it was caught on tape, and you should play the tape for your viewers today, and badgered and bullied Georgia's top election official to, quote, find him the votes that he needed to win in a state where he had lost.
Are they doing this as a way to say he's already in his third term, so term limits are already out the window? I mean, who knows? They do have a child brain, so that's a childlike attitude to have, so I wouldn't put it past them. But no, I think the reason why they're doing this is because they want to engage in some kind of hurdles in the upcoming midterms. They want to say like, oh, in order to maintain election integrity, we have to put ICE agents at every polling station that will see if you're an actual American citizen. They'll have guns. Maybe they'll kill you if you look communist. Who knows? You know, I think it's more so about the midterms that are coming up, because something that these guys have very openly mentioned over and over again is if the Democrats win, in the midterms, if they win Congress, they keep repeatedly saying. Now, I don't think the Democrats, the National Democratic Party, has it in them. Okay? I don't think that they are going to be able to do that. I wish they would do that. But that is the real fear on the Republican side. They think it is going to be a bloodbath. They think that it will be a massive blue wave. And then in the aftermath of that, the Democrats will regain the popular mandate to punish the administration for the litany of crimes that it has committed in broad daylight, all the way from petty corruption down to, assassinations of migrants and American citizens with an unaccountable force such as ICE, all the way to illegal war crimes overseas and waging war and ruining the global energy markets, not dealing with the inflation crisis. They'll punish them politically for that. There are so many different ways that the Democrats, there's so many things that the Democrats can work on if they actually get power back. So yeah, and I think they should. So we shall see. I mean, look, Zoran Kwame Mamdani became the mayor of New York. And you might think, elections don't fucking matter. Well, let's take a look at what he's doing, right? Here's more evidence that elections can matter. Zoran Mamdani and his administration are taking new actions to crack down on landlords and help tenants. The New York City mayor just announced steps including requiring landlords to disclose when listings have been altered by AI, legal recognition of tenant unions to expand tenants' ability to organize, stronger enforcement against negligent landlords whose buildings have conditions like mold and pests, and more. These steps come out of the rental ripoff hearings held in the 5 boroughs where the mayor's office heard from thousands of tenants. Today's announcement is entitled to the Rental Ripoff Report, and it contains a total of 23 policy actions the Mamdani administration will now pursue based on what they heard from tenants. So elections do matter. They do. They matter quite a bit, because if they didn't matter, these people in positions of power would not work to undermine and subvert the democratic process as aggressively as possible. Democratic strategist Liz Smith worked for former Michigan Democratic Senate candidate Mallory McMorrow. She tells Dana Bash she's concerned Democrats are left now with an imperfect choice in the primary between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens. Now, you might be asking yourself, why the fuck is Liz Smith on CNN? Why does she get to do analysis when she loses all the time? Which would be a great question. It's because she's in agreement with Dana Bash's worldview. Who is she? Liz Smith is a former Pete Buttigieg advisor to the failed Mallory McMorrow run. Liz Smith might have been the consultant that cooked up the most devastating move for her client, Mallory McMorrow. Liz Smith is probably the genius behind the Abdul El-Sayed is hanging out with HasanAbi Piker. He's a dangerous radical, and he should not be elected into office.
My fear now, though.
Oh, Andrew Cuomo as well, of course. Liz Smith, famous Andrew Cuomo victim smearer.
Is that we're sort of left now with an imperfect choice. It's an imperfect choice like we were left with in Maine, between sort of a stale establishment candidate, someone who is not really offering anything new, saying sort of a defender of the status quo, and someone on the left who's offering very toxic and oftentimes dangerous positions, things that people don't embrace, like defund the police. And I really do think for Democrats to succeed going forward, there's got to be a third path. A Democratic Party that can call out corruption in Washington and offer up big ideas that get to the main problems people are facing. Build more housing and make it cheaper. Give people a healthcare option without throwing out the healthcare plans they like. Let's finally get a sane immigration policy on the books. And until we start offering up those ideas and stop just reflexively being anti-Trump, I think that it's going to be hard to bring more people into our party. My fear now, though.
Yes, I know Liz Smith ran Mayor Pete's campaign in 2020. Third way, third path. These guys aren't subtle anymore. Yeah. Dangerous ideas like everybody gets health care. Look at this unbiased survey from Pennsylvania Opinion Survey. If Democrats succeed in electing extreme socialists and win the majority this November, they will implement policies like eliminating private property to provide universal housing, eliminating mandatory criminal minimum sentences, defunding the police, free healthcare for illegal immigrants, allowing illegal immigrants to vote, open borders, and replacing America's free market system with oppressive government control. Beast mode. All right. Let's get to House Democrats voting against Israel. How dare they? I'm Brian.
Hey, meanwhile, more than 100 House Democrats U.S. aid to Israel. Stunning. It's a shift from 2 years ago when 37 voted this way, and 10 years ago when none of them voted against Israeli aid. And now AOC is warning the rest of her party to get in line.
The majority of Democrats now have shifted where we are on this issue with respect to Israel, that the U.S. cannot continue to finance a reckless government that has no regard for human rights. I would certainly hope that anyone running for president in 2 years would not be stuck 10 years in the past.
She doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's never
Cooked. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Shut up. Everybody loves Israel. In my country club I go to, everybody loves Israel. Stop hurting Israel's feelings. I'm Brian myself.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
never been to that region, but she's right about this. Even Nancy Pelosi, former...
Yeah, this is like Nancy Pelosi is caving to the trend. Yeah, it's called, responding to the overwhelming majority's perspective on an issue.
One of the most pro-Israeli Democrats in Congress now flipping to vote against the funding bill. And our next guest warns this is only the beginning as Jewish Democrats discover their loyalty to the party is not being returned. Fox News contributor Bill McGurn joins us now. Bill, are you shocked over 100 Democrats, and not including Hakeem Jeffries, because he voted to fund Israel aid, would vote against Israel?
No, it's not a shock. This is the direction the Democratic Party today has taken in America.
I love that. Yeah. Let's go to our guest, vampire who hasn't seen the sun in 700 years. Bill McGurn, everybody. All right, let me tell you something about these guys. They're talking shit about the beautiful nation state of Israel, which I love. They're constantly sending me a steady supply of blood that I need to survive. Why is nobody thinking about my needs? Well, guess what? Israel is.
20 years ago would be a shock. I grew up in this area. So to see like the New York contingent especially be overtaken by anti-Israeli voices.
You always go after the skin color of white people. Bitch, I'm white. Shut up. Stop crying.
I just would not have thought it imaginable. It's interesting that, look, you showed AOC speaking instead of Chuck Schumer because she better represents where the Democratic Party is going, not Chuck Schumer.
Bernie Sanders gets up every day wanting to defund Israel. Right. He's a Jewish guy from Brooklyn. And Chuck Schumer wrote a book about anti-Semitism. He doesn't want to take ownership of that. He's too scared to come out on something like this and stand up to his own party.
Yeah, and it's been a while for him because, he likes to say that his last name comes from Shomer, which means protector, and he considers himself the protector of Israel. But, when Obama made that very bad deal with Iran on the nukes, he and...
By the way, guys... Forgive me if I'm being a little insensitive here with what I'm about to say, but I don't think Bill McGurn, not that this changes the dynamic that much, but I don't think Bill McGurn is Jewish, okay? So where is this like he doesn't have the social conditioning, right? He doesn't have like the Zionist social conditioning. I mean, he has a Mick in his last name. It's the most Goyim last name you can have. If you have a Mick in your last name, you're, probably not Jewish. So what's really interesting to me about guys like this is like, where did you develop this unique boomer philo-Semitism where he's down to the wire? He's like talking about how like Chuck Schumer's last name is a defender. He claims he's a defender of Israel, but he's insufficiently in defense of Israel. I, on the other hand, Bill McGurn, know a lot more about Judaism, Jewish culture, and how much that's important to the nation state of Israel. It's like, what the fuck is happening? This is the American news media version of those guys that go to the Jewish National Foundation and be like, and say shit like, as a Goyim, I don't really know much, but what I do know is I love Israel. Those fucking strange seminars that take place where I just don't understand why these people are saying things like this. That's what the American version of that is. This is what it is.
In the end, voted against it, but only when they had like the votes to where it didn't matter. If he really was a leader and a protector, he'd be leading the efforts. But the people like Chuck Schumer that are moderates or moderates on Israel, the party doesn't like them anymore. The party is firmly in the hate Israel camp, comparisons to Nazi Germany and the like.
So, Bill, maybe
He's drunk. Yeah, he's drunk off of all of the baby blood that he consumed because he's a vampire.
Be happier if...
Yeah, by the way, sea change moment, okay? Pat Ryan literally, I think, voted to censure Rashida Tlaib. Pat Ryan has been hugged by the likes of AOC and numerous other progressive Congress persons, which I was very confused by. And now that same Pat Ryan, only a couple years later, is not only voting to block sending $3.3 billion of our taxpayer dollars in Netanyahu's government is wrong on every level. I expect groups like AIPAC will not support me in future elections, and frankly, I don't want their support. Hardline stances that refuse to stand up to a corrupt and increasingly dangerous Netanyahu regime have no place in our politics. And then AIPAC Tracker says, thank you, Rep. Brian. Now, will you dump AIPAC? He says, yes, I don't want their endorsement and returning their funds. I don't even know what the fuck is going on at this point, because guys like this confuse me. Because, like, how can you go from being like Rashida Tlaib needs to be censured to I'm returning AIPAC donations? Like, that's a huge fucking deal, okay? This is a political earthquake. Pat Ryan has been one of the most pro-Israel Democrats in Congress and has held down a swing seat with support from AIPAC and DMFI. Now, after years of protests against them, he's decided to reject AIPAC and vote to block aid to Israel. Now, let me tell you something. If guys like Pat Ryan, who are AIPAC Democrats, turn into J Street Democrats, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not enough. But you have to look at the seismic shift that is taking place inside of Congress. And let's be real, that seismic shift would not be fucking happening if Daria Liza, if Claire, if Adam Hamawi, and Chris Rabb, and Melach Kiros, and numerous others were not elected into congressional office in the primaries that just took place. Okay? That's it. This would not be happening. The numbers would not have gone from 0 in 20 only a couple of years ago to 108. Okay? That's what I mean when I say these, or 103, sorry. April 2024, it was 37 House Democrats. July 2026 is 103 House Democrats. Now listen, if this was an actual vote of impact, I'm willing to bet that those numbers would be far lower. I know that. I understand that. Okay? I want you to understand that I understand that. So before you come to me and you say, oh, dude, these guys they're doing it because they're reading the room. This is insincere because they know this vote is going to pass regardless. I know. But the very fact that even as a symbolic fuck you to Israel, that 103 Democrats in the House are now voting on a amendment, on a provision that doesn't just stop aid for weapons to Israel, but literally stops economic aid to Israel. That is a seismic shift. That means that the National Democratic Party is officially starting to take a stance on this. Okay? There is never a time in my life for the last 13 years of me being a professional political commentator on the internet, there has never been a moment where I ever thought I would see this. Okay? Symbolic or not, there's a reason why it was 0 before. There is a reason why it was 0, which means that AOC was voting present. Okay? Do you understand? There's a reason. Well, it's 2016 anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's not AOC, sorry. People that came before, at most. Like the most radical these are House Democrats, Bernie's not there, but the most radical anti-Israel Democrats, the most radical, most critical anti-Israel Democrats in 2016 that were in the House of Representatives were still either at most voting present or not voting against aid to Israel at all. Okay? Your dumbest op is losing it because he can't get a job now. Michael Rappaport and struggles as a Jewish actor in Hollywood. I have lost roles or not gotten roles for things I have felt I was right for, qualified for, because they've said you don't seem Jewish enough. In Hollywood, the presentation is dark hair, bent over, big nose, and killing. People don't think 6'3" blonde-haired Jews exist. Dude, this has been really funny. The complaints about like Hollywood is actually very anti-Semitic is perhaps one of the funniest. Anyway, let's get back to this story, though. This is huge. This is impactful, and we got to keep talking about it.
So, Bill, maybe they'd be happier if Israel just let Hezbollah clear out the northern part of their country and continue to send rockets there. Maybe they'd be thrilled if they didn't respond after October 7th and allowed Hamas rockets into their country. That would have been the Israel that they liked. They would acquiesce to their enemies and ultimately give up their land. I don't get what they want. But here's something else to be important. It's not just on the left. It's on the right. And I'm seeing it a lot from our current vice president. Listen to him yesterday when he spent 3 hours with Joe Rogan on Israel. Listen.
Beyond a shadow of...
I like that. Wait, so what's going on? Are they shitting on JD Vance too now? This is where the boys get separated from the men, okay? Like, this is where when you start calling the Republican vice president on Fox News a fucking terror apologist, this is where you really get to see who is or to what level these people offer fealty and loyalty to the nation state of Israel. Okay? Because that's crazy. That, like, saying that about the Republican vice president, oh my Lord. I mean, let him fight. Oof. Incredible moment.
No doubt that there have been people within the Israeli government who are trying to, like, actually shift us away from that policy because they want to continue the military campaign. There are some people within their system we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Again, not towards any objective, but just indefinitely.
So what do you think? What do you think the president thinks about that? And do you think,
dude, what the fuck? They're trying to, dude, they're trying to get the president to get mad at JD. It's probably going to work, by the way. Love this moment, the vice grifter. Yeah. I can see Trump hating on JD for shitting on him so aggressively on this Joe Rogan, on this perhaps pivotal Joe Rogan appearance. I know it sounds stupid, but
he's right.
I agree that if you want an end to it.
Meanwhile, in Malaysia announced that any Israeli national found in their country will be deported immediately. Ian Miles Chung.
I think the end is a victory, not another hollow victory where Iran reconstitutes itself as a major threat in the Middle East. So I'm not
this guy got drunker in the first 4 minutes of this appearance. How is that possible?
sure what purpose the vice president's serving by attacking Israel or something. Also, it makes sense. If you were Israel, wouldn't you like it? Your primary enemy is at war with the U.S. You might be rooting for it to go on until it's concluded, but that's just a matter of interest. I don't think he expressed it well. I think to single out Israel, I think it gets your priorities wrong. And look, say this about Democrats and Republicans. I think there's one Republican that voted against Israel, and that's Tom Massey. And Democrats have nearly half the party.
The liberal Groyper pissed off the bootlicker fascists.
There's anti-Semitic voices in the Republican Party, but not like the Democrats. Half the House. Half their House members. So I think it's a big difference. Ari Fleischer, my former colleague in the Bush administration, last year put it this way. He said, American Republicans have a cold with anti-Semitism. Democrats have a fever. And I think it's getting very severe. And if Chuck Schumer really the guardian he fancies himself, he should speak up and denounce the drift of his party.
You won't. He didn't speak up when they were the anti-Semitic rants over at Columbia. Right. He's not going to speak up now, Bill. And I will say, too, that Israel is not attacking Iran because they want war. Iran is arming the proxies on either side of their country and has rockets heading into their country. That's why they want to get rid of Iran's arsenal, because they're using it against them. Bill, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
If Iran were peaceful, there'd be no protests.
Thank you.
Nothing from Israel.
Yeah, Israel actually did a first strike on Iran through perfidy twice now because they're super peaceful, and Iran is actually the party that's not peaceful. That makes a lot of sense. Will Kane, the DSA wants total, radical, and fundamental change. By the way, at this point, on like a DSA roll call, you know, any sort of convention, any sort of like Zoom call that they're putting out there, you can just tune into Fox News the next day because they'll summarize it for you. It's pretty awesome. I know that like they're probably doing this because they want to portray the Democratic Party as radicals. Look at these radicals in the DSA. But I think that there is going to be an unintentional positive feedback loop that they create while they're trying to negatively polarize people against the DSA. I don't know. I've been literally missing meetings because of editing. This is now how I found out what's going on. I'm not joking. Yeah.
Socialism takes root now in the Democrat Party. Are voters taking to socialism? We may not have an answer yet, but we are getting a pretty clear.
Well, I don't know. Maybe putting this image side by side is probably part of the reason why young people are taking to socialism, because this is the only thing that our productive output moves in the direction of.
Picture of what democratic socialists have in mind for America. Total, fundamental, radical change to pretty much every area of government. The DSA underscoring that plan for upheaval in a new platform just released. Let's walk through it together. We have it up on the wall. It's no less radical than starting with replacing the president and the Supreme Court of the United States. But we're just now getting started, because the DSA would also abolish the United States Senate, expand the House of Representatives, and move to ranked choice voting, the likes of which you see in California.
California? I'm sorry, what? Bitch, we don't got ranked choice voting? I think he meant New York, and he fucked it up. I think he meant New York, and he said California instead. But I mean, his viewers don't know anything, so it's fine.
Still working to transform America, the DSA proposes, like many Democrats, to make Washington, D.C. a...
Wait, why would they want to abolish the Senate? What do you mean? It's literally an insane system where a state that is an economic powerhouse like California, or even Texas, right, with a fuck ton of people, have the same number of senators as like numerous states that, like 4 other states that are combined get. California is massive. California has a lot of economic power. California gets the same number of senators as fucking Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota. Here, I'll use a word that Republicans understand is DEI for small states. The Senate is DEI for small states, oftentimes red states.
State to defund the Department of War, end ICE detention and deportation, and grant amnesty to all illegal immigrants. Now, these are the radical, transformational things proposed by the Democratic Socialist of America. Some of these we've heard already from establishment Democrats. They've opened the door, and the DSA has simply walked through the door.
Would you like to abolish the Senate?
That's part of our platform, and we don't think that's extreme. We think it's a change that would help make this country more democratic.
We have criminal illegal aliens in the country. Don't they need to be removed?
We believe that demilitarizing the border, that violent oppression of working class immigrants.
Look, I love all the speakers for DSA. I have a different method of dealing with these kinds of conversations, but you know, they're still great.
Immigrants who come here is not something that most Americans want.
I just don't think that they speak Haganese. You know what I mean? They don't speak Haganese. They're too kind. Not that they're doing a bad job. They're not. They're doing a great job. They're honest. They have integrity. But you know, sometimes just like tuning the dial a little bit to be a little to speak a little Haganese is not the worst thing. You know what I mean? Like with the Senate thing, you could just immediately be like, the current way, as it stands currently, Maine has the same number of senators as the state of Texas. Do you or your viewers think that's appropriate? Boom. You know, that's a dialect and a frequency that you can tune into to get the hogs to recognize how ridiculous the system in the Senate is. Right? You want Delaware to have the same number of senators as the state of Texas, the beautiful state of Texas, which I admire. And then in the whole, like, what do you think about deportation stuff? It's just like to simply say, like, look, if someone has done a crime, documented or undocumented, if they've done a crime, if they've harmed people on U.S. soil, I think they should be punished to the full extent of the law. They shouldn't get a free ticket home. What are we doing? And that's currently the way it works regardless. And in most circumstances, it's not actually criminals that are getting this violent deportation. It's your neighbors. It's your gardener. It's the barback. It's people that are just working on U.S. soil that are waiting to fill out their paperwork, and the government's just like refusing to do it for them. Also, I remember a time when figurehead that many of your viewers will remember and admire gave mass amnesty to every migrant on U.S. soil. His name was Ronald Reagan. And it turns out Americans actually, when faced with the two choices of mass deportations and conditional amnesty to people that have been working on U.S. soil for a long and extended period of time, they choose mass amnesty over mass deportation every single time. Well, and I bet many of your viewers on Fox News probably know someone that has struggled with the immigration paperwork process. It's a wonderful person, a kind person.
Democrats are left scrambling. America may be left scrambling. It's like running for class president in high school against someone that promises free ice cream for everybody, every day, at lunch. I mean, take a look. These are the types of things being said by the DSA. Imagine taking a day off from work in the future without capitalism. You work as much as you are able, and no more than needed. And it's always accompanied by the friendly little fist. Deal not sweet enough for you? There's more. How about this from the DSA? You won't have any bills, no debt, no need for health insurance, no mortgage, no landlords, retirement, publicly funded. Sounds too good to be true?
Wait, hold on. Why did he just push past? Imagine a future where you don't have to work more than needed. Like, what's your advocacy? A future where you have to work more than needed? Like, what? Like, I get that you just hate everything, right? You have to hate everything that the DSA is putting out as a part of their platform. That's such that's an objectively strange thing. You're supposed to frame it negatively. He's just revealing what the positions are and then being like, well, look at how crazy this is. Public pensions? Who? What? No, you should work till you die. Duh.
Deal not sweet enough for you? There's more. Need for health insurance, no mortgage, no landlords, retirement.
I guess if the audience is like 65-year-old pensioners, so they probably think, yeah, these goddamn teens and youths, they don't want to work no more. Like I certainly did back in my day. I shook my boss's hand extra hard, slapped the secretary in the ass extra hard, and I got a promotion for that ass slap. That's right. And then I got a pension and a gold Rolex by the time I graduated. By the time I retired, it was so good. Derby.
Publicly funded. Sounds too good to be true? That's because, of course, you're not a sap. But for now, all of this is too much for traditional Democrats. It's too hard to compete. So you're looking at traditional establishment Democrats say, don't look here, look over here. Like former President Biden, who has a book he'd like to talk about, but not until after the midterms.
It's about the challenge we face as a nation. About the
What the fuck does Biden have to do with DSA, man? What is happening?
decisions I made.
Yeah, Biden announced his new memoir, Promise Me America. Promise me, America, that you won't let Israel go. Promise me, America. Yeah, Will seen here supporting the radical idea that workers deserve more. Promise me, America, that you won't retire at a reasonable age. Promise me, America, that you won't do this democratic socialism. Promise me, America, that you'll say, "Am Israel high" every single morning like I do. Why?
Why I made them.
Xavier Baccaria! Xavier Baccaria!
Leading the country through COVID. Rebuilding our economy and restoring our democracy.
Yo, I'm going to be honest. He sounds like shit, dude. Laundry fire again. F-35, the U.S. Air Force Squawk 7700 emergency a few minutes ago landed in Al Dhafra Air Base. This happens as CENTCOM are carrying out. Oh, no. Another F-35 laundry fire. No, what is happening? That's crazy. It's crazy that keeps the toilet must have flooded on this F-35. It happens all the time, guys. You just don't understand. It is pretty wild that Biden outlived Lindsey Graham.
The attack on January 6th, ending our nation's longest war in Afghanistan, strengthening NATO, and supporting Ukraine.
As Biden slurs his way through the past, the far left full stream ahead into the future, knocking the Democrat establishment off its feet in the process. So the big tent we've heard about, well, it's hard to really know if they're
beast mode. They're awesome. They're wonderful. They're telegenic. They're charismatic. They got bold ideas. They look good. That matters a little bit, I think. They're
this.
I request 30 more seconds because I rise before you adorning these
gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Not for personal tension, but to encourage you to take
gentlemen,
this
gentlemen, I'm going to give you more time.
We got to stop making fun of Haley Stevens' lack of riz. I don't know. Now that the Republicans are doing it, it's just like annoying me a little bit. I feel dirty. I appreciate Haley Stevens. I really do. I'm not being insincere. I'm not being coy. I mean it seriously. I actually like the way she speaks. I do. It's important for you guys to understand that. I like the lack of charisma. I think it's cute. It's probably the only redeemable quality of Haley Stevens.
What gives?
Okay, that's it. What I don't like about Haley Stevens is not how she says things, but what she says. Like,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That is what I don't like about Haley Stevens, is the policies, is the fact that she is a corporate stooge, is the fact that she is an assassin for AIPAC. That's what I don't like. I just want to let my position be known.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
That is Democratic establishment candidate Haley Stevens, who's running against...
Just say you don't like women in power. Shut up.
Socialist candidate Abdul El Sayed for Senate in Michigan. Somebody clever on
That's the Michigan way. Oh, God.
On X said, the Democrats said we need a new voice. Offer you a 1930s baseball manager. But can't we
Oh, shut the fuck up, Will Kane. You don't get to make fun of Haley Stevens. Only we get to make fun of Haley Stevens. Fuck you. Will, by the way, this also still goes along with the headcanon here that Will Kane is secretly a DSA soldier. Will Kane is secretly a DSA soldier, a DSA Fedayeen. He is a Chapo-style dirtbag leftist, a HasanAbi head. Number one op had an opinion on this. Yeah, this was really funny. I will tell the story once again. We ran a project with working class women in 2019, 2020 near Scranton, Pennsylvania. These women related to Trump and Biden. They genuinely didn't understand the language of other Dems running for president. Oligarchs, anyone? Question mark. They thought Dems sounded like elites who looked down on them. The folks that scoff at this video tell on themselves that they are in elite bubbles. I love this because Neera Tanden is literally in an elite bubble, right? This is a Clinton acolyte. But it's so funny because there's two different schools of thought on this. And the DC tunnel vision is all these fucking dumb hick yokels don't understand big concepts like oligarchy. Okay. And that's what she's saying. She's saying that the average American is too fucking stupid, too much of a hick too much of a yokel to understand complex subject matter like elites that dominate society. Okay? You're the fucking asshole. Simply put. That's it. And it also, like adjusting 2019 to 2020 Scranton, Pennsylvania voters to 2026 Michigan primary voters is idiotic regardless, okay? Michigan is not Pennsylvania. And it's not 2020 and 2019 any longer. It's 2026. But once again, these guys are operating on old mentalities, and that gives us an opportunity to win, okay? Yes, if you're operating with 2019 mentality in 2026, you're probably going to lose, even if you spend a shit ton of money on these races, even if Israel spends a shit ton of money on these races. So yeah, to Neeratan, I say,
What gives?
Say, it's something we've seen before.
You better thank a union member for the 5-day work week. You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank...
I don't understand what the problem is with this one. Like, I don't like Kamala for other reasons, but like what? This doesn't even, like, you could have used a better version of Kamala flubbing because she used to do that all the time. This is not one of those moments, ironically enough.
a union member for vacation time. All right, listen, okay, listen. I don't feel no ways tired. I come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me that the road would be easy.
What is the argument? Like, what are they? Wait, they just like fundamentally misunderstand the Haley Stevens situation. Haley Stevens is not code switching. You just used examples of prominent female Democratic politicians that are code switching, okay, to talk about Haley Stevens, who ironically doesn't code switch. And that's kind of the reason why everyone is fascinated by the way she's communicating, where she's always like this. Like, that's the... And it's not just women who code switch, men do it too. So I don't know why that's relevant in this conversation. But perhaps Haley Stevens could be more effective as a communicator if she did code switch instead of doing this.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. What gives? What gives?
Haley Stevens doesn't even take the gold for changing accents in front of her audience.
Yeah, Haley Stevens invented her own thing. She's going her own way on this. And for that reason, I respect her. Okay. She's going her own way on the accent. And I think it's cool. Have you ever heard someone say Vladimir Putin? I haven't. And it's fucking dope. Vladimir Putin, Trump's biggest donor. Not even rude. They're claiming her stick it to him clip is her doing a fake black voice, but I don't think anyone else has ever sounded like that.
And not least among Democrats. But the problem, for Democrats isn't how they're speaking. It's what they're speaking about. That's the problem.
Legitimately, when the campaign consultants told me, hey, we're going to hit this line because Kamala Harris came out in favor of taxpayer-funded sex changes for illegal aliens. And I remember thinking to myself, come on, you guys. Like, she didn't really say that. It's taken out of context. And then I go and look at it, and I'm like, holy she actually said that. And she really was like the very worst version of what the Democrats were producing in 2020. The thing is, they were all doing it because that was the incentives of the party.
None of that would be relevant at the national level if the Democrats had a comprehensive economic agenda that people were responsive to, people were actually excited for. Okay? You want to know the craziest part of the Kamala Harris story? That was an ACLU questionnaire, right? Kamala Harris is being asked about this. She says yes. You want to know which other administrations have also signed off on this radical policy of doing gender-affirming surgery in immigrant detention centers to undocumented migrants if they go through a medical process? Donald Trump. That's right, Donald Trump, because it was just official American government policy, because gender confirmation surgery, gender affirmative surgeries are oftentimes life-saving measures. So if you're a prisoner, doesn't matter if you're a trans prisoner or if you're a prisoner in general, yes, the state has an obligation to help you. Okay? The state has an obligation to take care of your medical necessities, your medical needs. Just because you don't think that that's a medically necessary surgery doesn't change that reality. As long as doctors believe it to be the case, then of course the government is going to be like, no, we're going to fucking torture you because you're in prison. That's it. That's the truth of the matter. And it's an utterly irrelevant thing. It's obviously very relevant if you're trans, but it's an utterly irrelevant thing for most governments because the Trump administration was doing it too. Okay? It only becomes a cudgel. It only becomes a wedge. It only becomes an important salient point to attack the Democrats if the Democrats don't have anything. If you are not defined by your own policy platform, then your enemies will define you in the worst ways they possibly can. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. It's not that complicated. I'm sorry, I'm uninformed. How is sex change surgery life-saving? Transgender people have a super high rate of suicide, and gender-affirming surgery, according to doctors, is seen as the most effective way to engage in suicide prevention. There are a quintillion studies that were conducted on this matter. That's why it's seen as a life-saving measure. Now, I'm no big city lawyer, and I'm not a doctor. I have a doctorate in racism, a doctorate in jihad, and a PhD in racism. That's totally separate from this conversation. I don't have the necessary medical background to understand, but at least I'm smart enough to look at the studies and recognize that this is the consensus in the medical profession, regardless of how even the New York Times and numerous other outlets and numerous other anti-trans movements have tried to present this as not the consensus in the medical field. Racism is so funny, XD lol. Yes, dude, yes. That's what the goal, that's what I mean when I say I have a PhD in racism and a doctorate in jihad. That's what that is. I'm saying racism funny lol, not that I cover racists and racist movements and racism, and I'm jokingly referring to that by saying I have a PhD in racism. Bro thinks it's woke one. Yeah, no, literally. Bro thought jokes would fly.
There's no fake accent that can make that policy popular.
Be sure to like and subscribe. The workers deserve more.
Dude, this is crazy. They're doing all around coverage on this shit. By the way, I mean, a big chunk of my community is already dues paying members in the Democratic Socialists of America, but this is part of the reason why you guys have to remind yourselves that everything that you're communicating is being watched and will be mass blasted and mass disseminated, which is why caucus drama can turn into a real national story, and it's not a good thing, right? We got to avoid that. We got to avoid that sort of stuff, especially now more than ever before. Because if you remember, one of the biggest hits that DSA ever took was the whole, was it at the convention where, they were doing the snaps and the, calling on privilege and demanding no one clap because of, audio sensory issues, stuff like that. Point of privilege drama at the 2019 Atlanta convention. Yes, it's good to want to make sure that everyone is taken care of. But, moments like that can be highlighted and milked by outsiders. Who's we, Mr. Unaffiliated? True. I mean, I'm not a part of, we got to be strong. Optically, we must be strong. We must be disciplined. We must exercise messaging discipline at all points. I'm just saying we as a random guy on the outside looking in. Okay, from the outside. Yeah. The American government is not the only one that practices strategic ambiguity.
That's the new radical agenda talking point from the DSA, calling for a complete overhaul of the U.S. government. Well, it's pushing extreme policies such as abolishing the U.S. Senate, amnesty for all immigrants, no matter how they get here, deportations and more, reparations and more. Do away with one, keep the other. And they're suggesting replacing the presidency and the U.S. Supreme Court.
We could call it the head honcho of whatever, like it's like we might not have a president, but what we should have is an executive that's actually chosen democratically and is accountable to the representatives of the people.
Here we say very clearly, like, abolish ICE.
We have a feminism section that is transliberatory and also socialist feminist.
I think it sounds so radical, like abolish the Senate, abolish the Supreme Court, like et cetera, but it's not.
Why do we have a Senate? Like a lot of people are going to see that and they'll be like, wait a second, why do I have a Senate? Like, what's so great about the Senate?
Okay, I feel dumber having watched that.
Ah!
It comes on the heels of far.
Look at these women, these nasty women talking about abolishing the Senate.
Left insurgents winning key races, many of them backed by the Democrat Socialists of America, DSA. So far, at least 27 candidates nationwide. House Speaker Mike Johnson here.
This is not a game. Everybody needs to understand these crazy little mini Mamdanis who are popping up all around the country. They are a danger to you and your family. This is not a game. If they
it's devastating. These mini Mamdanis, dude. Let 1,000 Zorons bloom, baby. I told you when I said what I said at the New York City DSA Slate rally, when I said by the time we're done with this, we are going to make Zoran Kwame Mamdani seem unremarkable. This is what I meant. And we're getting there slowly but surely, and we're going to keep pushing, okay?
promise you free stuff, there is far more beneath those promises that even some of these people do not understand.
Yeah, step 1, free stuff. Step 2, death. Death and destruction.
Themselves. Power panel now. Luke Ball, Republican strategist. Megan Hayes, former Biden White House director of messaging.
So many former Biden people. I mean, I wonder what she's going to say. Sometimes they are defensive of the defensive of DSA. So I'm gonna hold out on my judgment here. But so far, a lot of the former Biden people are unbelievably hostile to DSA.
Planning. So, Luke, a feminism section so that men who identify as women can feel what? More like they are part of women's issues?
Harris, this is not a policy platform that the Democratic Socialists have given us. This is the abolition of America. It's the roadmap to getting rid of the United States as we know it. And I have maintained this position for a while. I feel like the Democrats are about too...
This is the abolition of America. Oh, yeah, this was funny. I tuned into Joe Rogan yesterday and I heard Bernie Sanders' economics, Barack Obama's foreign policy, and Ro Khanna's conspiracy theories. And then I realized J.D. Vance was talking. I want a candidate in 2028 who doesn't mirror the Democrats and who can win. Mr. VP, this is not the way.
Elections away from strapping Karl Marx to a defibrillator, waking him up and running him at the top of the ballot. And the moderates, the centrists, the legacy Democrats have by and large been nowhere to be found. Listen, Harris, to these two juxtaposed policy positions and tell me which one's going to win out. Because the Democrat socialists want, as you just listed, extending voting rights to criminals, illegals, abolishing the Senate, eliminating SCOTUS, eliminating the presidency. But Hakeem Jeffries' response to these DSA members winning elections and his party's primary is the path is different, but the work is the same. Which one of those do you think is going to win out? I would submit, lastly, that the Democrat Party's conscience has been seared. They are numb to this, and they have allowed this weed to fester in their garden.
Megan, can you turn it around?
I sure hope so, but I would like to say that Democrat Socialists of America are not Democrats. Democrats believe deeply in capitalism. They believe deeply in the Constitution. They believe deeply in our
let me stop you right there, because I've heard you say this before. And
Jesus Christ, dude.
And I mean,
Constitution. They socialists.
Let's run it back.
Democrats.
Oh, great panel. Thank you. Great panel. Just two people that both hate the platform that you're talking about. One Republican, one Democrat. Nice. That's cool. Boomer Coco Melon at work. Yeah, it's awesome.
Believe deeply in capitalism. They believe deeply in the Constitution. They believe deeply in
let me stop you right there, because I've heard you say this before. And I mean, I believe that you believe that. Absolutely. The problem with that is that your party is giving them money and resources to run as Democrats. They don't say anything else on those ballots in the primary. They won't say anything else on the ballots in the midterm elections. They're not going to say we're actually socialists. They say they are Democrat socialists.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem that the party needs to address. And I have, on this program, asked leadership why they are doing that. But I will say these are not districts, or these are not people who are going to win the Senate or the House majority. These are people in blue states getting bluer, which people can argue that's a problem. But actually, that's not what's going to take back the majority for the Democrats.
This was her on CNN.
Republicans.
Oh, this is Caitlin Leggett. No, it's Megan Hayes. This is the one that was shitting on Abdul and claiming that Abdul was just like Plattner or some shit. Right, hold on. Can you get it? Can you go outside and get it? I don't think they can find it.
These are moderates that are winning in their communities, that are putting up candidates that are actual moderate Democrats that believe in the democratic values.
So you're not concerned?
I mean, of course, I am always concerned, but I am concerned that we're making a lot out of very few candidates. There have been like 4 or 5 of them that have won in the last
Did you see the scroll? There are 27 names on that.
There's 27 out of 435 members of the House. That is a very small percentage that they have not won into their general elections yet, and may not win in their general elections. This is an anti-incumbent.
Yeah, they're gonna lose in fucking. Chris Rapp is gonna lose in Philadelphia. Actually, bro, that's crazy. These people just take checks from these networks, say whatever they're asked to say, the majority of which doesn't happen, i.e. your subpoena. I know it's good content for you as a streamer, but I think it's doing more damage than helping in some cases. Buddy, the first part of that is not wrong. The second part of that couldn't be more wrong, okay? These people say these things, but people listen, okay? People listen.
The Democrats.
Oh, this is from April 14th. Associated with Tom Piker isn't how Democrats win young voters. It's how you alienate everyone else.
Need to realize that these are not the kind of people you want to platform and be a part of. I mean, he's an anti-American, anti-Semitic misogynist. That the tent doesn't need to be that big in the Democratic Party, and I wish people would stop platforming him. But I also think Democrats and Republicans here need to realize that
I'm platforming people. I'm platforming people, not the other. You're getting it wrong. I hate that they snapped me while I was fucking switching my goddamn Zin, and they use that photo all the time. I mean, look, I get why consultants hate me, because I do their job and I do it better than they do, and I do it for free. And not only do I do it for free, actually, I literally also pay. Like I fundraise for the candidates. So yeah, of course, I'm a significant threat to some of these staffers. Not only are they ideologically opposed to me, but I'm also doing something that they will never be able to do. So it's a real threat to their job security as well. So I get it. You look like you're pouting. I'm so sorry. I am pouting. I'm pouting because I'm hearing her dumbass takes.
engage not going through podcasts that are hateful and are going to drive division between the party. You have to talk about things they care about, and that's the economy. And so the sooner that Democrats realize that, the sooner they will get youth turnout to be more on their side. I think that Democrats need to realize that these are not the kind of people you want to platform and be a part of. I mean,
Yeah, Democrats will get the youth turnout if they just take a stance that agrees with my position on Israel, which Kamala did and lost over.
the election cycle, the Republicans are facing the same thing. You lost two moderate Republicans. Now
the Republicans are not facing the same thing. The Republicans are not facing socialism. That is not what's happening.
What?
Although I will add.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the same thing. It's far worse. It's called fascism, and it's here, and you're a champion of it. And yes, given the option between fascism and socialism, people will, of course, choose socialism.
To your point, there are more far left versus establishment Democrat matchups to watch for because the list is getting longer. Arizona's primary is this Tuesday. Missouri, Michigan, and Florida are early August. 3 races in California.
Yeah. Kai Newkirk is fucking dope, and he can actually win, by the way. I'm very excited about that. If you're in Arizona, you better be fucking smiling and dialing for Kai. Straight up.
California will pit incumbents against progressives on midterm election day. Luke.
I would say that I feel too many Democrats are in denial of the party's evolution. They're not mourning the loss of their party. They seem to be looking the other way. And I also have heard the argument that these are not Democrat candidates. But to your point, Harris, they have a D beside their name.
Yes.
They're using Democrat resources. The moderates have accepted them into their big tent party. They have tolerated them. They've been afraid to speak out. Chuck Schumer's been terrified to say anything against AOC because she's going to primary him at some point. Folks have been terrified to say anything against Mamdani because he's the energy of the party. So if we can get past like the 5 stages of grief with the Democrats and start hearing them actually speak out against these members, we can have another conversation. But as it stands right now, there's a D beside.
What do you mean? The Democrats are doing that. The problem is the voters like the fucking socialists. It's awesome. I love seeing Fox News freak the fuck out over this shit.
Their name, and that's why we have to call us out. I'm tired of having to critique the Democrat Party and try to point members in their own direction to say, let's go against this. Let's join hands and fight the tide here. But it looks like we're the adults in the room that have to do that for the majority of Democrats.
So Megan Hayes is an adult in the room. And I know you know your history.
To sit there and agree on the fascist news network with the fascist commentariat that the real problem in America is not the fascist Trump administration, but the Democratic Socialists in your ranks that your voters are voting for, you're not part of the team. You're not. These people used to call you a communist basically 3 years ago when Joe Biden was president. You're a fucking idiot.
And what this is rooted in is what we already fought against and made a promise we weren't going to go there. People come from socialist nations to this one because it's the best. We fought people who were anti-Semitic because it was hateful and it was wrong. So who's going to stand up to those members of your party who are winning and who have aspirations beyond to just destroy the government?
That's a great question. I would like to think that the people, the moderates that are in Congress and in local offices now are standing up to these folks. And you see it in Michigan. The tides are definitely turning in Michigan. A new poll came out. Haley Stevens is 7 points ahead of Abdul Ayed. So I think that a lot of this is on the ground. The people are turning around, and the voters are going to have to be the ones that stand up. If the leadership isn't going to do anything and defund parties that are allowing these folks to run, then that means the voters are going to have to stand up, and voters are going to have to vote for their democratic values. And that's what I think that's going to happen in the midterms.
4-day work week.
No, they're not for work.
I'm sorry. If you're Jesse Waters, you should legally not be allowed to criticize a 4-day work week when the total amount of work that you put in during your unironically 4-day work week, by the way, is not even one full day of work for the average worker. You fucking dipshit. You film 4 days a week for 2 hours a day.
You have a few little bills. Unfortunately, I had to sit through most of this. I remember when spinsters just had a book club. You know, like the lonely ladies who can't get a date, they just got together with their cats and they talked about cool books. Now they want to take over the world.
Right.
I mean, this is just, and here's the deal. It's not very, I'm going to agree with Jessica on this. This is not very popular. Did you see the amount of likes and hearts they were getting during the thing? It was like they were hitting it for each other. It was like 2 or 3. There was no love in that thing. But this is
what
you do have to take it seriously. But
why is the panel a date rapist and walking CTE, neither of which have ever worked a real day in their fucking lives in the last decade? Everyone would make fun of this guy's backwards hat and tattoos if he was a leftist. I mean, I think everyone should make fun of that regardless of his political ideology. Wait, shit.
At some point, the Democrats have to say, hey, you're not with us. You're communists. Form your own thing. Get out of our tent. Because they're going to, if I'm voting and I'm like, I'm an independent and I'm going to vote for the Conservative Party or Democratic Party, and that's the speech I hear? Like, if you're a Republican, you start funding them.
I think there's something very funny about a guy who's never going to vote for the Democrat being like, oh, this is a bridge too far. Oh, the mask is off now. Y'all done did it now. Dog, you're never voting for a Democrat. Why the fuck is this a matter of importance to you? That's why Jessica Tarkov sitting there and being like, you're right. You guys are right. These guys suck is fucking annoying. They're not Democrats. They're never going to vote for the Democratic Party. Their job is to lie about the Democratic Party. And you're sitting there agreeing with these fucking demons, Jessica. Meanwhile, those demons don't want the Democrats to win. And you know who is a Democrat? The people who voted for those socialists. The New York one is a closed primary. These are lifelong Democrats that are a part of the party.
Help them get better backgrounds. Like, jazz up that depressing backdrop that they were all in. One of them didn't even have the lights on, and we're seeing the reflection of her lonely life in their glasses. And they just went on. And they even said, I think Bernie Sanders is the most popular one because he ran for president. Like, that's who we have to work. Like, if I'm a Republican strategist, I'm like, that's it. Like, get them on the debate stand.
Right.
So who put this out? Was it Democrats? I mean, it almost seems like it benefits them more than the DSA.
It's an organizing call for organizers that are not media personalities. They're not media professionals. They're just members of the Democratic Socialists of America. They're not politicians. The only person on there that is a media personality is Emma Vigeland, which suspiciously they didn't mention any of her clips for some reason. Like, who gives a shit?
And I'm actually a little surprised because it was so ham-handed, and they've been a little bit more politically sophisticated. It's sort of like when Mamdani did the 4th of July speech, and I thought, like, he's usually better than that. And so maybe they have, I don't know, lost a step. But I do think it's worth taking very seriously, and the Democrats should thank Fox for talking about this story. Because if they don't, it'll just continue to eat away. And if we make fun of them, then that protects them from having to do so.
Yes.
And if we point out the trade-offs, then the Democrats can be like, yeah, what they said. And they don't have to do it. Like Chuck Schumer is like, I'm not going to weigh in on the main race. I'm just going to sit here and not do that. The other thing is they say it's for the workers. Jessica just pointed out.
Uniparty, baby. You see that? Uniparty. Straight up. This is why they keep winning, by the way. This is why we keep winning. Okay? Yeah. Who gives a fuck about, quote unquote, helping the Democratic Party? We care about changes. These people want you to live in a world where you will never retire. Okay?
40% of minority communities in Michigan want Haley Stevens, not El Sayed. So, and that happened again here in New York. And it happened in Colorado. So
47% of minority voters want Haley Stevens. Is already a bunk poll regardless, but it's really funny that a fucking Republican is saying that. Okay, if only black people were allowed to vote in this country, there is not a single state in the entire nation that would go to the Republicans. You're a Republican. Your entire political project revolves around trying to stop black people from voting. Like, who are they speaking to? Who are they talking to? This is literally like a fucking Klans rally being like, you know, them blacks, they know who to vote for. They're voting for the right one and not the wrong one. That's Muslim man. Now, of course, if you ask me, obviously they shouldn't vote at all, but if they're gonna vote, they should vote for the white woman. The fuck? What are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
So the white liberals are the ones that are propping them up. But also, when they say they're for the workers, let's be clear about that. The candidates that we know about so far, they lied on their resume, i.e. oyster farmer or doctor.
Or non-raper.
Some of them.
Dog, what are you saying? The motherfucker's a doctor, bro. He is a doctor. What are you saying? What the fuck? God damn, I hate these people so much. They just live in an alternative universe and they're so smug about it too.
Have never had a job. They've been in college their entire time, but they're for the Workers' Party, and that is why it has very little to do with economic socialism.
Wait, Abdullah Sayed was in charge of fucking Detroit Public Health. What are you talking about?
It has to everything. And I would also say that when they talk about packing the court or getting rid of the Supreme Court, there's a direct thread to be made to that and the threats against the Supreme Court justices that have been happening, because it dehumanizes these people, and you can't respect what the Supreme Court says because you disagree with it unless they go your way, and then you think it's great, and then you don't want to pack it. So I think that there's a moment for a Democrat to have a Sister Soldier moment here, but if they don't want to take it, we'll just keep doing it for them.
Well, if they're
Yeah, peak relevant commentary, the Sister Soldier moment. Yeah, that's all you need to know. These guys are still talking about the 90s, man. Like, they're demanding Democrats disavow Democratic socialists, people like myself. And if any of them are stupid enough to do so, by the way, if any of them, especially right now when it's a change election and people are hungry for a change candidate, good luck. Good luck winning anything from that point onward. You'll unironically cook yourself for no fucking reason. It's just your inability to read the goddamn room is going to cause your own demise. Thankfully, Democrats haven't done that.
not going to grow a spine, they're going to lose their party. Like, it is going to fracture in two. And who does that benefit? Jesse Waters, when he runs for president.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Again, very funny that they're talking about like the future of the Democratic Party.
But to our top story of the day, as the U.S. fights foreign threats like the Iranian
regime
abroad.
Oh my God. The entire fucking... Is the entire Fox News rundown about socialism? What the fuck's happening? It's just one speed. My God, these people need to be put out of their misery, so they want to overthrow the government and establish by the Constitution. Meanwhile, not a peep about this from the family values and joys of Fox News. Ken Paxton bought 3 condos in a luxury resort in Utah earlier this year. On the deeds, he listed a home in Frisco as his address. Police reports we obtained refer to the home's owner as a woman who was not his wife, and Mr. Paxton... Dude, what is the dick market looking like in the fucking state of Texas, bro. Because I'm sorry, you can't be living through the dick drought that whole ass, grown ass, Texan ass adult women are like, damn, that chopped motherfucker Ken Paxton, I need to have him bust me down. I need to have him blow my fucking back walls out. Have you seen Ken Paxton? Does Texas have a top shortage? What the fuck's going on? Shit must be bleak. There's like 15 different fuck scandals about this guy. And he is ugly as sin. Texas is now officially the England of America. Okay? The only other country where I have seen politicians be outed as dogs when they literally look like shit is England. That's the only other time I've ever seen politicians that are so goddamn ugly get outed for having like constant sex with women that are not their wives. Boris Johnson, Keir Starmer, and now Ken Paxton. Funny accent. Ugly dudes get tremendous play. Is it Texas? Is it England? As a Texan, you are right, but I don't like it. I don't understand it. Mr. Paxton got an extension on his April federal candidate filing, so he did not disclose his purchases during his contentious primary with John Cornyn. A campaign spokesperson did not answer the questions about the new purchase or their links to the new Frisco home. Yeah, we got the El Side campaign. Don't worry, we're going to get to that in a second. Ugly people fuck better for reals. Okay. The Ossoff stuff is peak Hasan derangement syndrome. He's never been on the show or said anything about Hasan. He just didn't condemn him after Hasan candidate. Yeah, it turns out Mike Collins, who's running against John Ossoff, has been outed as having close ties to a white nationalist influencer who happens to be his son-in-law. Least surprising news story of all time. NBC and ABC refused to air Trump's primetime address. People are still talking about ugly people fuck better in the chat, saying that this is here. I just want to briefly touch on this. It's a touching story. Let's take a look.
The way anti-Semitism can show up,
God damn, that's loud,
in Hollywood does have some nuance because it's not always obvious, you know. I'll just share 3 examples. One was my own and then 2 from friends. Mine was doing press for a movie. A Jewish reporter shared with me that the publicists of certain Jewish actors would come in before the interview to say, don't ask about their trip to Israel that they took when they were a teenager. Don't ask about their time in Jewish summer camp. And basically just don't raise the issue that they're Jewish.
Okay, there is varying degrees here. Don't ask them about their summer trip to Israel is very different than don't ask them about, like, I don't know, going to Jewish camp or whatever, which I don't think anyone will ever ask. I was about to say, I've never heard anyone ask that in any of these junkets, but I guess because the PR people are doing their jobs, I guess. That's why no one's ever asking. Otherwise, hello, I'm a journalist, and my number one question is, which Jewish camp did you go to when you were a child? Why would that be a question? I think he just added that on there to be like, oh, I have to hide my Jewish identity, when in fact, it was about the Israel thing. Because I could totally see a press person being like, don't talk about Israel, you know? But I cannot see a press person be like, don't talk about this Jewish actor's Jewish background. And it's really funny because people will then turn around and be like, oh, Hasan, you're like undermining their lived experience. It's like, come on, man. We're talking about Hollywood actors, dude. Really? Like, you're going to make an argument that anti-Semitism is manifesting in Hollywood? That's sincerely the argument you're making? They're packing up people and they're shooting brown people on the streets right now. Like, get a grip, dude. Name one Jew in Hollywood. True, I can't. You got me. I can't, because Hollywood, very anti-Semitic.
And that's a shame because I'm a proud Jew and I'm always very happy when it comes up to talk about it.
Camp Ramah.
Camp Ramah, yeah, exactly. Whatever it is, I'm happy to. My bar mitzvah. But then there was a friend of mine named Adam Shapiro. He had an experience on the movie Mank. which was directed by David Fincher, where Gary Oldman, who is playing Herman Mankiewicz, great writer, wrote Citizen Kane.
This is my former co-host and peer's grandfather. Ben Mankiewicz is, I think, grandfather or father. Yeah. He wrote Citizen Kane. Hollywood royalty. People who watch like TCM, is it TCM Classics? Will recognize him. Ben Mankiewicz from TYT. Yeah.
And there's a moment, and he's Jewish, and he's delivering a line where he's saying, no, that guy's just a kibitzer. Every take, he just says, no, that guy's just a kibitzer. And Adam Shapiro, my friend, is going, hello, anybody catching that? And he tells David Fincher, who's like, just let it go. And then a couple more takes. No, he's just a kibitzer. And finally, Adam goes up to Gary Oldman, and he's like, hey, Gary, it's kibitzer. Okay, just say kibitzer.
The level of discrimination Jews experience in Hollywood, will anyone ever understand the pain? I'm sorry, man. Come on, dude. Really? I mean, that's crazy. Like, this comes across as so out of touch.
And so finally he got it, but like that goes into another conversation about representation and authenticity, which we're not going to solve right.
There isn't Jewish representation in Hollywood? What planet is this guy living on, man? It's like saying there aren't enough black and brown people in the NBA or the NFL, okay? What the is Ben Mankiewicz cool? Did you know him from the TYT days? Yeah, there's not enough there's not enough black representation on BET. Not enough gays in West Hollywood. That is not an argument you want to forward, man. I mean, what are we talking about? It's just true. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just it's just objectively a ridiculous thing to complain about.
Now, but it's a subtle thing. And then lastly, my friend Jamie Denbo, who gave me permission to share this with you, is a brilliant comedian, but also a great writer, and was in the writer's room of Grey's Anatomy, where after October 7th, things got real tough for her in that room. A very left-wing room in general, a lot of Free Palestine going on in there, but which is, whatever. But she's...
Which is, whatever. Huh, interesting. Okay.
They're pitching stories, great stories, realistic stories about a Jewish character dealing with anti-Semitism, and it just keeps getting pushed aside. She just cannot get any traction on this. And finally, one day, she was mentoring another writer on the staff, and her mentee pulls her into a room and says, you know that when you talk about Israel, like that it's a state. And she says, Jamie says, have you ever been to Israel? And this mentee, who's supposed to be looking up to her, goes, no, but I've been to South Africa.
Oh, yeah, so she got schooled by her fucking mentee. How is this discrimination? Dude, how is this anti-Semitism, dude? How is that anti-Semitism? That's just a real conversation between two people that was fairly cordial, where, the party that you hate was kind of right and was trying to course correct.
And Jamie was like, okay, so she went to HR to report this. Like, she's not just going to sit and take it, willingly. And
wait, you went to HR? You went to HR to complain that someone told you the internationally recognized truth that Israel is a state? What the? Stop the presses, dude. Will anyone ever be all right after this? My good friend on the Grey's Anatomy writer's room was having a conversation with a mentee who was like, Israel's a state. So I got her fired. Sick. It's extremely funny that if you let a liberal Zionist speak for long enough uninterrupted, they will eventually say that Jews are treated worse than black people in the United States. It happens 100% of the time. Yes. It's awesome. And it is literally the Julian Casablancas meme, which is not a meme at all. It was just like a factually accurate statement that people got really mad about, where he was like, Zionists in the United States of America act like they are more marginalized than black people in the Jim Crow South. Straight up. It's the greatest clock. It's insane.
ever, while they had great seminars about LGBTQ issues that were actually really informative and about other marginalized.
Wait, buddy, Israel is a state. Having a seminar about Israel would be insane. I don't know why you're trying to bob and weave through this by establishing the premise that, saying the truth about Israel basically is anti-Semitism. But I don't think it's going to work because, most people that do HR or their job is to, identify harmful behavior in the workplace are not Jonathan Greenblatt. So obviously, if you go to the HR and you're like, hey, can you get this person fired? They'll be like, no. And then you have to go to the ADL, the Civil Rights Organization, ADL, and then you can get everybody fired. But there's no, you can't, Israel is a tiny nation, your way out of this to make it seem like, Israel is marginalized in some way.
Groups, they never brought anyone in to do a seminar on anti-Semitism, and she quit. And she is talking about it right now at the AJC in Washington.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It literally happened. She couldn't get what she wanted out of HR. So she went to Congress. Are you kidding me?
And we'll be happy to come anywhere anybody wants her to talk about it.
God, the level of privilege is unfathomable. Speaking of the level of privilege, though, Michael Rappaport's been complaining as well.
I've never thought about changing my last name. I've never been hesitant about.
Is Rappaport a Jewish last name? Don't get mad at me. I did not know that. You guys know I famously thought Michael Rappaport was Irish or Polish. Irish and Polish, but not Jewish. I don't know. I just thought he was like East Coast. I thought he was Italian, Irish, maybe a little bit of Polish, right? It's an Ashkenazi name. Wait, really? Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what is a Jewish sounding last name. I just never thought him and Bill Maher always read to me as drunk, Irish, maybe Italian pieces of shit. You know what I mean? Yes, Michael Rappaport. After October 7, I found out that he's actually Jewish because he became the #1 defender of Israel in Israel. But it's a very Eastern European Jewish name. I did not know that. Yeah. For those who don't know, Bill Maher found out later in his life that he's Jewish. But he was raised, I think, Roman Catholic.
Being Jewish. I've always been proud to be
or
Jewish.
not. Yeah, or just Catholic.
I, to be totally honest, have only played one role that was quote unquote Jewish. I have lost roles or not gotten roles, I'd say 5 or 6 times from things that I felt like I was right for and qualified.
Dude, this is my favorite. This is officially my favorite Michael Rappaport story because he's all right, let's just finish this and then I'm going to explain it to you.
But said, you don't seem Jewish enough. You don't seem Jewish. Now, everybody knows I'm Jewish now. But in Hollywood, the presentation is dark hair, bent over, big nose and keeling.
Dude, that's so funny because one, he's just immediately does anti-Semitic tropes, okay? And 2, he goes, I wanted to get these fucking jobs as a Jew, right? But unfortunately, I'm too sexy. I'm not like the stereotypical Jew guy who's keeling over. I'm too hot. I'm too hard body. I'm too tall. I'm muscular. Unlike these fucking Jews in Hollywood. That's anti-Semitism. That's anti-Semitism. That's awesome. He literally just hit multiple anti-Semitic tropes and then said, me, I'm not like that. Me, I'm not like that. I'm sexy. And the problem is no one wants to hire me for a Jewish role because I'm too fucking hot. And hot body.
You came in when you came in Hollywood, you weren't typecast, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't think that people don't think that 6'3", blonde-haired. Now it's a little gray. Don't tell anybody. But blonde-haired, strawberry blonde, 6'3" Jews.
Big ass penis, constantly having sexual intercourse with people. Guy with $1 billion in his bank account, or at least he looks like he's got $1 billion. Guy who looks like he's more comfortable sitting in a private jet. You know, guy like that, just a cool guy. Me, that's who I am. Tall guy, sexy as fuck, uncut penis. He's so funny to me, man.
Exist. And that's why when I would audition or meet for role, they'd be like, he doesn't seem Jewish enough. I'm like, what are you talking? I'm 99.9 Ashkenazi. I took the test with the spit and everything.
They did cast Bobby De Niro as a Jewish person in Once Upon a Time in America. I mean, no, you mean Casino. Robert De Niro is Jewish in Casino. Goated role, by the way. Was he also Jewish in Once Upon a Time in America? God, Casino's so good. Casino over Goodfellas, I said it. I mean, Goodfellas is great too. Yeah, they wouldn't make me the guy. They wouldn't make me the Jew in Casino. They went with Robert De Niro. Why? Is it because I'm too handsome? He was too meek? Casino was misogynistic as fuck. Yeah. Yes. They're bad people, Michael Fusco Art. They're not good people at all. Like, they're very bad people. That's kind of the point of the movie. I don't know if you figured it out, but everyone was bad. Like every person involved in the movie was really bad. Like they were all pieces of shit. They murder people all the time. They're constantly fucking one another over. I think I heard somewhere that the Italian mafia took some of the lingo and mannerisms of the Jewish people. Yiddish. But I think that's also because there's a lot of cross-pollination at the time. Because you had the Italian mob and you had the Jewish mob and the Irish mafia too. But like, that's probably part of the reason why there was a lot of that. They operated in tandem with one another. Because if you recall, and as I've talked about quite a bit, yeah, they lived together in New York City, but also Meyer Lansky worked with the Italian mob, but also, historically outcast and marginalized groups, like groups of migrants, oftentimes found work in the black market and went into organized crime. What is this? You had the you aren't white, but you will be if you sell out organized crime rings? Yeah. But it makes sense why wait, can you say that? It's not anti-Semitic? The Jewish mafia, like the Jewish mob? No, I'm not saying like organized crime, Meyer Lansky, that's just a real thing. Have you seen The Godfather? What are you talking about? That's a dog whistle. I thought you were better than this. It existed. That's a real thing that existed as, historically marginalized people came to the United States of America and couldn't find regular business, couldn't work in regular society. So they turned to organized crime. That's why I said, Italians and Jews and the Irish, they had their own, oftentimes cooperating, sometimes fighting. They had their own little organized criminal units. You forget people don't read too good. True. Yeah. Meyer Lansky specifically is very impactful because he also played a big role in American foreign policy to a certain degree. I mean, Cuba, pre-revolution Cuba is run by the Italian mob and Meyer Lansky. Yeah, Bugsy Siegel opened Vegas's first casino. He was Jewish and from the Lansky outfit. Yeah, they created Las Vegas. Lansky provided money and guns to the early Israeli militias. That too. Yes. It's goated. I mean, I'm very excited. It looks like the U.S. has boarded an Iranian tanker ship. What the fuck? Is this a Telegram channel? The U.S. boarded an Iranian tanker ship or the Iranians boarded the U.S. tanker ship? What is happening? I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I don't know what I'm looking at, chatter. It's a typical color grade of an Inaritu joint. Yeah, Birdman was sick. HIMARS system struck in Kuwait, apparently. According to additional reports, Iran struck American HIMARS system in Kuwait, the same missile systems that were used to attack Iran. There's large widespread fire indicating a relatively large attack. Caption alleges that the U.S. boarded an Iranian oil tanker. And civil infrastructure is hit in Iran as well. American Lucas, modified copy of Iranian Shahed, OWA UAV, which was down in Iran, is being carried by a Toyota Hilux pickup truck in the city of Desfol. Ain't no way. Bro, that's awesome. Breaking. U.S. strikes 3 bridges, railway, and airports in southern Iran and overnight attacks in civilian infrastructure. Oh boy, here we go. The United States struck at least 3 bridges, a railway junction, an airport, and a telecommunications tower across southern Iran on Thursday night, part of a widening bombing campaign targeting the country's transport and coastal infrastructure, according to the regional military monitoring channels on Telegram. The reports have not been independently verified. Bandar Khamir Bridge. U.S. missiles hit an overpass on the route connecting Bandar Abbas to Lar, a city about 200 miles inland, with cars on it at the time, killing at least 1 person and wounding several. Bandar Khamir is a small port town in Iran's southern Gulf Coast near Keshem Island. A third bridge, which the monitoring channels named Gariveh, was struck in southern Iran, killing at least 1 person and wounding several. Bridges are vital for moving people, fuel, and supplies across Iran's mountainous south. Bandar Abbas Railway, a strike hit the junction west of the city where the line connects Iran's Shahid Raja'i port, its largest container hub, on the Strait of Hormuz, wounding 2. Bandar Abbas Telecom Tower. Precision-guided missiles from fighter jets struck a communications tower, damaging nearby homes and causing civilian casualties. Iran Shah Airport. Missiles hit the civilian airport in Iran Shah, a city in the southeastern province of Sistan and Balochistan near the Pakistani border. Explosions were also reported across southern and southwestern sites, including Keshem Island and Shirik near the Strait of Hormuz, Bushehr, and farther west in oil-rich Khuzestan province, Ahvaz, Behbahan, Hamidiyeh, Suzangard, and the Karun area. The attacks follow President Trump's threat made Tuesday to begin destroying Iran's civilian infrastructure. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate, he told Fox News. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. Hold on. U.S. is preparing for a ground invasion of Iran. I don't know about all that. Iranian officials have repeatedly rejected the ultimatum, with Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf saying the strait will only open with Iranian arrangements, not American threats. The deliberate targeting of civilian infrastructure is a war crime under international law. A car lies beneath bridge struck in Bandar Abbas after apparently falling through the damaged structure. Dan Goldman is critiquing Haley Stevens. Yeah. Emerging take on Abdul Twitter, though not from Abdul himself, is that if Stevens beats him, progressives can stay home and let Rogers win. I hate this narrative. I don't even think we should be saying stuff like that in the primary right now, because it's the Democrats will use this to create discontent and to draw people away from Abdul. I don't think people should say that, okay? Especially because you don't need to say that, because Abdul al-Sayed is a far stronger candidate than Haley Stevens anyway, even without the potential for a lot of people not voting for Haley Stevens. A potential for a lot of people who normally wouldn't vote at all voting for Abdul but not voting for Haley Stevens is real, but it's not even necessary. So why do I say this? Abdul put it much more diplomatically that there are a lot of guys named Abdul in Michigan who didn't vote Democrat in 2024 but would probably vote for the non-AIPAC candidate who appears to be a Muslim guy. But yes, I think the appropriate way to talk about this is the risk that Haley Stevens carries as an AIPAC-backed candidate. The idea that Michiganders are not going to catch wind of Haley Stevens' allegiances to the nation state of Israel.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
And feel a certain type of way about her and not make the harm reduction decision to vote for her. It's just far too risky. It's far too big of a risk. 100%. DMFI hopping into the Michigan Senate primary. Also, by the way, speaking of which, Democratic majority for Israel jumping in with 31,000 digital ad buy in support of Haley, which is nothing, obviously. UDP is going crazy. Yeah. Speaking of which, 4.1 million from AIPAC Alert, 4.1 million supporting Haley for Michigan and opposing Abdul al-Sayed in the U.S. Senate in Michigan, putting Haley Stevens' confirmed Israel lobby total at now $24,807,340.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Haley in Tel Aviv.
We are here in the beautiful country of Israel, learning about her democracy. It is a great day to be in Israel.
Wanted to thank AIPAC and the pro-Israel community.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
And we are.
Has Hasan already covered part of the Trump address, or does he normally?
The way anti-Semitism can show up in Hollywood does have some nuance, because it's not always obvious.
I never thought of,
That's crazy. That just randomly decided to play on its own. That was wild. But yeah, there was also one more thing I want to talk about with anti-Semitism in Hollywood. Where is it? Where is the Dylan Saba tweet? Before I forget, because I wanted to watch that. Where the fuck is it? Oh my God, I have too many fucking tabs open. Jesus Christ. Oh, here it is. It's extremely funny that if you let a liberal Zionist speak for long enough, uninterrupted, they will eventually say that Jews are treated worse than black people in the United States. It happens 100% of the time.
I cannot be asked to choose between being a liberal and being a Zionist. Every term and all of the nomenclature that many of us used to use, especially if we are, liberals or Democrats, right?
Right.
None of that seems relevant anymore. This spectrum on both ends has been pulled so far that it's just a circle.
Totally.
It's like a messed up circle. So I don't identify, with many politics of the far left. I mean,
Sure.
And I don't identify with many of the things that the Democratic Party has chosen to prioritize, not just for the Israel reason or the Jewish reason. I think many of us feel very confused about our identity as Democrats because I think the Democratic Party has really let a lot of us down. And saying that earned me accusations of being a Republican in my own home, right? That's how polarized it got.
Right.
That if you questioned what's going on in the Democratic Party, all of a sudden there's only one solution. That means you're a Republican. No, I got a lot of other choices in between, The principles of liberalism hold true no matter what. I believe in upholding the fallen and healing the sick. I'm okay with also living in a country where some people believe in the welfare system and some people don't. Like, I was raised to understand that people have differences of opinion. We don't go shooting each other in the street about it, right? So none of that has changed for me. I believe in many of the policies surrounding legalization of drugs, of prostitution. I'm a liberal. However, this notion that support for Israel is in conflict with the Democratic Party is fallacious and it's sinful. And in addition,
She's like, we have differences in opinion and we don't go shooting each other about it unless you're an IDF soldier and there's a Palestinian teenager in your vicinity in a territory that you are illegally occupying and patrolling on also illegally. At which point, shooting that Palestinian teenager is obviously perfectly fine. And I have no problem with that whatsoever, because that's what it means to be a defender of Israel. So what the fuck are you talking about? Of course it's contradictory. Jake Tapper book right above her head. Nice touch. Couldn't have set dressed that better. She said that accusations of being a Republican come from within her own home. Further evidence that her kids fucking hate her. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Her kids are right. And they want what's best for her, which is to shut the fuck up about this Israel shit. But nope, no, she can't do it. She gotta fucking keep going. I watched exactly 2 interview clips of this woman in my life, and both times she's brought up unprompted the fact that her kids think she's a genocidal right-wing monster.
whatever's happening on those far fringes of the right is also not appreciated. We have to get out of that binary, right? Absolutely. And this country is young. And whatever experiment we were doing seems to be revealing that there's something about this, binary system that is not meeting my needs, certainly, as a liberal Jew. There's a lot of moral ineptitude. It is egregious to treat one minority population with such disdain, hatred, disrespect, and intensity. When, if any other minority group received this kind of attention, there would be blood in the streets. That is the most suspicious aspect.
That's awesome. Not only are Jews marginalized to the same degree, Jews are not even marginalized to the same degree as other minority groups. Jews are marginalized far worse than other minority groups, actually, and no one seems to care. Jews are the most marginalized population in modern American society in 2026. I mean, at this point, who are you going to win over with this? Like, this is such a crazy fucking, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I wonder what this conversation would look like if you had this with a black person. Like, what would, or with like a, like a Latino person who, is at any given point possibly the next victim of ICE. You know what I mean? They're roaming the fucking streets looking for brown guys, right? To do a Kavanaugh stop on that could turn dangerous in a moment's notice. I'm not even talking about my own shit. You know what I mean? Oh, like Muslims, whatever. Like, that's not even, we're not going there. But she said, I'm done with this. I don't want to hear about this no more. I'm out.
Aspect of what is going on. And this is what I tell my children. We don't have to.
You know she has a medical PhD in scientific research and she's anti-vax still? That's beast mode. Respect. She knows more than you do.
To agree on everything, but there's something conspicuously suspicious about the attention being paid to Israel.
Yeah. John Podhoretz was losing his fucking mind again. My favorite. God, I love John Podhoretz.
If half the Muslim American population of the United States actively supports a movement to kill my people, they are my enemy. And if they made up 10% of the Muslim population, American population in the United States, I would say, look, there are some bad people among American Jews too. And I'm not, I don't want you to hold me responsible for them. And
I mean, I just wouldn't, just not the best argument when we talk about percentages of like demographics supporting certain countries. Just I wouldn't bring that up. I just wouldn't bring that up. As a matter of fact, when people bring that up to me, I'm like, well, doesn't matter. It's not monolithic. It's kind of a wild thing to say here, John. The wildest of things to say.
And I won't hold you responsible for your bad actors, but if half of you are for it,
don't blame us for Morris Katz.
I'm not gonna. It's enough. Yeah, right. But I mean, no. It's like I'm not gonna be constrained with the.
He's talking about, I think there was some poll that came out that like polled different demographics in the country and like their support for Hamas. And I think the American Muslims, obviously, they had a far higher percentage. I think it was like 44% or something, which is funny because like when you look at the youth numbers, I think it's like at 25%, and that was a couple of years ago. So, just saying. But he's saying like, oh, I have an example of a Jewish person saying it to a black person. Wait, what?
Word that seems to come up a lot in these.
One assumption about Jewish privilege is that we can pass as non-Jews, which makes the racism we suffer lesser than some other minorities. It certainly makes it different. David's niece, Donna, it's interesting to me as a biracial person. I can't hide the fact that I'm black. My dad can hide the fact that he's Jewish. In America, my mom gets stopped by cops in her car. I'm a little bit more worried than I am if my dad gets stopped in the car by cops. No type of racism or discrimination should ever be acceptable, but this type of racism is what Diane Abbott was referring to when Labor decided to spend her again. Why is David Baddiel able to acknowledge this distinction, but UK Labor chose not to?
Conversations is privilege. And one assumption about Jewish privilege is that we can pass as non-Jews, which makes the racism we suffer lesser than some other minorities. It certainly makes it different. I needed to talk about this with someone else, someone closer to me.
So...
Oh, wait, that's the football's coming home guy, right? Football's coming home guy. He's coming home. He's coming. He's like anti-Corbyn. He was like a big... Wasn't this guy like a big... Corbyn is an anti-Semite guy?
Initially, when I did Ancestry, it came up as 50% European Jewish. The other bit of it was mostly Nigerian, different like areas in West Africa.
He's also racist as fuck and did blackface.
I did also notice on my mom's side, there was a smidgen of, I think it was Scottish or something, and I assume was some, slave master that raped
probably.
some. Yeah. It's interesting for me as a biracial person because there's this feeling of not necessarily belonging in either community and kind of struggling to feel like there's a place that you do belong.
Why are you guys saying very extreme blackface? What is like blackface is blackface, man? How could it be more extreme than like regular? Oh wait, do I want to see this? Oh my God, you weren't fucking wrong. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's not you. That is extreme. That's crazy. That is okay. That was advanced. I did not know what I was expecting. I don't think there's a tasteful way to do blackface, but that was extreme. He never apologized for it. That's crazy. Okay.
I can't hide the fact that I'm black.
Yeah.
My dad can hide the fact that he's Jewish. In America, if my mom gets stopped by the cops in her car, I'm a little more worried than I am if my dad gets stopped in the car by the cops.
So
why would you be worried if your Jewish father got stopped by the cops? Like, even if the cops found out he's Jewish, why would that? I mean, I'm asking this sincerely, okay? Because, like, look, I'm white, okay? That's what she's saying, dude. I know, but she's saying that in a conversation that is about Jews having privilege because they can hide their Judaism, okay? That's what she's saying. This conversation that the blackface guy is trying to have is about how Jews have privilege over other minorities because they can hide that they're Jewish. She's saying, yeah, it's true. My Jewish father has more privilege than my black mother because my black mother is black. She can't hide that she's black. Let's hear what he has to say.
I accept that that there's an element of privilege in being able to pass. At the same time, it's kind of complicated as well.
That's his point. This is from a Channel 4 show he did about how anti-Semitism isn't seen as racism. That's him dressing as a football player who's been asking to apologize for over 30 years. He still hasn't apologized. No, that's the point. Is it effing? What the fuck? Uh-oh. Are we good? Are we back? It seems like we're back. It's coming home. It's coming home. It was a mini F. Football's coming home. What I don't understand. What I don't understand personally is like, I'm white, okay, but I got a Muslim name, and I guess in the initial interaction, until they see what my name is, then it's fine, and sometimes it's even fine after they see what my name is, right? Because I'm white. But I feel like if a cop stops a Jewish person and then assumes they're white, but then they find out that the person is Jewish, like what changes in that dynamic? In the United States of America, maybe it's different in England, but in the United States of America, I feel like if you're Jewish, overwhelming majority of American Jews are Ashkenazi too, so I guess that also plays a role in this. But if you're Jewish, you're just seen as white. Like, it's not that different than, having an Irish name or an Italian name. I'm sure there's like neo-Nazi cops, but that would be like an extreme level of, there's neo-Nazi cops are like, I would assume that they're not weird, extra weird to like they're rare is what I mean. Not that racist cops are rare, but cops that are specifically anti-Semitic and then on top of that react to anti-Semitism. I guess maybe in the South. But if we're talking about cops being violent across the board to white people as well, yes, I agree. They are. But if we're talking about racial discrimination that leads to disparate outcomes, like racial discrimination that happens in the hands of the police, in the hands of law enforcement, that leads to disproportionately negative outcomes for certain groups, I wouldn't put myself in that situation, nor would I put like an Ashkenazi Jewish person in 2026 in that situation. Casually forgetting cops helped lynch Leo Frank. Yeah, I'm not talking about being a Jewish minority during the era of Leo Frank. I'm talking about right now. What are you talking about? Obviously, systemic discrimination against Jews definitely existed throughout time and certainly in the United States of America as well. But we're talking about right now. Like, Jews are discriminated against, but it's not the same level of systemic discrimination that like black people face. Cops are famously pro-Palestine, like at Campus Brothers. I mean, that doesn't matter. Cops can be fucking vehemently anti-Palestine and still be anti-Semitic. They're just often right-wing reactionary and fairly hateful people. It's like other non-visible minorities, like being gay. Normal people assume you're straight until proven otherwise. So she's saying she would be more scared of discrimination as a black person than a Jewish one. Yes. David did apologize on a podcast he did with Jason. White people needed more whites to be accepted, so they moved away from ethnic discrimination to just skin color. There's an argument for that. Like Elijah Manley running for Florida 20, who was here. He's black and Jewish. I feel like if I were to ask him, like, what is the most common form of discrimination you've experienced, I doubt that he would say anti-Semitism, right? Like, he's black. This is even during the civil rights movement, like when people were far more homophobic, there were obviously gay, black, civil rights activists and advocates that would openly say that their primary form of marginalization still ultimately comes from being black. As a brown Jew, I've gotten more discrimination for people think I'm Muslim. Yes, this is actually a very funny conversation I've had with some Jewish Persian Shah defending friends of mine in the past who are vehemently Islamophobic, but then would tell me their experiences of being stopped by the TSA because they were suspected of being Muslim. And I was like, why do you think that's happening? Like, don't you realize that you're defending that with some of your other commentary? Like, how do you think they're stopping you because you're Jewish? Or do you think they're stopping you because you're Persian and therefore you have an Iranian name and you look, you look brown? How did that happen, you think? Just walk through it real quick. Felix used to lie and say he was Armenian all the time whenever other Jewish people would come up and ask to pray with him. That's the only case where a passing as a non-Jewish might be helpful. Oh, you're talking about like Orthodox folks that want to rap or people that want to do the tefillin, a mitzvah.
Idea that I can't openly say that person should not be in the House or in the Senate because they are Muslim. I mean, that's the bridge here. The bridge here is they hate Jews. They want to kill Jews. They support a movement that is actively sought to murder thousands of Jews. And if that's
I love defending racist opinions with statistics and not even recognizing how ironic this is. Literally the 1350 argument. It's like, well, I'm not saying all black people are violent, but 13% of the population responsible for 50% of the crimes. I mean, can you fault me? Like, that's literally what he's doing. Awesome. But he's doing it wokely. Thank you, John Podhoretz.
Something that they support. What on earth? How can we, what comfort can we take in the idea that they will be constrained by American law not to do it here? They're going to do whatever it is that they're going to do to defend or advance the interests of.
Weirdly, as a black Muslim, I didn't face as much discrimination for being black, being Muslim. Growing up, after seeing my mom in hijab, my friends were surprised and said they never knew I was Muslim and thought I was black. Yeah, of course, because anti-blackness is the primary form of racism in this country. That's it. There's nothing that comes close to it. Can you read my very serious question in my last message? Is this justification for me as a Jew to be anti-Semitic because of certain other statistics? Yeah, no, he is doing that. Yes, he's doing that, which is crazy to do that, especially because that's literally the Nazi argument against Jews. he's doing the Nazi argument against Jews while simultaneously not even recognizing it. He's doing that against Muslims. He's like, well, come on, all these Muslims believe this. I mean, how can you fault me for being hateful towards these people who want to kill me? All Muslims want to kill me.
These groups that they will be constrained by American law not to do it here. They're going to do whatever it is that they're going to do to defend or advance the interests of Hamas and these groups and that means we can't pretend we're not allowed to talk about who they are and what they want. And we haven't. I mean, people do, but there is still this kind of like barrier, which is, of course, I'm not.
John Podhoretz, upset that people can't be hateful enough openly to Muslims in a 2-minute conversation where he is being unbelievably hateful to Muslims. That's awesome. It's like, yeah, you know what society needs more of, I think? John Podhoretz. You know what society needs more of? I'm here to tell you. More Islamophobia, please. It's not enough. It's not enough for my taste. Clearly, all Muslims are Hamas. They love Hamas. And therefore, I should be able to hate them openly.
Attacking all Muslims. Well, okay, fine. I'm not attacking. I will, however, be happy to attack 44% of Muslim Americans. And say, you're pieces of shit, you're garbage, you love terrorists, and you're my enemy, and you're America's enemy, and I will do everything in my power.
Again, I don't do this for you know, Jewish people. I don't go, oh, what percentage of Jewish people love the IDF or love Israel in the United States of America? That means all Jews believe this, because I'm not a fucking racist dickhead. Okay? Only racist dickheads operate like this because they have this perspective that, by the way, I'm not even making the comparison here. I'm just saying that, like, one is normalized, one is obviously not. But that's how racist dickheads operate. The idea that, like, if you meet, yeah, also the pro-Israel Jewish percentage is a bit higher. Exactly. But even then, I think it's fucked up to behave like that. It's fucked up to operate like that. It's fucked up to assume that that is the case, especially because positions are changeable, right? People's perspectives can and do change all the time with new information as they reprogram their previous social conditioning. So the idea that, like, positions are unchangeable for all people across the board and forever is inappropriate. Making a calculation that people are monolithic off of that, an entire group of people are monolithic in their understanding and their approach to Israel is also inappropriate. Well, John, on the other hand, of course, is very comfortable being a race piece of shit. Main to the Toyota.
Special election comes down to one thing, electability. And my performance in last month's gubernatorial shows that I am the candidate that's best fight to Senator Collins and defeat her this November.
Jordan Wood. Thank you for hosting tonight's debate, Phil and Rob. Thank you, everybody who's watching at home.
Why is this guy on here?
I was in second grade when Susan Collins was first elected our senator.
Get off the fucking stage. Who are you, bro?
She's helped build a political system that is failing us. I served as the chief of staff. I was barricaded at the Capitol on January 6th. I know the threat that Donald Trump poses to the future of our democracy. In the past year, I've held more than 40 town halls listening to Mainers. We support Medicare for all, universal child care at $10 a day, a billionaire's tax. And we need a senator in Congress that is fighting for those priorities. As senator we can trust. And that's why I don't take any money from corporate PACs, lobbyists,
a real leftist.
Our next nominee has a very tough task. I am the only candidate on this stage who can separate themselves from Graham Plattner, the candidate, from our progressive movement to change Washington. Last October, when I didn't believe Graham was telling us the truth about his past, I spoke out, and it cost me politically. But if I am your nominee, I promise I will be able to separate him from Susan Collins and the need to defeat Donald Trump and his agenda, which is wreaking so much havoc on our state. Thank you.
Let's turn to our first question. You've mentioned Graham Plattner. Let's begin there. He withdrew from the race after his campaign flamed out. But along the way, he really attracted a lot of enthusiasm, generated a lot of enthusiasm among Democratic voters. He offered a lot of plans, a lot of proposals. My question is, and I'll begin with you, Troy Jackson, what is the idea from Graham Plattner that you
deploy
heard
the Toyota
that you will use to move forward with your campaign and try to win votes?
Well, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, what Graham talked about is something that I've been fighting for since I got into politics. Healthcare, Medicare for all. I mean, people in this country deserve to have healthcare. We deserve to have people in government that are not giving tax cuts to the ultra wealthy in this country on the backs of healthcare. This is something that I believe strongly in. I fought consistently in the state legislature for. I've tried to pass a whole bunch of bills for prescription drug coverage, making it easier for people. I've certainly supported main care expansion. And that's the thing that I think that Graham did the best, was talked about
Don't call him Graham.
Fighting against the healthcare industry and the prescription drug industry to make
Troy,
sure
call
that people in this state and in this country had
Don't call him Graham, Troy.
Healthcare. Nothing else matters if you don't have good healthcare.
Nirav Shah.
There are a lot of areas where Graham's policies and mine overlap. One that I think is
okay.
particularly
Everyone's calling him
relevant
Graham.
this week is the need to finally abolish
Is the
ICE.
meta to, I mean, Maine is so tiny. I guess everybody knows everybody, but is the meta to be like, I'm the closest to Graham Plattner? Is that what they're trying to do?
Donald Trump's masked marauders before we finally agree that now is the time to abolish ICE. Now, rather than abolishing it, what Susan Collins has decided to do in recent years is increase the budget to a staggering $70 billion. That's more than 3 other federal law enforcement agencies combined. The FDA, the DEA, and the U.S.
By
Marshals.
the way, if this guy wins the fucking primary, this like special primary, he's going to get fucking destroyed by Susan Collins. Even though he's like fairly good as a communicator, sure, he has like a bunch of bad positions like privatization of schooling and whatnot. But he's just like a cookie cutter, somewhat progressive center left Democrat, let's say. The problem is his background is horrifying. His decisions in Illinois and public health department led to a bunch of veterans dying of Legionnaire's disease, which he covered up, which is why I think it was a senator who came out and was like, do not fucking vote for this man.
And one thing, I've been very involved in human rights work. I've been protesting the need for Palestinian statehood, a two-state solution. I care deeply
Yeah, I think
about
Duckworth.
the people in Gaza,
Duckworth came out and was
when I
like,
got into this race, I was
do
very
not.
hesitant to use the word.
Or was it Baldwin?
To me, when you make that commitment, you have to be ready to go all the way.
Was it Duckworth or Baldwin?
For the need to put conditions on any future aid to Israel. Graham got into this race saying this is, and I learned that it is so important in these moments to draw those moral lines.
Oh, Durbin
Voters are
too?
looking
Dick
at
Durbin
you to
also?
see what is
Jesus
going on
Christ.
in Gaza, that Israel is committing, and the need to speak to that. And it's going to be difficult, but it is one thing that I took from Graham that I embrace that position now, but I learned it from him.
Oh my God. They're all
A single
fucking.
idea from Graham Plattner that spoke most deeply to me.
Bro, they're
is that
talking
he's
about
right.
like he died, bro.
The democracy that we thought we had has been deeply corrupted by those in power in Washington, the billionaires and the massive corporations.
Oh
But
God,
it's a
main
false choice that it
politics,
should be
man.
won.
Oh my God,
Because
they're all
he
so
energized
riskless.
a movement that's always been there. We don't have to choose. It's about Medicare for all. It's about getting ICE out of Maine. It's about seeing the harm of October 7th and seeing the harm that what Netanyahu is doing in Gaza.
Oh,
is,
no.
And that we can hold both of those ideas and we can speak the truth, not try to figure out which talking points will win.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm going to ask a new question. Go to Dr. Shaw first. If you're chosen as a Democratic nominee, everyone knows you'd be running against Susan Collins as she seeks a sixth term. We learned this week she's got $11 million of campaign cash in the bank. There are independent groups that have pledged tens of millions of dollars to back her. And Mainers are familiar with her, as well as the money she brings to the state.
You guys elected
for
Newsom, by
fire
the way?
stations.
Dog. Gavin Newsom is only charisma. What do you mean? His whole shtick is he looks like he should be the president in a B movie. What are you talking about?
You're right. The
He's
one
a
argument that
monstrous piece
Senator
of
Collins
shit for
has
his
made over and over
policies.
for her reelection,
But he's
is that she brings in
unbelievably
funding to the
telegenic.
state. The question and the approach is to take that argument head on. Sure, she brings in about $300 million to the state of Maine, but what do we lose for having her as our senator? We encounter a situation where there are tariffs right now, where the average Maine family is spending an extra $1,000 a year.
Uh-oh.
We have a war in Iran, where Senator Collins has done nothing other than make basic statements about how she doesn't agree with it, and that war is jacking up diesel prices and making diesel fuel for loggers and
White
lobstermen much more
Mamdani.
expensive. It's jacking up fertilizer prices.
So is it
Not long
is
ago,
White
when there was a vote on
Mamdani
the
standing there?
tax credits, Senator Collins voted no against extending them. She ushered through a bill that gutted funding for nutrition.
I'm a Mainer,
food
and
for
these young
hungry
fellas
kids.
have great
And so
charisma.
sure, she brings in money to the state, but the question we should ask ourselves is not what we can do or how we will live without her.
The birthright
It's whether we
citizenship
can
case,
afford to live with her
I do
for 6
think
more years, because
restricts
net of
the
net,
ambitions
we lose money.
of the wing of the party.
What is happening?
That was hoping that it could.
What the fuck is going
Democracy
on
are all
today?
Relying on us. I think, and a lot of people across the state agree with me that yes, Susan Collins does bring back appropriations funding for projects that are important in all communities across the state. But this is a different moment for our country. And we need her to step up and meet that moment. To have the courage to stand up and defund ICE, abolish it, prosecute the agents who have committed a murder in our state on Monday. We need a senator who has the courage to say no to a HHS secretary like RFK Jr., who she voted to confirm. But we all remember when she when she voted to put Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court, knowing that this could overturn the right to abortion for all women in this country. She did not have the courage to do something differently. So I appreciate what she's done as appropriations, but we need a lot more right now from our senator.
Thank you. Shannon Bellows.
We're going to beat Susan Collins in November, and I am running because I'm the best candidate to win, to unite a fractured party, to bring Mainers together in sake of a common goal, and that is that the stakes are too high not to have change in Washington, not only to hold Trump accountable, but also to stand up for our friends and neighbors that are really struggling right now. And I'm the only one who has run against Susan Collins before. And she had all of the advantages in 2014 she has now. But there's one constant in this life, and that is change. And I've gotten stronger because I've been doxxed and swatted and threatened. And I still never backed down to Trump. And she's changed too, and the country's changed with Trump and the end of Roe v. Wade and so much more. So I'm ready to win.
Troy Jackson.
Well, Senator Collins is just a rubber stamp for the wealthy elite in this country. And that is nothing that's ever going to help the people here in Maine. We watch people lose their health care. We've watched people lose their Roe versus Wade. So many things that she's not been willing to stand up for. To bring in, $300 million or whatever, we've lost a lot more than that in what she's given up. And that's the point, is that, being the appropriations chair, she should have been able to stop ICE. She should have been able to stop so many of these things. And she wasn't willing to, because she'd rather go along with the Trump administration and make it harder for everyday working class people. All across the state, people are having a hard time to pay for health insurance, prescription drugs, child care, nursing homes. I mean, you name it. And Senator Collins has done nothing. Actually, when she talks about bringing money into the hospitals, how much more money did she take away from the hospitals in the big, beautiful bill? I mean, that is what the problem is she won't stand up for the average working class people in this state.
Let's move on to what happened in Biddeford a few days ago when an ICE agent shot and killed a young Colombian immigrant who had a legal work permit. All the facts, there's a lot to be determined.
They got to pump our boy Troy with some fucking white Monster Energy bevs, you know what I mean, before they put him on that stage.
With Donald Trump as president, that's almost certainly
Okay, all I'm going to
not
say is
happen.
this. Look. A lot of people shit on fucking Morris Katz and Fight Agency, and they're like, oh, you didn't do vetting. But like Graham Plattner, obviously, if you look at the rest of like the candidates coming out of Maine from Susan Collins onward, yeah, Graham Plattner comes across like as the most charismatic person that any Mainer has ever experienced in their whole lives. Even with the fucking red flags before the obviously credible rape allegation.
When a member of our community who is
so they
here
probably
legally
thought they found a
is
fucking
shot
real
trying to
gem
flee
in
a
the
scene.
wild. You know what I
He
mean?
had a 3-year-old in the car. He was not trying to run over anybody. Nobody in a moment like that, unless they were in a life and death situation to protect their child, would do what he did. So I think we need a new agency. But the U.S. Senate is controlled. It controls our taxing and spending. It's in the Constitution. I would not approve a budget that did not reform ICE to include no longer being able to wear masks, IDs, body cameras. I mean, there should have been body cameras on these agents, but there has to be real accountability and prosecution of those that break the law.
Shannon Bellows.
I've been really struggling this week because Johan and his 3-year-old daughter were murdered in Maine streets by the... And we say we don't know the facts. We know the facts. He was a good guy. All of his neighbors said so. He was legally here. And you know what? It doesn't matter. Nobody deserves to get shot and
Okay,
killed
I could
in
run
the
for Maine
streets
Senate, I think.
when their 3-year-old daughter is still in her pajamas. And there are other kids and other families nearby just getting ready to work, getting ready to go about their day. So what I want to say is I remember when there was no ICE because I was an ACLU organizer. In 2003, it was one of my first campaigns. They said we needed ICE to replace INS. Well, I remember a day when the thugs weren't in the government and they didn't have arms.
Troy Jackson.
So, I mean, I support law enforcement, but ICE is not law enforcement. It's a rogue agency that goes around doing things that they're being told to on high. You know, this winter, whenever they were here, we saw a lot of people here in Portland that were pulled out of their vehicles. Even one law enforcement themselves was pulled out of a vehicle. Other people at schools, churches, and things like that. And Susan told us that she had used her power to get ICE out of here. Well, now we have somebody that was actually murdered here in Biddeford under her watch. And it's horrific, it's sad. I mean, at 26 years old, I had a 3-year-old son. I mean, I can't imagine anyone thinking, and the other thing about this is, we don't have to wait. I mean, he was the wrong person. They were after the wrong person, and they shot him. We do not need that type of law enforcement. I mean, that they need to be dismantled because they give us nothing in this country but heartache and racism.
You're off, Shaw.
I am beyond furious about the murder that happened on our streets here. And that is in part because it reminds me of my own family. My parents were immigrants to this country.
Again, it's not great that the most charismatic orator on that stage has the worst policies out of the top 3 contenders here. Troy's the best, for sure, policy-wise, background-wise. He has the experience.
So yes, I'm absolutely furious.
But,
and Rob, you asked about how we would
but
reform
the
it.
most charismatic one is a guy that Tammy Duckworth and Dick Durbin have openly come out
Is that going to take some time?
and warned
Perhaps,
against.
But that must be our goal. What are the interim steps that we can take? Well, first thing, we have to acknowledge there's a reason why Susan Collins has not reformed it, and that's because she's been bankrolling it since the agency's inception. How might we actually put safeguards around ICE? Number one, we must put appropriations riders on that ban masks from federal agents.
It's not
Number
like Susan
two, we
Collins
must
is charismatic
require
either. I mean,
actual
it's-
wearing of body cameras. The money's been there, but ICE and Susan Collins have done nothing to put them in place. And number three, we must lift the immunity that has protected them from prosecution. Now is the time to actually introduce accountability, and I will as our next senator.
Thanks very much.
So in 2018, as some of you alluded to already, Susan Collins cast a decisive vote to confirm Brett Kavanaugh as a Supreme Court justice. She's told us twice this year that she does not regret that vote. He was in the 6-3 majority in the Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe and the constitutional right to an abortion. So are 3 other Collins confirmed justices, Samuel Alito, John Roberts, and Neil Gorsuch. So that's where we are. Looking forward, what would you do as a U.S. Senator to restore and protect reproductive rights in the Senate, or otherwise reform the Supreme Court, which some people say is ideologically out of balance? Let's start with you, Jordan Wood.
Yeah, I'm 36-year-old, like Graham, I am a millennial. And the deep anger that young people have towards our Congress and our government in many ways is because we have watched this court strip away rights, like the right to abortion, and a politics that has not solved that problem. And Susan Collins has campaigned in the past as being pro-choice. But what it means today to be pro-choice in the U.S. Senate
I
is
saw the background
the
earlier.
filibuster.
Dropsite was reporting on it. ICE officer Columbia man in Maine has a history of threatening behavior and mental illness. Family and court documents say, unbelievable levels of lawlessness coming from ICE, as I've said already. His ex-wife outed him. Okay, the ICE agent who 26-year-old Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero in Biddeford, Maine, on Monday has been identified as David Michael Brulliet, a 37-year-old former Maine law enforcement officer, Army veteran. The Portland Press Herald reported. Brulliet was first identified Wednesday by ICE-List, a public database of ICE officers run from the Netherlands, which cited 2 people who knew him personally. His ex-wife confirmed it the next day. His ex-wife, Ashley Brulliet, said he admitted to them and asked her to lie for him. She said she reviewed footage of the scene and disputed his account, saying nowhere in there does it show that this man charged at you with a car. Ashley Brulliet also said her ex-husband was abusive during their relationship and that she had previously reported concerns about his mental health to his military superiors. DHS has refused to identify him. Brulliet? Okay, thank you. Yeah, he was a former jail guard and a cop who abused his ex-wife. Great crop of talent out here. Also, it is kind of wild that it's kind of wild that AP is also straight up unmasking ICE agents now. Kind of beast mode, if you ask me. I feel like this is something that they would, like, maybe in the beginning of this administration, they would shy away from this sort of stuff. They're just, once again, this tells me that there is a noticeable attitude shift. There is a noticeable attitude shift even amongst mainstream media at this point, where they're just, openly revealing this kind of stuff. And that's a good thing. Yeah, sirens active in Bahrain now. By the way, fires broke out in Kuwait on the border area with Basra following a series of strikes. Unclear what was targeted, but some people suspect that this is where the missiles were recently fired from, like HIMARS. But yeah, his troubling past further challenges how thoroughly the Department of Homeland Security has vetted recruits as it went on a hiring spree to help carry out President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. Stock oil market is not doing well. Hasan, help. Iran says they targeted U.S. helicopters and recon aircraft at the Sakhir Air Base in Bahrain drone attack. Secondary explosion, we're seeing it in a video, so it's definitely a depot or a launcher. Yeah. It's just another sequence of laundry fires. Have you ever heard about Trump's election integrity army? Auf mein Gott. Welcome to the Bürgerreich, I guess. Are you going to cover the address today? Yes. I am hopefully going to be able to cover the address, yes. As a funder of your broadcast, I cannot visit the U.S. anymore. Yeah, I already covered this morning, and it freaked me out. Today, the State Department is imposing new visa restrictions to bar far left entering our country. Foreigners who finance, incite, or aid and abet far left are enemies of our civilization. They are not welcome in the U.S. The address is in an hour and a half. Odds Trump calls you a Chinese-funded Antifa KW. Bro, it is not funny, okay? But yes, the odds are unfortunately not zero. Under normal circumstances in a normal universe, it would be zero, but unfortunately we are not living in that universe, okay? We're living in this one. But the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. If you no longer want to see, if you want to support independent media, obviously there are no ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. But if you still want to fund the show, support the show, all you need to do is subscribe. And at Level 10 Hype Train, PBS carries the flame. You know he won't speak till 9:30 to 10. He loves to make people wait. I hope not. No, sometimes it's pre-recorded. Anyway, Fox, Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman threatening to desert his party if the party deserts Israel.
Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman threatening to desert his party if the party deserts Israel.
That's my red line in the Democratic Party. Look at
Bro, it's not even oh no, anyway, he's not going to do it. You want to know why? Because he's irrelevant as the 51st Republican. But in a 50-50 situation, he stays in the Democratic Party and maintains his position as a spoiler, which is why I keep repeatedly explaining to people that you have to go beyond. Until 2028, you have to push far beyond that. Like we have to win everywhere, okay? Because right now, in order to flip the Senate, it's already a tight race. You need Maine, right? We're not going to make it to 2028.
people that are winning these primaries right now. They're not just, I'm just pro-Palestinian. I'm deeply anti-Israel.
The amendment.
Yeah, I mean, John Fetterman sucks. Summerlee. Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the 50 bones. John Fetterman sucks. Summerlee will, inshallah, replace him as the next senator from Pennsylvania. 100%. However, if we're talking about like the current situation, I was wrong. Chris Rabb unfortunately can't make it today. He's available tomorrow, and I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be in DC, so I should delete that. He just got off the plane. Mary Lou has said abolish ICE on the most recent episode of Necessary Conversation. The tides are turning. Good. Rumor is that tonight Trump will claim 278,000 non-citizens are currently registered to vote. What's in D.C.? I'm in D.C. I'm going to be delivering a speech to the College Democrats of America. I don't know why they invited me, but they did. And of course, opportunities like that, I will always take advantage of. Every time I explain it, people go, what the? Level 4 hype train, by the way. Level 4 hype train. I mean, CDA is cool. College Democrats were in favor of Maylot Quiros. I still think that this is Neera Tanden, and Neera Tanden invited me to kill me on stage. But we'll see. Is J Street affiliated? I don't trust. Yeah, I mean, I looked at their donors and stuff, and it's a Democratic Party thing. Bring protection, Second Amendment. Bring a weapon to D.C., to the College Democratic Association, College Democrats of America National Convention. That's what your suggestion is. Are you okay? In D.C., Washington, D.C. Mary Lou, former Hasan guest, finally says it. Abolish ICE. Bro, where is Bobbert, dude? Where is Bob to set her straight?
This is totally out of control. They need to shut it down. It's ridiculous. They're killing people now. I see it. Now I do see it. They're killing people they shouldn't kill. It needs to be shut down.
Holy shit. You're saying, correct me if I'm wrong here, you're saying abolish ICE?
Yes.
What the are you kidding me right now?
I don't like people getting that shouldn't be. That's ridiculous. That's terrible. It's terrible.
Please say this. Please just on this camera right now say abolish ICE.
Abolish ICE.
Oh my God. I wish Haley was here. I'm getting chills.
Get rid of them.
This is the biggest step forward you have ever taken in the we've been doing the show for 4 and whatever amount of years. 4 and change.
That video got to me. That lady was good. Yeah.
You're saying abolish ICE.
Yes, I am. I talked to Dad about it today. He said, nah. I said, yes.
Wait, is Dad on the side of the ICE agents still?
Of course he is, yes.
Oh, and so how does he justify this?
I don't think he has seen that clip, but he knew about the one in Houston.
Holy crap. I can't believe this. I don't even know what to say. You're literally...
It started out, I talked about this last time. It started out where they were doing, I thought, good. Getting only the bad guys out of here. Only the bad guys that shouldn't have been here, that have come and gone and done crimes, the criminals. I thought that those were the people that they were taking out of our country. But now look what they're doing. This is not good for anyone. They need to stop.
Okay, Mary. Okay, Mary. We linked up one time. She's been defending me ever since. And now she's on the abolish ICE train. Let's go. I think she's secretly a HasanAbi head. She's not a secret. Not a secret at all. Not a secret at all. She's openly taken oppositional positions against the Trump administration when the Trump administration has come after your boy. So, hell yeah. Bob is the tough one. Bob's the tough nut to crack. But we'll get there too one day. Another brief moment of Republican conscience. What is this? Watch this Trump voter realize what ICE is doing to our country and understand he's been lied to all along.
And there's a wrong way to get in the country, and anyone that skips the line is just like if me or you were waiting in a steakhouse and some jerk just skipped the whole line and said screw you, screw you, screw you, and screw you. There's a right way to get in the country and a wrong way to get in the country. And for the people that are doing it the right way, congratulations. And for the people that are doing it the wrong way, well, unfortunately, that's what happens.
So he had a social security number and a work permit. You know that?
I did not. And he obtained them illegally.
You can't do that. You get it from the social security administration.
I'm saying he got them legally.
Yeah.
So then...
He wasn't even the target of the investigation.
But he had a firearm.
No, he didn't.
What is happening? Bro's going through the steps. He's like winding down. He's like, well, there's got to be a reason. There's got to be a reason. You had a gun? What's up? It's like, no, man. No, he didn't.
He didn't have a firearm.
No, they didn't because they claim they're trying to protect the public at large, not even officer safety. It's more understandable if someone driving a car at you.
Yeah. See, I didn't know the whole scope of it.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. I appreciate you.
And that's sad then. So he did it the right.
What do you mean? Even if he did it the wrong way, that would still be sad. This guy's out of his mind, dude. I'm sorry. I mean, he's better than you guys are. Your level of maybe some of the people are right about this community, okay? Your level of like, wow, character growth is crazy. Bro, the character growth should be as bad and wrong. Not, oh, he came in the right way, he didn't have a gun, and also he wasn't a threat to anybody's safety. Then it's like, okay. Yeah, what if he was undocumented? Would that be appropriate? No, it would. Stop punching left. True. I'm punching left. That's the president of the DSA.
Yeah.
And still that's what happens. Yeah, that's sad. It's fucking sad. Yep, definitely.
Yeah, this guy's the woke CEO now. As someone who grew up in a very conservative environment, my dad is basically Bob. These clips are definitely character growth. This is what growth looks like to these people. Oh, God. The company said faster access offering would help add to Trump media's revenue stream. It serves as the latest in a growing list of examples of the president blurring the lines between his business and his White House duties. Truth API delivers a direct license, real-time feed of the platform's most market-moving truths while advancing on a strategy to monetize proprietary assets through a high-margin recurring revenue stream. Bro said, dude, every part of this administration is farming. Bro said, we're going to do a Bloomberg terminal, but just for Trump's words. Why don't you just cut out the middleman? Why won't Wall Street firms just directly pay Trump to boost whatever stock that they want boosted? I mean, just cut out the middleman, right? Who cares? This is just as illegal, right? I mean, there's no way to get this through an ethics committee. Not that it matters. There is no ethics commission whatsoever. But Bernie Moreno, I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this evening. I would encourage every American to tune into tonight to the president's speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. They've hyped up previous Trump speeches, and many of them have been duds. Okay, so I don't really think that this, I mean, who knows? Are we going to war with China? We are not, dude. Oh my God. It's never been more over if we go to war with China. Dog, after we dumped all of our peer adversary munitions in some facility in Isfahan, the idea that we're going to now wage war with China, no, he's just going to say China stole the 2020 election. And then he's not going to do anything about it. And instead, he's going to basically say every American communist is Chinese. And then he's going to try to arrest every person that has ever said Donald Trump sucks. He's just literally going to turn around and be like, from Nancy Pelosi to Hasan Piker, they are all Chinese and they're all going to prison. Okay? That's probably what's going to happen. Because let's be real. We don't have that kind of motion no more. Going to war with China? Okay. Yeah, he's going to say China stole the 2020 election because they really wanted Joseph Robinette Brandon to be president. China did COVID on purpose. And every American that has ever actually voted for Joe Biden is Chinese. Every American Chinese is going to prison. And also, we have to take over all the vote, in order to ensure that this never happens again. Unfortunately, elections are basically off unless you're Republican. And votes for the Democrats will not be counted. Only votes for the Republicans will be counted going forward. Sounds like the major focus of the speech is going to be China and the suggestion that the IC concealed from POTUS and Congress the extent of China's involvement in the 2020 election. The most valuable resource remains the 2021 ICA, which was prepared under Trump by John Ratcliffe and briefed to him on January 7, 2021. Most importantly, there's a huge distinction between interference and influence. There's some debate within the IC, intelligence community, reflected in the ICA on page 8 about whether China actively tried to influence the election. There's unanimous agreement that they did not interfere with the vote. Tonight, I expect Trump to use the fact that China accessed voter databases to claim there was interference. To be 100% clear, it has been known since 2020 that China accessed these databases. This is touched upon in the ICA. Beijing probably continued to collect intelligence on election-related targets and topics. China probably also continued long-standing efforts to gather information on U.S. voters and public opinion, political parties, candidates and their staffs, and senior government officials. We assess Beijing probably sought to use this information to predict electoral outcomes and to inform its efforts to influence U.S. policy towards China under either election outcome. Okay, here's the thing that I said earlier today, and I will repeat it one more time. Donald Trump is the greatest gift to China, okay? So if China was intervening in the American elections, they would probably lean in the direction of Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, they probably stayed out of it because they were like, both of these guys hate us, and neither is going to impact Chinese growth in any meaningful capacity. Okay, here is the problem. Donald Trump won. And look, I think America needs to restrain itself around the world. Okay? I think America has been a unfathomably hostile entity around the world, specifically for nations in the periphery. We've destroyed them. Okay? And I think it's good for us to restrain ourselves a little bit and focus on ourselves, build our roads, build our bridges, instead of blowing up bridges in Iran. Okay? Having said all of that, Donald Trump has destroyed American empire. Donald Trump has destroyed American force projection capabilities. Donald Trump is such a beacon of instability from the throne that he occupies that the rest of the world has moved in the direction of China, and which is perhaps the reason why there's a meme now that even normies know about. It's no longer a meme that we use in this community. Normies use it all the time. It's do nothing, win. And it's a photo of Xi Jinping looking like a Chad. America has destroyed its soft power. America has destroyed its hard power. Why is China allowed to collect our political databases? They're not. They're not. But if you're talking about election interference, you have to actually have a reason to intervene in the elections. And Donald Trump won. In 2020, Donald Trump lost. But in 2024, Donald Trump won. And since Donald Trump won, the rest of the world has literally turned in the direction of China. Countries that for decades saw China as a major threat to their existence are now welcoming China with open arms. So if China wanted to interfere in our elections, they couldn't have gotten a better candidate than Donald Trump. Let's be clear. These are the same voter files you can walk into a state registrar or a board of elections office, or in our case, Virginia, a state party office, and purchase a copy of. In Georgia, for example, these cost $485. This is not the same as interfering with safe and secure administration of an election. Trump's own CISA called the 2020 election the most secure in American history. It is also important to note that Russia has also done everything Trump will accuse China of and more, but Trump doesn't want to talk about that because of all their influence efforts, which far dwarf China's in 2020, according to the ICA, were done on his behalf. So you're saying China did interfere in our elections? That's weird. They'd blame it on China and not just the Democrat. Every country does that anyway. We do that in China, Lamau. No, they did not interfere in our election. There's only one country that successfully has interfered in our elections to great degree. That country is Israel. Okay? There's another country that has actively tried to interfere in our elections. It's Russia. But the extent of their interference, the extent of their interventions is marginal. Liberals, on the other hand, greatly overemphasize Russian interference. Yes, China has, I already covered this earlier. Yes, according to Pew, China is officially now more popular than the United States of America around the world. Donald Trump did that. China was window shopping. They never walked into the store. Also, again, let's say China was window shopping. Let's say China walked into the store. What did China steal from the store? Because simply acquiring this data is not election interference. It shows intent to intervene in American elections, certainly. Okay, you can make that argument. But that's precisely the reason why the intelligence community assessment will then follow through and try to see what they could have potentially targeted, what they could have potentially tried to do. Did they do influence peddling? Because this is one way that they can intervene in the elections. Russia has done plenty of that, obviously, in 2016, if you recall, right? Did they try to manipulate the outcome? Did they try to hack the database or something? Did they try to change the vote tabulations? They didn't do any of that. And I know they didn't do any of that because Russia didn't do any of that either. Okay? You want to know why I know they didn't do any of that and neither did Russia? Because American elections are unbelievably safe. Okay? We get a lot of things wrong in this country. We get a lot of things wrong in this country. We have a rampant inflation crisis. We do not give a shit about the American working class. We spend all of our productive output, all of our resources on a machine that only makes money for a handful of petro-capitalist, Felix Epstein elite. However, there are a couple things we do really well in this country. Elections happens to be one of them. In some states, it's very slow. In some states, it's much more efficient. The voter tabulation, the collection of the ballots. Having said that, no one disputes that it's safe. You want to know why no one disputes that it's safe? Because we constantly check it. Okay? We constantly check this shit. And not only do we check this shit, but also on top of that, it's not safe. Here we go. Yes, it is. What are you, Michael Pillow? Of course it's safe. What are you talking about? In the United States of America, there is no issue with too many people voting. There is an issue with not enough people voting. Okay? We've never had a tricky situation where we're like, wait a minute, are too many people voting? Then there are actually registered? Is there like some real voter fraud? No, there isn't. The most comprehensive data on voter fraud comes from a multi-decade tracker from the Heritage Foundation that went back to every single election, including local elections, state elections onward, for the last 3 decades. And they found a collective total of 1,000 instances of voter fraud. 1,200, over 1 billion votes cast. Do you understand how rare that is? 1,200 votes cannot even change one election for local county commissioner. Maybe. And not only that, but out of the 1,200 instances of voter fraud, it wasn't like all 1,200 of them were Democrats either. It wasn't all in one race. It wasn't all in one election. Most voter fraud that happens in this country is accidental. People that register in the wrong place, don't know that they're not eligible to register. People that, have former, felonies or whatever, right? Ex-cons that didn't know that they were eligible to vote in the state that they currently are in, even though they were eligible to vote in another state. It's usually like that. And even then, it's unbelievably rare. And we know that because right-wingers have made false accusations of voter fraud a fundamental plank of the Republican agenda, because for the longest time, their goals, and still to this day, their goals were to disenfranchise voters. So in an effort to disenfranchise voters, they made up the lie that illegal voters vote. It's not real. They just lied about it. Just totally made up. Okay? One of the biggest lies, or not the biggest lie necessarily, but like one of the most commonly repeated lies of all time is this idea that voter fraud is rampant in this country. It's a great message because you can just lie and say Democrats are shipping in illegals to have them illegally vote in races, right? Democrats are shipping in illegals. Those illegals are voting. They're not allowed to vote. They're doing it. How are they doing it? Well, they're just doing it. They did that. And this wasn't just like Donald Trump doing it. Donald Trump just took it to its logical endpoint with January 6th. But it was like Paul Ryan and all these other normal Democrats would always cast doubt on electoral outcomes. They would do this for California all the time, for example. Why were they doing it? Well, they were doing it because they wanted to justify voter suppression. They wanted to justify creating additional hurdles in front of specifically black, brown, and working class neighborhoods that want to go out and vote. This is part of the reason why. This is part of the, did I say Paul Ryan Democrat? Sorry, Paul Ryan, normal Republicans like Paul Ryan. Normie Republicans like Paul Ryan also even cast doubt on the integrity of elections. That said, this is a full spectrum line of attack from the Republican Party. That's the reason why I'm bringing it up. It's not just people who are populist, right populist like Donald Trump and conspiracy theorists like Donald Trump. Regular ass Republicans have made this, consistently cast doubt on the integrity of elections. Okay? Now, here's the thing. It's not real. It's not a real thing at all. And you know how we know that? Because there have been left-wing groups, right-wing groups, bipartisan groups, commissions that were put together by the state that have investigated the integrity of American elections every single time. And every single one of those investigations have found that voter fraud is basically non-existent, okay? Basically non-existent. It's not real. It's not a real problem at all. And yet Republicans keep fucking chirping about it. So there it is. So what do you do? What the fuck do you do? What is real, however, what is a real problem, however, is the malign influence that moneyed interests have in American elections. That's real. What is real is the hurdles, the very real hurdles that are placed upon working class individuals that stop them from going out and voting. For example, why the fuck is election day in the middle of a goddamn work day. If you work, then you're less likely to go out and vote on election day. That is a direct hurdle. That is deliberate. That is by design. Why are there not enough voting stations in black neighborhoods, brown neighborhoods? That is by design. It's to make it more difficult. Okay? This is paired up with the fact that the Electoral College makes people feel like their state is irrelevant, or rather, definitely blue or definitely red. So who cares? Who cares to go out and vote? That's the mentality that many Americans deploy during the elections. And also paired up with the fact that most people see politicians as not really moving the needle for them and not really fighting for them. So there's nothing to, go out and vote for. Paired up with all of those reasons, a lot of people don't vote in this country. That's the problem. Decade after decade, the plurality of the voter eligible population has never voted. Okay, that's changed in the last 2 cycles, but regardless, for the most part, the plurality of people don't vote. So if the non-voters were a party in and of itself, they win every election. So it's very clear to me that Donald Trump is going to try to push for the SAVE Act in this primetime speech tonight. He's going to push for the SAVE Act. He's going to try to get a lot of people on board with this. It's not going to work, obviously, because the Republicans in Congress don't want it to happen. Okay. And then outside of that, he's probably going to tie this back up to China and maybe tie this back up to the counterterrorism initiative that they unveiled earlier today, that ties back to the previous counterterrorism initiatives, and say basically that every American leftist, anti-ICE person, every No Kings Rally protester, Jimmy Kimmel, Nancy Pelosi, they're all Chinese. We are all Chinese. We've done election interference by being Chinese, and we all have to go to prison. That's what I think. Why do Republicans not want the SAVE Act? Because it's chock full of nonsensical bullshit that under a Democratic leadership could potentially cook Republican chances as well. Federalizing elections is something that a lot of Republicans are fearful of. Okay, Donald Trump wants to do it in the interim. Donald Trump wants to do it in the short term because he thinks it's going to save his ass in the short term in this upcoming elections. He wants to have control over it. But Republicans don't want it. It also eviscerates mail-in ballots, which, again, plenty of red states, specifically red states with a lot of rural farmland, with a lot of older voters, they rely on mail-in ballots, right? So this would actually harm the Republican safe, the deep red Republican states would no longer be Republican, potentially. They could turn purple, okay? So that's part of the reason why they don't want to do it. But ultimately, yeah, Never Trump conservatives, a bulwark, will pretend to care about democracy. They're just mad they're not atop the GOP. They cheer the Tea Party's voter suppression and false claims of voter fraud. This is Dark Money Jane Mayer writing about the voter fraud myth. A Republican lawyer who served in the Bush administration, he's now a senior legal fellow with the Heritage Foundation conservative think tank. Hans, very, very helpful, Engelbrecht said. He's one of the senior advisors on our advisory council. Von Spakowski frequently appears on Fox News, the co-author with the columnist John Funn of the recent book, Who's Counting?, which argues that America is facing an electoral security crisis, election fraud, whether it's phony voter registrations, illegal absentee ballots, vote buying, shady recounts, or old-fashioned ballot box stuffing, can be found in every part of the United States, they write. The book connects the modern threads with the sordid episodes from the American past, crooked inner-city machines, corrupt black boss in the Deep South. Von Spakowski and the fund conclude that electoral fraud is a spreading danger and that declare that the vote serves an obvious need. If you were online at the Tea Party years, you remember former House Majority Leader Dick Armey, then of FreedomWorks, claiming that 3% of all votes were Democratic fraud. Hans von Spakowski at the Heritage Foundation spread baseless claims about voter fraud. Non-citizen voting is vanishingly rare. According to a Brennan Center roundup of independent research first published in 2017, updated in 2024, the Libertarian Cato Institute agrees non-citizens don't illegally vote in detectable numbers. Okay? Dick Armey declared that 3% of ballots were fraudulent votes cast by Democrats using coded language. He told Fox News the problem is pinpointed to the major urban areas, to the inner cities. Dick Morris. Now, this is a bygone era, okay? This is a bygone era. This is the Tea Party. The Tea Party movement is a former era, okay? Now the entire Republican Party is basically the Tea Party, which is why they wouldn't just say They wouldn't use shrouded language like this. They wouldn't just say like, oh, it's pinpointed to the major urban areas where the Democrats are doing the illegal voting. Today, the modern version of this on the Republican movement is basically saying black people vote illegally, and so do Mexicans that are coming from Mexico. This is back when they used to try to be polite about it. Anyway, Dick Morris, a Bill Clinton advisor turned conservative pundit, and his wife Eileen McGann made the telling slip, describing poor voters headed early to the polls in Ohio. They warned photo IDs are necessary to combat this rampant voter fraud, presumably defined as poor people voting. Such imagery tapped unspoken racial fears. The University of Delaware study surveyed white voters on whether identification should be required to vote. When a photo of a black man voting accompanied the question, support for voter ID jumped 6% over a response to the question illustrated by a photo of a white voter. And also, Cato has obviously studied this extensively as well. Nationwide surveys by journalists found that non-citizen voting is practically non-existent. The SAVE Act could potentially disenfranchise more than 21.3 million people, or 9% of American citizens of voting age, per Brennan Center analysis of June 2024. Tens of millions would routinely run into document restrictions when updating registration. The real problem with voter ID is a lot of people think, oh, this makes sense, right? Except not a lot of people have driver's licenses. Some people have older driver's licenses. And if it's an enhanced driver's license, okay, for example, you need your birth certificate, you need your passport, things like that. So these are not readily available. They're not accessible in every single country. Where voter ID is a requirement to go out and vote, and plenty of countries have voter ID requirements, by the way, you get a real ID at birth, like a social security number. Instead of getting a social security number, you actually get a real identification. It's not a driver's license. Okay, you get a national ID from the government for free. So, of course, it's a lot easier to make this requirement, the voter ID requirement, in countries like that. Americans don't get a national ID. Americans do not have a national ID system. We don't have a national ID at all. We get a driver's license, and we use that as our primary form of identification. Problem with driver's licenses, it's state specific. So when you move from state to state, you need a new driver's license, for example. Driver's license also costs money. Some people never drive, so they never get a driver's license. You understand? These are some of the many reasons as to why a voter ID system sounds good in theory, but will be devastating in practice because it will disenfranchise tens of millions of eligible American voters. Okay? I got multiple driver's licenses. I also got a national ID and also free healthcare as well in Oman. Okay, why are you flexing, bro? Why are you flexing? Lurker. And now you get to collect the toll alongside Iran from the Strait of Hormuz. Anyway. But yeah, the bill is being applauded by the Heritage Foundation and dark money funded groups tied to Leonard Leo. House Republicans are teeing up to vote on the SAVE Act as soon as next week. A bill to change voter registration policies that voting rights advocates warn could disenfranchise tens of millions of eligible voters, with one expert even calling it one of the worst voting laws in congressional history. The bill is supported by the Heritage Foundation's advocacy arm and conservative groups led by former Trump lawyer Cleta Mitchell that work to pass restrictive election laws in states. If passed by the House, as it was last year in July 2024, with a vote of 221 to 198 with no Republican dissenters, the bill would be sent to the now GOP-controlled Senate. The Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or SAVE Act, will require that citizens registering to vote or updating registration information appear in person to present documentary proof of citizenship. For the vast majority of Americans, this would require presenting a passport or birth certificate, according to the nonpartisan Brennan Center for Justice. A Brennan Center analysis found that more than 21 million citizens don't have these documents available, more than 9% of eligible voters. Damn, bro. Okay, new Johnny Harris video on Iran. You're that excited? You've been Hasan Redguard? How are you a Maoist Johnny Harris head? My Maoist fans of the CIA's very own essayist Johnny Harris. Anyway, where were we? Let's continue with this. This is not a paywall. Man. Fuck. Anyway, so yeah. SAVE Act has a lot of issues, okay? Has a lot of problems. You need a passport or birth certificate. And then also on top of that, you need time. You need money. You need money for a passport. If you can't even, if you don't even have a passport, you need time to get a passport. And then you also have to update your address, re-register between elections. That's also another problem. The bill would also allow enhanced driver's licenses that show proof of citizenship to be used for voter registration, but only 5 states, Michigan, Minnesota, New York, Vermont, and Washington, currently offer them. Most Real ID compliant documents would not be accepted under the law. So even Real ID, like the one I have in California, is not eligible because they generally do not state that the holder is a citizen, neither will most military or tribal IDs. The nonprofit campaign Legal Center and other groups flag that people of color, young people, elderly people, and married people who have changed their names are more likely to lack access to their passport or birth certificate. Around 69 million American women who changed their names in marriage do not have a birth certificate that could be used as proof, according to Center for American Poo-Poo. The conservatives of Bulwark like these voter suppression measures, disproportionately affecting minority communities when they were enacted by the Tea Party faves like Governor Scott Walker in Wisconsin. The post-2011 restrictions paved the way for Trump 2016. The Bulwark, Lincoln Project, and other never-Trumpers are raking it in from gullible liberals who don't remember that the right-wing Tea Party birthers presaged MAGA's white nationalism. Don't listen to the Bulwark, says David Moore, co-founder of Sludge. As much as I hate the government in Iran, you could be homeless and still vote since we aren't required proof of address. Same thing in Iran called Shahnaz-Nameh, which is basically who you are booklet. Yeah, we have nüfus cüzdanı in Turkey. Your like census wallet, that's what it translates to. It's like this, it's a piece of paper that you get laminated. Anyway, you can't vote if you're homeless, bro. How does America keep up the PR? What do you mean? Why do you think we say third world country with a Gucci belt all the time, bro? Hamid Reza Azizi believes that the United States might be preparing for a ground invasion of Iran. Oh, fuck. Current indicators suggest that we may be approaching the most significant escalation in the U.S.-Iran confrontation since February, driven by Washington's failure to achieve its strategic objectives. Trump thinks his madman strategy failed because he didn't madman it enough. Oh, brother. Fuck me. Jesus Christ, dude. Vote exactly for what in Iran, chatter? Don't fucking blacksmith Kaveh. Aren't you Iranian? What do you mean? You should know. There's still an electoral process in Iran. Come on now. I was about to yell at you, and then I found out your name is Kaveh, and I was like, all right, I think this is Iranian chatter. President is just symbolic. You have, yeah, so is ours. Unless you're talking about Benjamin Netanyahu. I voted on election, and I regretted I voted for Rouhani. Well, we don't even get to vote. We don't even get to vote for the Israeli prime minister who gets to be our president. Oh, I'm laughing, but I shouldn't be laughing. That's a really sad state of affairs. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Is the United States preparing for a ground invasion of Iran? The escalating pattern of U.S. strikes against southern Iran in recent days, particularly over the past several hours, may point to a gradual strategy aimed at preparing the ground for a potential deployment of ground forces. Such an operation, if it were to materialize, could be intended to seize control of Iran's southern coastal belt in order to remove Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just don't think that they have actually bombed a sufficient number of launchers and deactivated a sufficient number of places where you can just, lob drones from to be able to stop Iran from pummeling whichever area that the Americans try to militarily take over. Reports indicate that the recent U.S. strikes have targeted several bridges and railway links in southern Iran. At the same time, there have been reports of attacks on airports. These actions may have been intended to disrupt the logistics and mobility of the Iranian military force in the south. Additional reports also suggest strikes against fuel tankers in Bandar Abbas. Meanwhile, attacks in Sistan and Baluchistan in southeastern Iran targeted the Iranian Army's 88th Armored Division, alongside similar strikes against positions of the 92nd Armored Division in Khuzestan in the southwest. Some analysts interpret these operations as an effort to degrade Iran's military capabilities along its principal southern axis, aimed at reducing the risks associated with any future ground deployment. At the same time, in what appears to be a recurring pattern, U.S. strikes have continued to target Iranian military, missile, drone, and radar installations, as well as IRGC Navy facilities along Iran's southern coastline on the Persian Gulf. Taken together, these developments increasingly suggest a gradual but persistent U.S. movement towards a possible ground operation in southern Iran. In other words, In other words, the campaign may extend beyond simply degrading Iran's ability to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. It could instead indicate that Washington views control over... What are you doing? Yes, I can. And now everyone can. Yes, you're on camera. What the fuck are you doing? Yes, I'm going to watch the Trump speech. Do you see this? Do you see this fucking guy, chat? Yeah. Thank you. What? What do you say? What? And what? I'm just gonna watch the thing. That's it. Okay. Austin says he's gonna call Trump to see what he says, to see how long it's gonna be. Taken together, these developments increasingly suggest a gradual but persistent U.S. movement towards a possible ground operation in southern Iran. In other words, the campaign may extend beyond simply degrading Iran's ability to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. It could instead indicate that Washington views control of Iran's southern coastal strip as the only definitive solution to the Strait of Hormuz challenge. If such an approach exists, it would go well beyond earlier ideas of centered on seizing Karg Island to cut off Iran's oil exports or occupying islands overlooking the strait to secure maritime traffic. However, given the length of Iran's southern coastline, roughly 1,800 kilometers, and the country's considerable strategic depth, establishing comprehensive control would likely require hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, even capturing these areas would not necessarily translate into the ability to sustain long-term control. In any event, current indicators suggest that we may be approaching the most significant escalation in the U.S.-Iran confrontation since February, driven by Washington's failure to achieve its strategic objectives. On the other hand, as noted previously, Iran's actions thus far have also failed to present a meaningful obstacle to this gradual trajectory. One alternative to Tehran could be to shift towards targeting regional economic infrastructure, a move that would significantly broaden the scope of the conflict and lead to a region-wide catastrophe. Did you at least get Austin more checks mixed and apologize for leaving month after Pride Month ended? Yeah, he's refeeding right now because he was starving himself. Anyway, on that note, let's watch Johnny CIA Harris. Bro needs to stop saying ground invasions won't happen. I think it would be an unbelievably stupid decision by the American government and the American military to try to do a ground invasion of Iran because it would directly put American troops in the crosshairs of the meat grinder, the kill zone, especially considering that those drones are virtually impossible to fight back against. And it's not just difficult to combat against for regular ships. Those drones are going to be lobbed in the direction of American troops. Do you understand what that would be like? What that would look like? Ukraine 2.0. I'm not saying it's definitively not going to happen. I would never make this mistake. Okay? Especially because I've already made this mistake one time. I'm simply saying it's an insane thing to do. Okay? I'm not saying it's not. Listen, I'm done with predictions. Okay? I'm done with predictions. We have moved on from predictions, especially predictions about insane people, right? Sometimes, look, for the longest time in my analysis, I always said, look, states are led by rational actors. There's no such thing as insanity in the way that certain leaders operate. You can't factor insanity because it's not a factor. It's not something that you can factor into an equation. It's just it's a wild card. Okay. And I was wrong with Vladimir Putin. I very famously was wrong with Vladimir Putin. I said he's mad. He's bad, not mad. That would be madmen behavior. I'm just simply stating that a ground invasion of southern Iran or the Iranian coastline or Keshem Island or Karg Island would lead to a fuck ton of troops dying in the process, American troops dying in the process. I have long maintained the position that America would be capable of defeating the ground forces through conventional means in these areas. Having said that, this would open them up to great threat from Iranian ballistic munitions and Iranian drone barrages and drone salvos. And therefore, this is a risk that I assume most military officials would not be willing to sign off on, even if Trump is willing and able to do it. That's it. Having said that, insanity, much like in the case of Vladimir Putin, is absolutely a factor in this equation as well, because Donald Trump is fucking also stupid. So who knows? I don't. That's all I'm saying. Presidential address is going to happen in 25 minutes. Jonald Harris.
Probably think of
long-awaited Jonald Harris.
65 people have been killed in demonstrations that began in Tehran almost 2 weeks ago.
Some 60 Americans, bound and blindfolded, are now beginning their 6th day of captivity inside the U.S. Embassy in Tehran.
So far, more than 3,000 people have been killed, according to the World Health Organization.
Today, our perception of Iran is dominated by the regime that has controlled it for almost 15 years. But I want to show you a different Iran, the Iran that existed long before this regime. I want to show you what led up to it. Because understanding that Iran is key to understanding how we got this brutal religious regime and how it has survived for so long. You might think that the story of modern Iran is going to be about religion, but in fact, the story I'm about to tell you is about power and fear.
Okay, frame one. Interesting. Is Johnny Harris picking up different books? Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. It almost feels like that is the story of every conflict around the world. It's never about religion. It's always about power. It's always about resources. It's always about who gets to have the resources. And power is how you get to keep the resources, take more resources, and demand more resources. So that's good. Frame one. Because immediately he was like, this religious government. Well, and I'm like, whenever I hear that, I'm like, oh, here we go. Some spiritual, holistic mumbo jumbo again. Oh, it's a religious war. Nope. It is about power.
Because for most of its history, Iran was a superpower, an advanced civilization ruling over huge swaths of land
Kai
that
responded.
Today we call the Middle East and Central Asia.
They have been culturally, militarily, politically at the center of things for a very long time.
Oh, and this was starting like over 2,000 years ago. But empires rise and fall, and this empire eventually was in decline.
Stop hating on him 1 minute into the video. You always do that, and Harris videos turn out sort of okay most of the time. It's literally not true.
It's
the most nefarious version of propaganda.
To our story, which starts here. This moment, the year 1800, Iran is ruled by a family dynasty called the Qajars, and they find themselves in between two big empires, both of them expanding pretty quickly. If you look at these empires...
Excuse me. Two big empires? Two big empires, you say. That's interesting. Because I kind of see a third empire right there. Disgusting. Erasure. Okay? Kind of seems like there's a third empire right there. And it's you can kind of see it if you squint hard enough. It's even visualized. Interesting. Interesting. You can see it right there. Look.
Them expanding pretty quickly.
What's that? What's that, Jonald? What the f is that? Messed up.
If you look at these empires' old maps, you'll see that both of them called this place Persia. That's what outsiders called Iran. The Russian Empire had been fighting to get access to this land between these two seas. Seas that, by the way, are usable during winter.
Look! Why? Why is the opacity so low? Look at this man. How are they trying to get access there?
Land between these two seas. Seas that, by the way, are usable during winter, unlike Russia's other ports in the north. They're gonna have to control this land if they want to control Central Asia. Russia easily defeats Iran in a few wars the land and get access to the seas. And in doing so, Russia makes Iran sign some treaties that gives Russia exclusive military control in the Caspian Sea. The treaty also says that
the Ottomans were washed back then, true, but still, They were still there.
Russian
He
merchants
blurred the Ottoman Empire out. I'm pissed.
can do what they want. They don't have to comply with Iranian law. It was a lot. Oh wait, and I almost forgot, if this wasn't enough, Iran has to pay Russia back for the war. So it's still the early 1800s, and Russia has just leveled up its strategic position in Central Asia, not just by conquering this land, but by solidifying major leverage within Iran. Now, over here, the British are watching. They're watching closely, and they're getting nervous. Russia now has access to these seas, and it has leverage within Iran that means easier access to this Gulf, the Persian Gulf that leads to the rest of the world. Even worse, this land east of Iran is strategic high ground. They call it the key to India, meaning if Russia got access here, it would threaten the British Empire's most valuable colony. Iran might take this over and give Russia access. This would be a nightmare for Britain. A British general calls Russia a, quote, disagreeable and even dangerous.
Where is Israel? Israel doesn't exist. It's Ottoman territory at this point. It's it's Palestine under Ottoman control.
Dangerous neighbor. So the British Empire jumps into a competition for influence in this region that would come to be known as the Great Game. They fight several wars with Iran to stop them from getting the key to India. And this is where you start to see a really important pattern that we need to pay attention to. It's the reason I'm making this video. It's the thing that explains the modern day Iran and its conflict with its neighbors. The British openly say that, quote, we do not want to occupy Iran, but we cannot see it occupied by our foes, aka Russia. Iran is too big and mountainous to actually.
Where have I heard that one before, man? That's crazy. Good thing countries never do that now. Good thing countries never say stuff like that, especially not this country that we're in.
Conquer. They just need to control it from the outside. Meanwhile, the king of Iran is struggling. He needs money to run his country, so he sees an opportunity to play these two competing empires off each other by selling them different forms of influence inside Iran, like the exclusive right to control key industries inside the country, basically monopolies in exchange for cash. These are called economic concessions, and they give the empires influence in Iran without having to invade, all while making money in the process. Let me just tell you something really quick. The US and Iran signed a ceasefire agreement last month. But a ceasefire doesn't necessarily bring certainty. And the issue for most of us back home is that this is a story that's so...
Stop. Ground news. Come on, dude. Come on, Johnny. God damn it, Jonald.
So cool. Different things in the you makes a complete link. Thanks, Ground News, for sponsoring
Diabolical!
So over the next few decades, British and Russian engineers, bankers, merchants, and soldiers flood into Iran.
Another $4 million in AIPAC money to Stevens. Oh my God! Oh my God! Another $4 million. AIPAC United Democracy Project files $4.19 million in app by supporting Haley Stevens and opposing Abdul Al Sayed, bringing their total to $19.4 million, putting Haley Stevens' updated total at $24.8 million. Oh my God!
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That's right.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. What gives? In my dreams.
Hell yeah. Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. Israel. Haley Stevens' biggest donor. Oh my God, there's 3 more weeks of this shit, dude. Every week there's gonna be like another 10 million, another 10 million. UDP also files for $545,000 in ad buys opposing Cori Bush, bringing up their total in Missouri 1 to $1.7 million. Holy moly.
They're exploiting natural resources, making money off everything from railroads to dams to bridges to factories. They're collecting tolls on customs and taxes. They're running lucrative banks. They build some infrastructure, but much of the benefit flows outward. Britain builds this telegraph line across the country, but it's run by British subjects, and it's a...
This video is fine, however, the Russian Empire's flag wasn't the current Russian Federation one. I found this discrepancy very upsetting. Thought I would point this out. I mean, yeah.
Game changer for Britain. Messages that once took months and traveled to India in minutes. And the Iranian king is making money for the country. But he's using a good amount of it for his personal lifestyle.
As kings do.
By the way, I'm going to start using the Farsi word for king to describe this leader. The word is Shah. And even though this guy's basically a king, he is a king within the particular political context of Iran. It's the same reason we use like Tsar to talk about Sultan, to talk about an Ottoman king, or Pharaoh in ancient Egypt, or emperor in China. You get the point. So the king going forward is the Shah. Okay, so the Shah is selling all of these industries
Shah of Persia, Shah of Iran.
And then in 1890, the Shah sells Britain a total monopoly on tobacco for 50 years. Tobacco is a major...
This is how you talk about Japan, by the way, man. Shut up.
...part of daily social life in the country. But now everything has to go through a British middleman. This really hits a nerve. The people are starting to become fed up with outsiders controlling their country. So they band together and protest. And it works. The Shah cancels the tobacco agreement with Britain. Iranians are starting to realize that mobilizing together can bring about change. They rise up again in 1905, demanding a constitution. They want to put limits on the king's power. They want to create a parliament. They want to have representation. And they want to limit all these secret deals that the Shah has been making, selling off their country to foreigners. This is among the first constitutional revolutions in the Middle East, and it's looking like it's working. It's the early 1900s, and Iran has a parliament. The Shah is letting this happen, but very soon after,
I'm gonna lose it, dude.
And the next guy, his son,
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. He said this is among the first constitutional revolutions in the Middle East. Okay, I didn't like the Ottoman erasure initially. Okay, I didn't like the Ottoman erasure initially, but this is a bridge too far. Excuse me. It's right there. It's right there. And it was 30 years prior. Hello? God damn it. Jonald.
What gives?
Parliament doesn't like how it's limiting his power. You know who else see? The empires. Especially Russia, whose influence in Iran the new parliament wants to diminish. So Russia sends in 12,000 troops to support the Shah. They show up to the parliament with a bunch of cannons and they open fire on the parliament building. They kill hundreds of lawmakers and constitutional revolutionaries. They arrest many surviving revolutionaries. Others are executed. The Shah is killing his...
What, Atatürk? No, bro. The Ottoman Constitution. Tanzimat. The Ottomans had a constitution before this in the 1800s in 1876, I think. I guess he just thinks Ottoman Empire is European. That's what he's. That's why he didn't fucking mention us. Probably that's what it is. It's not Cove. It's not. I mean, it's the sick man of Europe. Still Europe, you know what I mean? Like still in Europe, sick man. Where? They don't say sick man of Asia. They say sick man of Europe. So I guess technically still European. I don't know.
His own people with the help of outsiders. And unfortunately, this is something we will see again. But the Iranians striving for democracy fight on, and they gain back some power in the country. It's the early 1900s, and this pattern that we've seen for 100 years continues. The struggle for influence in strategically located Iran. Germany enters the scene, and Russia and Britain realize that they need to team up to keep German influence out. So instead of fighting each other, they divide Iran into spheres of influence and promise not to cross into each other's area. Of course, Iranians had no say over these lines of influence. And then, a year after the empires slice up the country into spheres of influence, there's a discovery that will make Iran even more valuable to control. Oil. Lots of oil. Now, the Shah had sold the rights to explore for oil to a wealthy Englishman in 1901. And after 6 years of searching, he finally found it. Now, the British Navy would be switching from powering its ships with coal to oil. So look what happened here. Iran went from being a buffer zone that protected British trade routes and their vital colony to holding the key to Britain's naval dominance, which is their global dominance. Britain is not leaving Iran anytime soon. They would go on to establish a company we know today as British Petroleum, or BP. And of course, they send troops to protect this vital resource. Right in time for a war to break out in Europe. When World War I begins, Iran declares neutrality. They want no part in this fight, but the fight comes to them anyway. Iran is too strategically important, especially with all this oil. The war ravages Iran's economy, and at least 2 million Iranians die.
Maybe he'll mention these guys this time. I don't know. I mean, they were an active player, you know, won the battles, lost the war type of thing, you know, maybe like a brief mention. I don't know. I mean,
from food shortages and disease caused by the war. Once again, Iranians are paying the price while the empires fight to protect their wealth and influence. After the First World War, Russia is going through a communist revolution, turning into the USSR or Soviet Union, and they leave Iran. But they're just next door. They could come back at any time. But for now, it's just the British Empire, who wants to increase their influence here even more due to the vast oil reserves they're discovering. Oil had been a game changer in World War I. It's one of the reasons the British won, and Germany, who didn't have access to nearly as much oil, lost. Oil is a strategic weapon. They can't leave Iran.
yeah, it is kind of it's got to be a bit that he has the Ottoman flag at 20% opacity for the whole video without mentioning it once, while also talking about like regional events that took place that are, you know, fairly impactful. I don't know what the F is about. I'm not seeing it. I'm not experiencing it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not experiencing it. We're waiting 7 minutes from now. We're going to see our president, the big, beautiful president, tell us about China.
But Iranians are fed up with what has been over 100 years of foreigners running their country from the outside. So this military man rises up. He works with the parliament to throw out the old Shah and promises to make Iran great again, trying to get the people to remember that this was a superpower. They need to restore that greatness. His name was Reza Shah. At a time of rising nationalism everywhere, Reza Shah emphasizes Persian identity and greatness, reminding people that the majority of Iranians speak Farsi, not Arabic like much of the Middle East. And this Shah says that Iran was great before the Arabs brought Islam to Iran, so he wants to reduce the influence of religion in the society. He wants to make the secular state the only political and legal power. In 1936, he bans women from wearing any kind of cover or veil. He wants to modernize Iran and push back against all the humiliating foreign influence that has been stopping the country from being able to determine their own destiny for decades. It feels like a new era for the country. He's building hospitals and schools and roads and a university. Farsi becomes the official language. Nomads are forced to settle down. He builds a railway across the country. He builds a strong centralized bureaucracy, a secular court system, a powerful army.
Didn't Turkey do something similar? I don't know. Maybe this video would elaborate or enlighten us a little bit about a similar revolution that took place in Turkey, but I don't know because it's at 20% opacity the entire time. So I don't know. Perhaps similar things, similar changes were taking place in other places. Who knows? Places very close, places bordering Iran.
And he demands that outsiders call it Iran instead of Persia. And he crushes anyone who opposes his modernizing efforts. Okay, but not too fast. This is where we're going to see that pattern again. As part of all of this modernizing effort, the new leader brings in German engineers. And look at the date. Back in Europe, Germany just started a war with its neighbors. This is World War II.
Why did he sound so sad? Wait, that's kind of, I'm sorry. Look.
And look at the date. Back in Europe, Germany just started a war with its neighbors. This is World War II.
This is World War II. Sad. Sad face.
So here comes Russia and Britain again. They expel the Germans, who could easily sabotage these weapon supply lines that the Soviets need to fight back against Germany in Europe. Or maybe they could sabotage Britain's valuable source of fuel for the war. Reza Shah doesn't want to give in to the big empires. He's done with that. So he stalls, tries to negotiate with them, tries to play these empires off each other, and tries to remain neutral once again. But the British and Soviets are not having it. They pull a familiar act of pressure, this time invading Iran and forcing Reza Shah off the throne and into exile in South Africa. They replace him with his 22-year-old son, who is more willing to do what they want. So much for getting rid of foreign influence. During World War II, Iran is once again too weak to resist and too important to be left alone. A strategic corridor, a buffer zone between empires, a massive oil reserve, and these big powers occupy huge swaths of the country, all a part of their global chessboard.
Okay, so World War II is over, and I want you to pay attention to this guy, Mohammad Reza Shah. Remember, he's the new Shah, the one that the Soviets and the British installed right in the run-up to World War II. Yeah, he's a big part of the next chapter of this story, so just keep an eye on him. Oh, and let's update his photo. He's not 21 anymore. World War II's over.
Handsome.
The Iranian people come out of World War II with even more motivation to...
Bro just deleted the Ottomans. It's gone. No more Turkey, no more Turkey, no more Ottoman. It's just territorial landmass. Indiscriminate landmass all over here.
Stop this seemingly forever cycle of outsiders controlling and ravaging their country. Their democracy movement is now 4 decades old, and the people are developing a stronger and stronger culture of protest, intellectual discourse, politics, national pride, but it's never been able to take root because it's always disrupted by outsiders meddling in the country.
I'm not gonna lie, this is low-key kind of a good summarization so far. It's like 16 minutes and I've only been jokingly getting mad at Donald Harris for, is Trump live? Are you guys fucking with me? He's live already? There's no way he's live early, bro. Trump has never been early to anything in his life. No, it's not. It's super reductive. Yeah, of course it's reductive. It's YouTube history, but I'm saying that like it's not, there's nothing that's like too fucked up so far.
Even though the war is over and the British are decolonizing around the world, they're still here, pulling Iranian soil, protecting it with troops, and shipping it around their empire. And the Shah is okay with this. Because remember, the British installed this Shah. They're friends. But the people really don't like this Shah. He's Britain's Shah, not Iran's. He's a symbol of more of the same, foreigners controlling the country. But you know who they do like? This guy, Mohammad Mossadegh. He's a political leader, and he rises up with a strong voice, calling for Iranians to reclaim their country. Mossadegh wants to reject all imperial powers so that Iran can chart its own course. And item number 1 on his list is oil. Britain is pumping loads of oil out of Iran, but Iran is only getting 16% of the company's profits. So, the Iranian parliament asks to renegotiate the oil deal to more of an even split. They want it to be more like 50-50.
Okay. I mean, it's even this
Britain's
is like
open to negotiation. They'll give more money, but not 50%. So the Iranian prime minister accepts this. But when he goes to parliament for approval, who stands up to reject it? Mohammad Mossadegh, who argues that this valuable resource is Iran's. They should control it completely. Uh-oh. Britain's starting to get nervous. They say, okay, fine, we'll do the 50-50 split. But it's too late. The political and public momentum towards Iran getting full control is too strong. The prime minister who was opposed to nationalization of the oil gets assassinated. And who does the parliament elect to be the new prime minister? Mossadegh. Mossadegh looks like the guy who's gonna finally put an end to foreign control, to usher in a new Iran, one that's run by the people, not by the empires. It's 1951, and Mossadegh's proposal to take back the oil company goes to parliament.
all right, we're 1 minute late.
Approve it. And now
It's officially 1 minute late. Trump is 1 minute late to his speech. We're awaiting Donald Trump. We're going from Jonald to Donald. I can't believe I have to stop watching Streamer You to watch this fat old bitch deny an election 6 years later. Fuck my life. What are the odds he declares war on China? I don't think there's any. I don't fucking know anymore, man. What is the speech about? Oh.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities.
How is this
and the
guy
whole
the
world was
president?
laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country.
That was a crazy
with
change.
0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history best. Crime is plummeting nationwide with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels.
It's weird that he's front
We are
loading.
likewise winning.
It's weird that he's front loading
Iran,
so
and
much.
You will see the fruits of that labor very,
I
very
feel like
shortly.
when he front loads this much about how
America is
good we're
back
doing,
and
the news is going to be
doing
really bad.
well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure, one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes and really exposes like levels never thought possible to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election.
Bro will declassify anything but the Epstein files.
Confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly, and that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible.
Did I call it or what?
U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm, information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence
Adam
the
McIntyre, thank you
results
for
of
20
the U.S.
bones.
midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said.
Oh, brother. Yeah,
The
everyone that
Chinese
hates
government
Trump is
wanted
actually
US
Chinese. He's
president
literally
to lose
doing
the next
it.
election, and the reason they wanted
called it!
me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. Doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately
Joe Biden is
massaged
Chinese.
the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant
What the fuck is happening?
numbers of
Adam
burn
McIntyre.
bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level
Farming
by
shout out
different
subs. You
people,
got 40K viewers.
incinerated and checked.
Yes.
But it never
Piker
happened.
Broadcasting to support independent
We believe
media,
this was
like Adam
not
McIntyre.
done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that was supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied
Another
to
100
about
bones,
the
Jesus
security
Christ.
of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that.
The N Scott,
Tonight,
thank you for
we're
25.
publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States,
Everything that he's quote unquote
adversaries,
declassifying
including,
is already
at a
shit that we
minimum,
knew about.
Russia, China, Iran, North Korea,
election vulnerabilities
as well as
far as like
non-state
registration
groups
and shit like
have
that.
the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories
Adam with
such as
another
voter
50. What the
registration
hell?
databases, poll books, and other official election websites are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020.
Delcy Rodriguez told me personally.
This
she told
reporting
me.
included precise details about methods to regime develop.
She's doing pillow talk with Marco
alter vote
Rubio.
totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep
Called
they
that
went.
shit too.
This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence
This is gonna
of
work.
alleged
The idiots are
fraud
strong
by a
and mighty.
large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State
You think
Police
so?
raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of
I'm officially no
applications
longer
that they
funded by
produced.
foreign adversaries.
In other
I'm funded by
words,
Adam
it
McIntyre
was
with another 50.
Pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that.
Okay, dude.
Yet,
sure.
Even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and
did
dead
you win
people
the
are
last
listed and
election?
active on the voter rolls. And
This
yet we
happened
still
under
have
his watch
elections
when he was
with
president.
no voter
And then he
ID,
won the last
no
election
proof of
when
citizenship,
Biden was president.
and tens of millions
This makes
through
sense.
the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections.
How did he win
have
the election
very
is a
important
question I keep
elections
asking
coming up.
myself.
We want those elections, to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately.
Why is Trump even talking about this?
But
He wants to
most
create a just
importantly,
cause.
addressing this crisis of
He wants to get his
election
dumb fuck,
security
stupid
demands that Congress
baboon of a
must
cult
pass
to be
the
on board
Save
with what he does
America
next
Act.
because he knows he's going to get fucking clobbered in the midterm
How
elections.
easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots
He's only voted by mail.
illness,
He is a vote by mail
military
voter.
deployment or
He is only
travel if you're
voted by
going
mail in
away on
Florida.
business or
He does not.
vacation.
Ah!
These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Oh my fucking God, dude. I don't even know what to say. Okay. Look, I wasn't the only person who clocked it, but yes, he fucking did the everybody that hates me is Chinese, or at least paid for by China, and that Venezuela stole the election. He went back to the Dominion thing, which was crazy. Okay. Wild stuff on that front. All of this stuff has been discussed a million times over. None of it makes sense. Won the last election. So, like, in his world, in his mind, it's like when Obama was president, Donald Trump won the election in 2016. So the system wasn't rigged. But then when Donald Trump was president, somehow China rigged the election in favor of Joe Biden. And then Joe Biden became president and then unfucked the election system so Trump could win again? Like, so the elections are only rigged under Trump. Like, it literally does not make sense. If the elections were rigged and you know, Joe Biden won by cheating, how the fuck did you win again in 2024? But of course, we don't deal in truths any longer, and we don't have a lot of strong critical thinkers in the United States of America. There's tens of millions of people who just will listen to every single thing that he said and then just repeat it verbatim and will demand these changes. But this whole fucking speech was just about demanding the SAVE Act. And everyone on Fox News is going to make it seem like this is the most consequential thing. They're going to bitch and moan about how major networks didn't fucking run it.
Primetime address of a president.
Yeah, they're going to bitch and moan about how major networks didn't run it. Trump is probably going to demand that their licenses are pulled
and put on whitehouse.gov.
Right?
Anyway, here with more on tonight's speech. NOT HasanAbi is with us. Aisha, he covered a lot of ground tonight. Yeah. Also, 250,000 illegals. He claims these documents will now show were registered to vote in our country.
And we'll hear from the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne.
That was the most consequential lie that he told. 278,000 like illegal voters were registered or something, and the number's probably far higher. I have no idea what the fuck that's coming from. I'm sure there's a good explanation for it.
Bernie Moreno of Ohio had tweeted right before the speech, the time for complacency with China is over in regards to the allegations the president just made. The headline here is that he has announced that he's declassifying a trove of documents that he claims reveals vulnerabilities in our election system. Those documents are now posted, as you said, on the White House website. The part that you mentioned here about China, where he's alleging that they hacked and gathered voter information on some 200 million Americans over a number of years. That includes names, addresses, voting affiliation. The president says intelligence officials that knew about this did not inform Congress about this. So he is asking intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA to look into this.
I think he's just trying to fuck with the elections, right? Like, simply put, there's no other way to explain what he's doing. Going to use this as a just cause. Not only does he want to pass the SAVE Act, which I don't even think he would. I don't think there is enough appetite to pass it, but let's say he does get to pass it. There's not enough time for them to implement this shit within the SAVE Act. So I think, like, because there's only, I mean, the midterms are here, right? The midterms are happening very soon. So it's not even about like passing the SAVE Act and then implementing some of those new rules. It's more so about like having just cause to intervene in the elections. Midterms are in 4 months, right? Moving that bill through Congress and then signing it into law and then creating the necessary authorities to like regulate and federalize elections and and demand like, and this would purge virtually every single American voter from the ballots, right? There is a likelihood that this would actually make the elections favor Democrats more so than Republicans. There's also that reality. So that's part of the reason why Republicans don't want to do this, because they think this is insane. Okay? Because there is also that element here. Like, you know, Democrats at this point are college educated, have passports, have more free time, a higher likelihood of going out and like being able to get this new registration done, more on the ball, certainly more involved in wanting to, like, certainly have more motivation to go out and do this stuff so they can fucking elect Democrats as opposed to Republicans. So there is also a real problem for the Republicans if, and this is a big if, this is implemented evenly. Now, of course, it's not going to be implemented evenly because it's never implemented evenly. When he says, like, we want to purge mail-in ballots, that would destroy Utah and Florida and numerous other red states where people rely on mail-in ballots, right? So I assume that this is going to be a selective application situation where he will only, if he were to implement these rules, he would only weaponize them against blue states or blue districts, right? There's no shot that this would be there's no shot that this would be universally applied. And the principle behind it, we've done this before. It's the poll tax, it's the literacy test that you had to take in the Jim Crow South that specifically targeted people who had non-citizen grandparents or non-citizen parents, as in former slaves. So it wouldn't trigger for white people, even if white people were not capable of passing the literacy test either. So like the grandfather law was a devious way to selectively apply this to black people, right? So I assume a version of that is going to happen, even if he is capable of implementing something like this. But again, he doesn't have the time frame to be able to do this in the next 4 months. If he just started doing that from this day onward, he would still not be able to change the rules fast enough, right? So what I suspect is that he will just use this as a way to claim that elections are stolen, knowing full well that he's out on the integrity of the process right before the midterms, where he's about to get fucking destroyed, right before the midterms where we're about to get destroyed by the Democratic Party. So all Trump has here is to just cast out and maybe even potentially do some stuff to harm the process, like do some stuff to impede on the process of going out and voting in blue states and in blue districts. Even Fox News is playing it a little safe.
The president made claims that electronic voting machines are vulnerable and easily compromised. Fox News has not seen that evidence yet, is not in a position to evaluate the accuracy of the president's...
I wonder why Fox News is not in a position yet to evaluate the accuracy of this. Oh, that's right, because you guys did do that, and you got fucking sued into oblivion. That's right. Oh, that's right. You lost $1 billion to Dominion in that fucking lawsuit. Look at that. Even fucking Fox News is playing it safe.